Okay, so let's watch these World Championship games. We have the first game here, it's Sana versus Josh. I'm gonna watch Josh, the title holder, first. I think that would make the most sense. So we've got 41 cards, and this is Snake Eye Fire King. And we have Ash. This could be Pure Fire King, but probably not. Josh is playing 40 cards. Okay, we have Towns. We're drawing cards, that means we don't have another play, I think, and we pass. Okay, so we need to have hand traps, basically. Assuming Josh has a play, this is not good. If we have Karen, we could maybe do some plays. The fact that we just passed though means that we have to have like some kind of hand traps. We can't have 5 bricks, right? Surely. Could be normal summons. So let's see. Snake Eye ashed, okay. And we ashed this, okay. So if you ash Snake Eye ash like this, to me that either means you have no other hand traps and you're just trying to stop your opponent from having any extender, or it means that you have max C, right? Because if you ash here, you could be baiting for cross out or cold buy, and then your max C would resolve. If they cold buy the ash, then they can't even ash your max C if they have that. Okay, we have cross out. Crossing out ash here makes me think that we don't have any other way to extend, because this is a strange ash, it's a suspicious ash. You might put your opponent on more hand traps, since they bricked. But Josh is deciding to cross out, and we don't have max C by the looks of it, which is unfortunate. I think that means it was the first option. I think we don't have any other hand traps. I think Sana has no other hand traps, which means this is just Snake Eye OTK. Sunlight Wolf? Okay, we're going for the Sunlight Wolf because we have Ash to add back. It's not needed if we're OTKing, but I guess if we do get stopped, it's nice to have that Ash, which is why Josh is doing this. Interestingly enough, it looks like pure Snake Eye. I don't think this is Fire King, because we searched Temple with Papa, so this is pure Snake Eye by the looks of it. Unless we're playing Temple in Snake Eye Fire King, which isn't unrealistic. But we did choose to go for it over OSS. Yeah, and this is just the easy Zelantis at ZK. Looks like there's nothing, not even a Kirin by the looks of it. So this will go face down, right, and now you can't destroy it with Kirin. It will trigger here, so we'll have to see what happens. They don't choose to activate it. Does that mean the Garunix is in hand, or have they just accepted defeat? Okay, so Josh wins the first game. Nice. Pretty standard for Snake Eye. Okay, so now we have Emra versus Aing, and Emra is playing Centurion. This is... Okay, we have Maxi. Firstly, Emra won the coin flip, which is nice. Josh lost the coin flip, even though he won. It's nice to win a coin flip. This is 41 cards again from Aing, which is interesting. Both players choosing to play 41. Emra is on Centurion, which I think is an interesting choice. I don't think that Centurion is like quite at the power level to compete in Worlds. For some reason this deck feels like it's not that good. It's the kind of deck where you can go full combo and still lose because your full combo is not that strong and you need non-engine, sometimes multiple non-engine, just to stop a normal hand from a good deck. The way I would think to play Centurion at Worlds is strictly as a counter to like Tia and Branded, because you can play the Bestials, right? And that would be my plan. But Emra is choosing to just play it blind right now. as his first deck, which is interesting. And we have Maxi. RJ has Maxi. I think you are supposed to chain Maxi as soon as you can to Centaurian, because even though you're playing into Gamma, I think this deck isn't going to give you enough draws. Right, if they let this resolve, they're only going to special summon like a couple more times, so it's not really that worth it. I think you just try to draw as much as you can. And we don't have Gamma. Makes sense. I don't see a lot of Gamma in Centaurian. Oh, we have Veil. Okay. Veil on primary gear is fine, but I do think that in general you should probably go for the Synchro with an Impan or a Vela, because if you hit Auxilla with the Vela, then that turns off all of their engine, all of their disruption for the opponent's turn, right? Because they don't get the second body in the back row, so they can't make a Synchro on the opponent's turn, and they also don't search the trap, so they have nothing with the Centaurian cards. But I don't hate it from Aja here because we don't have the field spell yet. So it is better, right? It is better to go for the Synchro, but I don't hate this because we didn't have the fiat spell. If they have the field spell though, and we want on the Maxi, I think this would be a misplay for sure. Okay, we have Lubellion. Yeah, see, this is an interesting situation now. Oh, we even have the field spell. Okay, so we have the field spell. If it wasn't for the Maxi, then Veil would be getting punished a lot. But we have Maxi, so this is fine. Okay, and we're playing Ubel. We're going for Frame 1 Phantom. Oh, we have Sperry Dates. Okay, this is a strong start to Ubel. This looks really bad, I think, unless we have a Maxi. We can negate Maxi, though. Chaos Summoning Beast. Yama. Choosing to play Chaos Summoning Beast. I think that's correct. And we have Nightmare Fault. Okay, so this is just a really strong Rebel hand. If I was Emra, depending on what that back row is, I would be maybe thinking about not summoning anything, because I don't want to die to Ubels crashing into my monsters. This looks like it's threatening to go for access code, so maybe I would try to stop this. I don't know what the back row is though, so it's really hard to say. We have Magnamut, but Magnamut's not going to do too much. There's not really any good targets. You could target this, but it's not threatening anything right now. I think maybe you go for like a Grey Squammer later on or something. It's really hard to use one Bestial against Ubel when they have a lot of engine. Yeah, access code. Royal Rare access code. And now we use... Okay, so we have Serenia as well. So we choose to go Serenia. We target to the Yama. Why are we doing this? I'm not sure. Oh, we chain Maxi. Okay, do we chain the Magnamut to... Can we chain the Judeo? That makes sense. And we also chain the Magnamut. I think... Yeah, okay. So they target a different monster. I would not be trying to deny them one draw here. I think I would prefer to just have both Bestials. And I think even though you're under Maxi, you have to go for the Chaos Angel here. Yeah, so you can use a Fiat spell to make Chaos Angel. You don't have a tuner, so it is the only synchro you can make. I think you have to, and banish access code. It has to go in defense position, yeah. And now you're kind of just... You're kind of at the mercy of whether or not they can summon 2 more Ubels. They chain blocked the Serenity so that they couldn't use Phantom of Ubel. That is pretty nice, but I kind of wonder why we didn't want to negate anyway. Because if we negated, we could have We could have Triggered Spirit, summon early Jubel, and then we have the material for 1 more Jubel. I guess that's not 2, so that's fine. The win condition now is summoning 2 more Jubels. Yeah, so not negating is fine. I choose to go like this. This triggers Nightmare Throne. Now we get to summon the spirit. Okay, yeah, this is stronger. Because this hasn't triggered yet, so we have Nightmare Pain. It's really strong. This back row is gonna have to be something really crazy. Or I think RJ just wins. I don't know what the back row could be. It's probably just a bluff at this point because it's not been used. I think you would imperm, you would use Phalanx. So it's probably just a bluff. Unfortunate. For Emra. Yeah, and this makes sense. You go Nightmare Phoenix just to double check. It was another Emblem of Oath. This does nothing. Actually, let this do something. Could you have activated that earlier to get a tuna? Ooh, okay, and now we have the 3 U-Bells. Yeah, and it's just lethal. I don't think Emra misplayed this because even if you use the Emblem of earlier, and then you can special Primera, you can't really make anything special because this locks you into summoning only Centurions. So the best you can do with the field spell is summon Legatia, which is like the same thing as Chaos and Duel, it just removes the access code. So there's nothing Emra could have done. This was just a really strong U-Bell hand going second. But this is exactly what I mean about Centurion not being that strong. Okay, so now we have Tiras versus Quantal, and oh, we have branded. Okay, so this is 60 card branded versus 40 cards. I'm guessing that Quantal is playing Tier, because I played against Quantal a few times on the ladder, and it was Tier every time, so I wouldn't be surprised if he's playing Tier right now. Branded? Interesting. Okay, we're going for High Spirits, Albaz in the draw phase. This makes sense to play around draw. If this is going to be your first play anyway, you might as well do it in the draw phase. Oh, we're getting Kit. Okay. We're searching for Kit, right? Yeah, we searched for Kit, and we sent Albion. This is interesting to me, so searching for Kit with Branded and High Spirits to me either means you have no other play and you're just trying to get to Branded Fusion, or it means you are going for a birthday play to play around Ash. That would make sense with sending Albion, because normally I think you send Titanic Led, or I like to send Titanic Led with High Spirits because it summons Gwen in the end phase, and if you resolve your combo anyway, you get Albion into the graveyard just naturally by summoning it. So to me this makes me think that he wants to special summon the Kit and then normal summon something and then make birthday. That way the Albion in the end phase can still be good because it can set a branded in red. The Tentaclad wouldn't be as good because you can't special summon after Verte. So let's see if that's what happens. No, we normal summon the Kit. Okay, and we search for Branded Fusion. Okay, so is this our only play? You're going for it, and we're sending Rebellion, which means we're making Albion. Right, okay. So now we have 2 Albions anyway. Wouldn't it make sense to have Titanic Blood here? I get why they might have done this, because this does play better into Ash. But if you were gonna try and respect Ash, wouldn't you try and go for a Verte line? And slightly confused? Let's see what they do. Oh, okay, so they don't activate the Albion. Okay, this is an interesting line. They're choosing not to activate it. This probably means they have branded in white, right? Because they want to bring out the branded Lust with the Rebellion and then use branded in white. And they could even banish one of these Albions. They would banish this one because it's not been properly summoned. And they would make Mirror Jade. And then they would still have Albion in the end phase. This is interesting. It's a little different to how I would have played it. Yeah, there it is, the branded in white. Okay, so we can go straight from Mirror Jade. We don't have to discard anything for Rebellion. That makes me think that this card in hand is maybe very good. Maybe that's why we wanted to play it out like this. Because he didn't want to discard any of our cards. Okay, and we set Branded King. Interesting, choosing to play Branded King. I think I would have played this turn a little bit differently. I think the way I would have done it is, assuming that this last card is like a really good card that I want to set, I would probably go High Spirits for Titaniclad, not Albion, and then I would Branded Fusion for Albion, and I would use the Albion. I would activate the Lobellion and then make Mirror Jade that way, and I would just discard the Branded in white. Then I would have the same setup with the Branded Lost, the Lobellion, and the Mirror Jade, the set, and the end phase set for the Branded King with the Albion. But I would also have the Quan, and I would get to send something to the graveyard. I wouldn't have the Mercuria yet because we haven't fusion summoned. Well, we could search that on the opponent's turn. If we really needed a discard, maybe this is Super Poly, this last set. We could send we could send Cartesia with the Clem, and that could just add straight back to a hand. I think that's how I would have played it. It's a slightly stronger board because it's basically the same thing, but with a Quen as well. But the way that Tiras played a little bit better into Ash Blossom. It didn't play completely around it because they didn't go for Verte. By the looks of it, they also had no other normal summon, which is why they obviously didn't go for the Verte line. But they still respected Ash as much as they could by sending the Albion with High Spirits. So I like what Tiras has done, especially if this is super polyed, and his board is very strong anyway. So I don't hate that play. I think I would have been a bit greedier with it. I would try to have the Quen as well. But let's watch the game. Yeah, okay, Quantal is playing Tiras and we have Sharon. Okay, we're playing Horus in 40 cards. Interesting. I didn't expect Quantal to be playing the Horus Masters. Every time I played against him, I don't think he was playing Horus. But we've managed to fit them into 40. Interesting. We discard Tia Cash, so we're gonna mill 2 more times. And we're probably gonna try to Scream. Yeah. 3 or 5 no's. See what they are. Okay. Sharon is good, Destrudo is good. If this mystery set is called by, it's gonna be very good. But I'm pretty sure this is not called by, the way they tried to respect Ash. So, my read is that this is super poly. And we make Mud Dragon. Choose not to go for Kit Coas. Why did we do that? Ooh. Are we trying to go for a Zeus? There's no way you resolve a Zeus. For Mirror Jade. Interesting. And also, if this was Super Poly, we would have to discard the Mercuria, which makes me think that it's not, because we searched for Mercuria. We could have searched for Cartesia or something else that would be a discard, and then search on the opponent's turn for the Mercuria. So I don't think this is actually Super Poly, but it is a very valuable card. Maybe. So a fusion duplication? Could be. You don't normally set bluffs in Branded anyway, so like this card is probably very good. No matter what, it might be the hard-drawn banishment. Can we have Grace? Sending Rhino Hot. Rhino Hot triggers. Send Celiac. How good is this Celiac? We've already activated Sharon. And Rhino Hot now. And we've gone through Tia Cache. It's in the graveyard. So we add a Sharon, which we can normal summon, I guess. We're activating Havness, training Muddragon. Is this so that we can protect the Kid Colossus from Impum? Or is it so that we can make her... Wait, we can make Dragostapelia anyway. Why are we calling Dark? Is it to play around Impum? I don't think you're supposed to play around Impum. You know that there's a branded king anyway if they want to negate Kid Colossus. And there's no way that you think branded is playing a lot of Impum. It's Droplet. Okay. Droplet makes sense. I can see why you wouldn't want to get rid of the Droplet. And this doesn't target, so this Muddragon does nothing. We can just negate the Kid Colossus. I'm not sure I even really care about the Kid Colossus too much. I'm not sure I like that Droplet, actually, because we've been through like all of the tier effects. At this point, we've fused 2 times. We have a Sharon in the hand, but we've used the effect. The only card that we've not used is Tier Cache, which I guess is what they were gonna search. And that would have been more mills. So yeah, I guess this is a good Droplet. I think I would just personally be a bit scared of some extra deck pushes. We're not quite sure yet what they play. This is branded King, so this is not really very explosive. This is very defensive. So... I'm not sure. I think this Droplet is probably good. I'm gonna trust Tiras over myself. This person is at Worlds, so... We still have the Rinbrum, right? We can send Rinbrum with the Mara Jade and then revive this Albaz, would confuse with something. I don't think there's gonna be many good targets to fuse it, because if we make a Lubellion with a Dark, we don't have another discard yet. So, we'll have to see what happens. I don't think it's out of the question that Quantal can win this game. Right, so now we have to Mirror Jade because we're afraid of a Black Rose or a Baron. We send the Rinbrum, and now they make SP, so SP here probably wants to target. And what is the best target? I don't know if there is a good target. Probably the back row. If you target the Mirror Jade, then yes, it will also trigger, but even more importantly, it will remove the Mirror Jade from the board. And what you can do is chain the trap to negate, and if they then chain the Little Knight to banish itself, then you've dealt with both effects. They could banish the Mirror Jade and the kit and the level Knight. Yeah, this would actually be okay for Tia, because then it's just Rinbrum and you still have these 2 monsters and a normal summon. But I'm pretty sure Rinbrum checks anything you can make these. So I'm not sure there's a good target here. Mirror Jade might be the best one. Let's go for the back row. And they just let this resolve. We don't try to tag out. I like this. This is good. Smart by Quantal. Because now the Mara Jade is still on the board. And I go for Paguska. Okay. So, end phase you have High Spirits. You also have the Rinbrum. I think you summon Rinbrum because I think the plan is to out the Paguska by fusing it away for banishment. Maybe? You can also add it with adding back the Branded King, but that's very slow, because you can't add the Branded King back this time. You'd have to add it back in the next turn, and then you also can't set it. So I think the way you try to out this is with a Verte, all the way in. Yeah, I can't see the extra deck, so I don't know if they're playing Verte, but I assume they are. So it's either Banishment or Verte. I would be looking at Verte most of all, I think. The problem is it loses to SP, which This could be kind of tricky. Let's see how Tiras plays it. Getting to banishment is not trivial. They don't choose to activate the Windrum. And they just pass. Okay. We choose to activate Send Titanic Lead. Wait, Quantal also just passed. Could Quantal have done anything? I guess probably not. And then we activate this, it gets negated by the Bagusko, but we still get to pay the cost, and that means we can resolve Titanic Lead. And now we have the Branded King Blade to hand, so this is just really, really good now for TRS. I'm pretty sure this turn isn't gonna do much. Oh, we're chain Book of Eclipse. We're playing Book of Eclipse. That's crazy. Okay, so this is gonna let this resolve. It's gonna turn off the Bagusko. Then we're gonna be able to slit both of these back up. This is pretty good. We could stop the Lubellion from resolving by Canam SP to banish it, and in itself, that would stop it from resolving, I think. No, because the Baguska would be face down. So they're not gonna chain. This is interesting. Interesting choice to play Book of Eclipse. Oh, we bring up Branded Beast. We're playing Branded Beast. I love this. Currently, I am also playing Beast and Regained. I think these cards are actually kind of good. I think Branded benefits from the power, even though they add extra bricks. And the Book of Eclipse is an interesting tech. I'd be curious to know if this is because of the Worlds format, or if it's because they just think it's really good in Bandit. Because I've tried it and it's not terrible, but it's also not as good as it sounds at first. So maybe it's something worth testing a bit more. We activate the High Spirits, we have the Albaz that we searched. We send the Sanctifier, which makes sense, we're probably not going to summon it. And now I can just send Retribution. Do we have Albaz available? I think they're all three, so we go for Branded in White over Branded Fusion. And normal summon Quen. This is lethal in any number of ways. The White is resolving, so we can just make like a Chimera. Yep. We can pop the back row just to be sure. Cartesia. Yeah, okay, it was crime. Kind doesn't do anything. And this is legal. Quantal paid half his life points earlier. Nice. This is a good game by Brandon. Okay, so now we have Senna versus Emra. Emra was playing Centaurion last time, but now we're playing blue. Okay, so Emra's deck choices are Centaurion and blue, which is interesting to me. I'm surprised by this. So we saw Josh playing what looked like pure Snake Eye. We saw Quantal playing Tia, and we now know Emra's both of his decks. So I'm wondering why Ubel is. I don't imagine you give Josh Ubel as well as Snake Eye, so maybe Quantal's second deck is Ubel, or maybe they're not bringing Ubel at all, which would be a very crazy choice, in my opinion. Playing Slew? Okay, not what I would have chosen, but honestly the deck is like kind of sacky if you just want to get free wins without outplaying anyone. Like Flow is a good deck to do it. Let's see how they choose to build the deck. It could be full of board breakers, I assume. They choose to go first, so it's not blind second. And they set one and activate shifted. Okay. So Senna is playing 41 pads again. This was the Snake Eye Fire King list. So I assume they're still playing it. There's not much reason to switch away from Snake Eye. And yeah, okay, we have Ash into Poplar. Wait. We specialed the Poplar and then didn't do anything. We're under Shifter, but why didn't we search? So we must have the targets in hand already. You can't activate OSS under Shifter? Oh, we probably have it in hand. I see. We're crashing, and then we're triggering Ponix. Okay, that's pretty good. This is a pretty good hand to have into Shifter, because now you can set up Skyline through Shifter. And we have 2 Backwall. Okay, if one of those is like an Impalm, this is gonna be pretty Tulsa Flu, I think. Noticing that they chose to shift it in their own end phase, even though they didn't have any other cards to activate. They could have shifted in the opponent's turn. That way, this turn now, Emra's second turn would still be under shifter. But that would play more into Cross Out and Cold Bite. Not Cross Out, but Cold Bite especially. And I think Emra was trying to avoid that. We know one card in hand is Empem. Let's see what they have. Snatch Steal. Oh my god. So this is gonna be Board Breaker Flu. We're playing Snatch Steal. This card is at 3, right? I assume so. So we target the Ponix, we have to chain, probably pop the second back row. It is the trap. Interesting that they didn't choose to summon last time. Maybe they didn't have that for Pina, that was their top deck. Otherwise they would have definitely normal summoned it last time. Now they just have combo. This is really good for Flay. Didn't look like that last set is an Impalm. So does Flu just win this? We could banish our own shifter. But no, we're going for the Ponix. And there's the Royal Ampen. Yeah, this looks really good. We choose to add map. I assume we still play more than one trap. Most Flu lists I think are playing more than one trap. But we'd rather get the field spell here apparently. Probably going for Riser. Yeah, you can't set up another shifter. Okay, no, we're going for Apex instead. Unless we can do both? No. We'll go for Apex. And we just attack. Pretty good. This is a pretty strong Flu field. You can't normal summon, otherwise you get Riser. We have Diabellstar. That's pretty good, because we know there's an OSS in the hand. So I think Emra, if they're smart, I guess you chain block anyway? I'm not sure I like that. I think if the OSS is in the hand, I think you try to do bait Emra by activating Diabellstar as chain up 2. That way if they misplay and choose to negate, you still have OSS, and that's basically full combo. You can get Oak for the Snake Eye Ash. And you can probably play under the Empan. Yeah, you can push it with the Flamberge, but then you need an extender from that point. So maybe they don't have a normal summon. Maybe this was correct. Maybe they didn't want the witch to be negated. But Emra also knows the OSS is in hand, so they wouldn't negate witch. Anyway. Yeah, and there's the wanted. There's the OSS. And they negate this. This makes sense. This is a sensible negate. Now the question basically is, did they Hajo Oak? Because I'm pretty sure nothing else does anything. If you normal summon and go for dark, you can't activate it because of Empen. And no other link 2 really matters, you can't even SP. It's basically normal summon Oak now, or they're in trouble, right? They could have like Sanctuary or Island in a fire mode, so that would be good too. Oh, normal summon a second Ponix. Okay. Now you get Riser. I played 2 Podix in this Viking list. I don't hate that. It's not how I choose to play Snake Eye Viking. But most people disagree with me anyway. I don't choose to play Alchemist either. Normal summoning is probably it's too much anyway. Like if you normal summon Flugus the Riser, I don't think there's anything you could do. And OSS had to resolve. Now you get the Book of Moon. They chose to summon the Apex again and not the Riser. Which... I think that's sensible. Now you could just negate the Sanctuary. Yeah. And there's no possible extension outside of something really crazy. Like flip a set 1-for-1, that would go really crazy. But no, they don't have it. This card is probably a bluff. It didn't do anything to stop the flu. Just to be sure, Emra's gonna tribute it away. Or they're gonna shuffle it away. No, they're using the Riser to clear the monsters. That makes sense. It does make sense because this is a fire monster, so you're playing into Garunix if you attack over it, and now it's just legal. They're ignoring this back row. I like this from Emra. I think this is well played by both players. Okay, so now we have Tiras versus Josh. Looks like Tiras is still playing the Branded, and Josh is probably still on the Snake Eye. I'm curious to see if it is pure Snake Eye, but Branded is going fast. Okay, so we're playing the Druid's one. Interesting. We saw the Branded Beast. I'm pretty sure this list is like a big Bestial engine deck, right? Like this is... because we're playing Branded King, we've probably got not a good amount of non-engine cards in this list, just a full gas Branded deck. We're starting with Keeper. This is a combo with such as Branded Fusion. Branded Fusion, let's see if Josh has Ash. Nope. No Ash. Albion. Okay, so this is just a very basic combo. I hate that this Albion is not in this zone, but it really doesn't matter that much. We banish those two. This probably is Libellion, but it could be Furious. No, it's Libellion. We discard a Droplet. Okay, discarding Droplet means that neither of these two cards were beneficial to discard, and neither of them were worse than Droplet, which to me means it must either be a second Droplet plus any card that's not beneficial to discard, or it is like Max C, like Fusion Duplication. Like the only cards that would be better than a non-engine card here would be like Duplication, right? All Super Poly. Maybe Cold Buy is worth keeping over Droplet. I think you'd probably keep Droplet over Cold Buy. Especially because so far this is looking like a basic one-card combo. Putting the Meridate in defense position. I'm not sure why the Merijade is in defense position. We're not really playing around Ubel. I guess we don't know yet that Josh doesn't have Ubel. We haven't seen Ubel. But if you were going to play around Ubel, you would also put the Lupellion in attack position. So I think this is just arbitrarily in defense position. You're not playing around Talons because it can switch position anyway. I think this is just no reason to be in defense. I would bring up... oh, okay. Okay, I was so wrong about what this hand was. We have Grass. Explains why we discarded the Droplet. I'm curious why we chose to go for Branded Fusion before Grass. Normally that's not how I play the deck. Maybe we really wanted to get the Branded Beast out? And we really didn't want to mill all the Elbas? I can respect those choices. Let's see what Grass mills. So we'll play Chaos Nephthys. Okay, what did this Grass mill? We milled a Branded in red and a Retribution. We could add that back if we want. We have a tragedy to reset. I noticed we didn't activate the tragedy. And we did have a target for it, but we chose not to because we'd rather reset. We have a second retribution. Yeah, this is really interesting. I imagine we're gonna use this tragedy to reset branded in red, and then we're gonna use the Albion to send like a branded in white or a branded lost to then add back with retribution. Some other spell that would be good. There's a lot of good choices. But no, actually we're using the retribution now. So this is probably to add the branded in red, and then we're gonna do it the other way around, where Shrouded sends the spell or trap, and then we reset it with tragedy. Yeah, we get the branded in red. Is this branded lost? Yeah, it is branded lost. But you summon back Albion to the field. That is interesting. What is the reason for that over an actual Albaz? I guess you really want to have Albaz in the graveyard. There's only one. Yeah, so you'd rather have it in the graveyard for Rundbrum? That makes sense. You don't want to do this. Summoning this to the field is honestly just for a blocker. Just a material on the field to be fuel for Chimera. The beast can activate the lost from the graveyard, which is why there's no reason to reset it with tragedy. But is this right? This is right. Yeah, this is all correct, I think. I think you leave the tragedy for now because it's a good banish for the Chaos Nephthys. And you have 2 retribution, so if you're just gonna use one add back effect, it might as well be retribution because you have another one for next turn, and you also have the tragedy for next turn. Yeah, so this is like really good so far. And I love the placement. I love the placement of cards. We add back High Spirits when we set Branded King. Choosing Branded King every time, it seems. It looks like it's our go-to. We had a light most of the banish for the Chaos Nephthys. So Branded in red for Chimera would then trigger the Nephthys, because the Nephthys triggers when any monster or any card is destroyed, either player. So, very strong field. I think the plan with the Branded King is just that it beats any stupid board breakers, and it can also beat Cold Buy sometimes. I still personally don't see how setting Banish from here instead wouldn't just be even crazier. Both of them seem like unlosable. This position seems unlosable with either card here, but there are worse boards where banishment is going to be stronger than the Branded King. But let's watch. I think everything they've done so far is perfect. This is very well played. The only thing I don't quite get is why Mary Jade is in defense position. And Josh is playing Fire King. So either this is the Snake Eye Fire King deck that is just playing Temple and just chose to hide the Fire King cards, or this is his second deck and it's like Peel Fire King, which I don't know what the reason to do that would be. But here we're choosing Branded Beast on the Sanctuary. I like this a lot. If your opponent normal summons Ponix, the chances are popping Sanctuary is going to be really good because you normally start with Snake Eye cards, I think. Although, when you are Plague into a board, Fire King is often better, so there's no guarantee that there's no Snake Eye cards. But starting with Branded Beast, Pop Sanctuary is really good. You haven't played into Talents yet. That's 1-for-1, that's a good extender. And the Snake Eye Ash. Okay, so the Snake Eye Viking, Josh's second deck is still unknown. Papa chooses to grab OSS this time. And now we're using Mary Jade. So we can either banish Papa, or we can banish Ash. I think either of them are pretty good. Poplar might actually be the better one because Poplar is how you plus, right? That's how you make use of the second effect of Ash. OSS is not that good without a Poplar. I think it might actually be better to banish Poplar here. And then, on the resolution, do you use Branded in red? I don't think you used Branded in red. Let's see what they banish. Yeah, but they banish Pop Flat. And they don't use anything. Because they want to get value out of their Chimera. They could have popped both of these cards, but then the Chaos Necklace wouldn't have had anything to banish. And Josh goes with Phoenix, which is probably the best attempt to play into this board, which you see is the Wind from. That's interesting. Why did we do that? Oh, okay, I see. It's because we wanted to use the Branded King to negate Cold Bite. And the problem is this doesn't fuse into anything except Sprint. But I guess we have Sprint. Okay, playing Sprint. This maybe means that this player isn't playing Super Poly. By the looks of it, we haven't milled any. We've seen Book of Eclipse, we've seen Droplets. Maybe they're not on Super Poly because they have room for the Sprint. And Lucuria, yeah. And there's no way Snake Eye can do much here. Activate Kieran. Oh, pop Flambudge? Maybe they can do something. This would be really good if it wasn't for the Branded in red. Oh, we can also just Muck. And then the J Gold Bite? Yeah, okay, this is fine. This is fine. So, Josh had a pretty good hand to play through the board, but it's not enough. Because now when we summon these, we just activate the Branded in red, we clear 2 monsters with Chimera, a second monster with the Necklace, and Josh has nothing. Yeah, very nice. Draw 1, pop 2. Leaving the Kieran as one of the cards that you don't pop. That makes sense. You really don't want to pop the Kieran. And this is just unwinnable. Very nice from TRS. Again, 2 really good Branded guns. This play is very good. I am curious to know why they think Mirror Jade in defense position is correct. But generally this game was played very well. They played it differently to how I would. And I think I like this better. Well played. So now it's RJ versus Quantal. Let's check the decks. We have 41 cards again for RJ, and Quantal still on 40. Probably still playing tier. RJ has summoned Lotus though, so RJ has swapped to Yubel? Or was it always Yubel? No, RJ was always playing Yubel. My bad. I wouldn't be surprised if both of his decks were 41 cards though. Okay, we're going for a Lotus combo, but we had a second Spirit to pop in the hand, which means we have a normal Lotus combo with 1 extra body. Did we search for the Grace combo? Yeah, we did. So, depending on what build you play, you have different options here. But this looks like it's gonna be a very basic build. It's probably gonna end on Appaloosa plus Raich plus the Trap card and a Phantom, which is a strong board. A 3 material Appaloosa. How do we make use of this extra body here? Because this looks like the normal combo anyway. I guess we just didn't. Is the normal combo a 2 material Appaloosa with just Lotus? Either way, it's a strong board. We have 3 cards left in hand that could be hand traps. And we have 3 negates with Appaloosa, very good against Tia. Phantom of Yubel, again, another monster negate. Rage, Escape, and Yum in the graveyard can revive the Raich. So it's a very strong board, standard board though. Let's see how Quantal tries to play into it. They are in tier still. We're sending tier cash, interesting. I guess we send tier cash just to try and trick the Appaloosa a bit. Maybe Mini Bay didn't negate it. But they do. They don't fall for the trick. And they go battle phase, hit the Phantom and pass, right? Yeah, they set one and pass. You probably just pop the back row. Even if it's a Sulliak, it's not that scaring. There's no reason to do this in the end of main phase instead, because you can't blink away the Rhino Heart. There was normal summon. So this is just easy lethal, right? I guess we'll have to see, because Duel is kind of infamous for struggling in this exact position, where you have to lethal, and your opponent doesn't have a big monster for you to crash into. We know that RJ is playing access code. Yeah, okay, and you can use Anglish on any monster. This is access code, and now this should be pretty easy lethal. Quantal's already on 65, so they can just attack. It's already lethal. There's no reason to activate anything, right? And playing together? Not that you're afraid, you have so many negates anyway. But yeah, this is lethal. Another unfortunate game where Quantal just went second and could not beat the board. Okay, now it's Emra versus Tiras. Let's see. We have a 60 card deck still, so this is still branded. Emra playing one of his 40 card decks. We know what Emra's playing. It's either Flu or Centurion. And branded is Breaked. Let's see. I was gonna say, let's see if Tiras can play another perfect branded game. But we Breaked, so this is gonna be an interesting one. I imagine Emra is playing Centurion, because this is one of the counter matchups. Yeah, this is why you would bring Centurion, which used to droplet Judeo. Why do we do this? If you use an Implum or a Vela, or in this case a droplet, against Judeo like this, you are basically saying that the opponent has no extender. Right? And that's not necessarily true. If they have the field spell, they can kind of play. The only tricky part about extending from this position is that if you have the field spell for Primera, the Primera has to search for something that you're not necessarily playing in order to extend, because you can't synchro with the level 4 body. So you either have to be playing Gargoyle, which you can like special summon from the hand, or you have to be playing like the Wake Up, right? If you just play Amos, then Amos doesn't do anything more, because you can't summon it on your own turn. But I still think this is a gamble from Tiras. We have Serenity, which can activate. Maybe the reason they did this is because one of these sets is duplication, and this can now send Branded Fusion, which would be pretty good. Yeah, we send Branded Fusion. Okay, so unless this is a bluff, this is because we have Branded duplication, Fusion duplication. And Emra doesn't have an extender. Years ago, this is Moon Maiden. No, it's Almirage. Of course, right. It's Primera that makes Moon Maiden. You have Bonds, place one Centurion monster from your hand or graveyard. So this is just placing back the Judeo. They really have no other Centurion cards. This is now SP? SP. Okay, this is interesting. Which one do you choose to go for? I don't think you go for the Branded Fusion, because I think you can read the duplication. I think it would be pretty wild if Tiras sent Branded Fusion without having duplication. If you're gonna add it back with Retribution, you would at least send the Retribution first, right? So I don't think you target the Branded Fusion. I think you have to go for one of these back row, because if it's not the duplication, and it's something that they don't want to chain, then at least you snipe a back row for free. But they choose to go for the duplication, for the branded fusion, and now we just chain duplication. Oh, but we have Max C. Okay, now it all makes sense. Now I think it is correct to go for the branded fusion because you get the Max C draws on your own turn. If you didn't target the branded fusion, there's always the chance that Tiras just didn't duplication in the end phase. Wait, if they targeted this back row, you could just hold the duplication, which is sometimes a good play because let's say you draw into something like a Shrouded or a Quen that is gonna let you get the branded fusion back. You don't want it to be banished, right? You'd rather just save that as extension. But now it makes sense. Now Emra could draw into Centaurion Extemos. We're going for Albion? No, we'll go for Sanctifier. Sanctifier makes sense, it's untargetable. I do have Emblem of Oath. Okay. So summon Primera. I assume we just drew that. And now we have the field spell. And this can get something like Emmet. Yeah, okay, wait. They are playing Gargoyle. Yeah, okay, they're playing Gargoyle, but they didn't have Emblem of Oath until the Maxi drew it, I assume. Red. And it's Book of Eclipse. That's interesting. Book of Eclipse now. Yeah, okay, so you're doing it now because you can't synchro with just the Gargoyle, but if you waited until the Gargoyle was summoned, this would give an extra draw in the end phase. So now they pass with one set, and they draw one. This is not looking great for Branded. The Max C and the opponent's turn there was too much. I think without the Max C, Branded actually had probably the means to win, right? By fusing away. Right? You probably just go for the Bellion or Albion and you make a Mirror Jade, and you probably win from there. You even have Sprint. We know Terrace is playing Sprint, so they could send Sprint with the Mirror Jade, and that gets back the Branded Fusion next time by setching Kit. So I think without that Max C, Terrace was in a really good position. So now we attack over the SP. We have no summon Elvas. Does this resolve? No. Okay. Drew another droplet. Okay, do we play Alva Lenitus? Because now I can fuse with this? I don't think so. Yeah. It's a lot of extra deck run. And now they can synchro. Reviving Alvas does nothing. I think on the resolution here you have to chain the Sanctifier, or you have to put Cartesia on the own board. You don't have a discard for Albaz. So this is starting to destroy the Sanctifier. You charm, put Cartesia on your board, and then you still have a fusion. What else did they target? Maxi. Yeah, something stupid. They just put that in defense position. Add by Gargoyle, and now this destroys this, draws a card. Oh, we have Ghost Ogre. That's really good. This is normally not a good card against Branded, but specifically the two cards that it's got against are Cartesia and Albaz. And unfortunately, we needed that. We needed that Cartesia. So now Emra makes Baron, and this is just too much. Easy win from here. It is lethal, right? Just by summoning the Gargoyle. Nice. That was a good game, considering that Tiras bricked. It was a good attempt. But Emra had the cards. Next game we have Senna versus Quantal. Quantal is going first for the first time so far. We have Tia again, screen plus Rhino Hut. That's what you want to see in Tia. I swear they always draw this. And Senna is playing the 41 card deck. I assume this is the Snake Eye Fire King. Let's see. What can Quantal do going first? We mill Sharon? That's decent. Now we get to send Tia Cash for 2 more mills. Mill first? Oh, we have max C. Does Quantal outback? No. Okay, so this... not the end of the world for Tia. Oh wow, milling Meta Noise is actually really good. So now you can make Kitkalas probably just set a trap card. You only draw 1 card, and the Meta Noise can add back the Tia Cash, which can be used on the opponent's turn. Yeah, Vela though, that's pretty good. That denies the trap card. Okay, this gun might end up being pure Gamba. It's gonna be Tia Cash mill 3 and then screen mill another 3. Oh? Wait, we're going for Horus cards? There's no way there's no way we actually summon into the Maxi, we just set 1 and pass. Trying to draw that Celiac. And we start with Diabell style. Assuming that this is not Celiac, because that would be a very crazy card to have. Especially if they draw it with the Inseti after trying to search it with Kitkalas, but getting Veiled. If this is not a good card, I think we would activate Tia Cash right away to try and know as soon as possible. I think if you're potentially going to summon Rolkalas, you want to negate OSS, and if you're going to summon Kaleido Heart, you also want to shuffle OSS. So I don't think you chain, I think you wait for it to resolve, just to be sure that it sets OSS and not wanted. But the screen chose to activate. Was it correct to mill right away? Or should you have tried to do it on the same chain as your Tia Cash? We did set OSS, now we have Halfness, which I think probably just goes for bulk collect. We also get this for free. This plays into another Maxi. We have Cold Bite for Halfness, that's rough. You can chant Tia Cash to banish the Halfness, but it does still not resolve. A Siri, what the last 3 mills are. It's nothing. The Rhino Heart can't activate. Now we have talents, we take Kitkalas. Which used to make SP. Okay, interesting that Summer is not thinking about OTKing. Because when you know SP, you're obviously giving up the ability to attack for lethal. Why did they not want to activate OSS? They just want to clear the back row? It was Droplets. Now we have Avato. Now we summon Ponix. Okay. I guess this worked out better for them. Maybe they are just smarter than me. I would have been trying to push for lethal, but maybe they know better. So now we get Garunix and we get Avato. This is probably going to be an unwinnable situation. The Quantal. I imagine this will pop. The scream. I was gonna say you probably don't pop the Tia Cash, just in case the mills are crazy. And the search for scream isn't that important. Now you make Dark. You have to summon it here. Summon the forest. And clear the field. Now, this is Princess, and we probably summon back. Please summon here. Evunix? I guess it's just anything. And we're going Amber Whale. Did this make sense? Was this optimal? I guess it kind of was. Right? Because having the Imseti on your board is actually like kind of good. Right? Because you get this effect. So maybe this was good to leave the Imseti. That's pretty good. I like that play. I was thinking about linking off the Imseti and having another fire on the board so that you have two options to destroy with Albata. So now Quantal... Okay, we discarded a Shuffler. That's pretty good. That denies basically all of the Fire King and the Princess. We can still negate it though, depending on how things go. You have a King Sarcophagus, we knew that. Now they can Special Summon. They did mill... No, they did. I thought they milled the second Inseti, but apparently not. So now they have Happy. Choose the Princess. This probably... No. Doesn't get shuffled. Why didn't we want to chain the Shuffler? They would have just negated with Avata. But this Avata negate is live forever. So... why didn't we just force it? Right, this is the same situation. Except... Right. I see, this is actually good. This is the same situation, except the Princess effect has been used. And in the other situation, the Amber Whale would get to revise, like, SP? Because you would be destroying Amber Whale with Avata? This is pretty smart. I think Quantal played this well. I think I would have missed that. At this point though, we get the second effect, which is also pretty good to pop the Kingslack. Pops Okanix. Okay, now we have access to the Xyz if they were to keep playing, but they don't, and now it's just over if you just attack for lethal. Unfortunate Quantal, even losing going first. Maxi was rough, right? Maxi was rough. Okay, so now the last game in this set, Josh versus Agile. And Josh has chose to set 4 and pass. Okay, Josh is playing 40 cards. And Ajay is on the 41. Okay, so I am guessing this is still Yubel. And either Josh really bricked in Snake Eye, or this is his second deck. Is this Paleo? Is this Stun? Oh, is it Runic Stun? I could see Josh bringing Runic Stun. Or is it Labyrinth? Starting with Heartbeat, would you Heartbeat against the deck that chose to set cards? That's crazy. Wait, this is not Yubel. This is Tia. Okay, so RJ is now playing their second deck, which is Tia. And apparently it's also 41 cards. Interesting. We just got a Tribicana, which is crazy. No way. No way, we just drew Heavy Storm. What? Okay, so Josh chose to set 4, and RJ chose to delete the set 4. Okay? That is crazy. You activate the Heartbeat first because you want to discard the Tribicana. You might not have any other play. Even if you do have another play, discarding Tribicana is pretty good. That's crazy. What is Josh playing? What was that? What is this? Black Horn of Heaven, Infinite Impermanence, and Ice Dragon's Prison. What is this deck? Is this a stun deck? No. You're playing Impalm. This has to be like a Labyrinth deck, right? To play Ice Dragons, but also like Impalm. But then this card is also crazy. This just negates like a Link summon. What is the reason to want to play this? If this is Labyrinth, this card isn't even searchable. This must be something crazy, right? This is a crazy cook from Josh. Is it Paleo? We had Fenrir, by the way, so we still have just everything. This should be legal. Whatever deck this is doesn't look like it's playing hand traps. So I don't see how Tia doesn't just attack for game here. And that is unfortunate. I kind of wanted to see what this deck is. I guess we'll see more of it later. Yeah, you just summon a Tia Cash, the mills don't matter. We're playing Heavy Storm, and we drew it. That is unfortunate. But what these back row have actually done though, Ice Dragons have been acceptable, I guess. This wouldn't have done anything. I think Josh might have lost anyway, even without Heavy Storm, because they didn't appear to have engine. Whatever the engine was. But yeah, unfortunate, Josh's team loses their first match. Okay, so next match we have the Masteral Grinder activating Maxi immediately. Okay, it's this player's turn. We're also playing 41 cards. What is going on? And the Masteral Grinder has activated Maxi immediately. So I can see why you would choose to activate this. There's a lot of reasons too, playing around Phantom and Bell, playing around Kashtira cards. But it's also something that you can do just generally if you also have other hand traps, because it puts your opponent in the weird situation where they might waste an Ash or a Cold Buy on your Maxi, only to then have their one play stopped anyway by like an Imp-Bomb. So let's see what that ends up being. Maybe the Maxi is just a choice to go in the draw phase, or maybe they are doing it because they have other hand traps. Okay, we're playing Voiceless Voice, Normal Summon Divinus and Herald. We could probably just play into the Maxi, but this opening is not amazing into Maxi. Right. And we tribute Skull Guardian for the second Skull Guardian. Adding Zephyro. Yeah, there's no way to get to low here. Oh, we're just playing into the Maxi. Okay. So we gave 2 draws for the Maxi. We didn't have any more hand traps, but we could have just not chose to use them because nothing scary was really happening. Let's see what the Masteral Grinder is playing. Pearly! They're playing Pearly. Okay. So it chose to do this in the main phase, not playing around Duel. That maybe means they have talents in their deck. The Pearly hit, we found a Sleepy. That's ideal. We also see that they're on Droplets and Dark Roller. Okay. Interesting, we didn't want to chime Cerebeth to the Happy. Maybe just playing around Gamma at this point. But we still didn't train it to the Pearly either. I guess it's not like Soratus gets much value in Pearly matchup, right? Because you don't actually link summon that much. No more summon Lily. Okay, so we have a good Pearly hand here. This might actually just win immediately. We're choosing to reveal 3 street. We really want a street, apparently. What's interesting is that if we had Delicious, if we searched for Delicious, and we hit the 1 and 3, we could just do the Happy OTK. We're going for a double Happy. Interesting. Is this... Okay, we're using the Cerebus as a negate. Like this. This is probably the smartest way to use it in this matchup. We crash Happy because we get the triggers, the street, and my friend, and we still get to search. That's pretty good. Not going for an OTK. Unless... Wait, isn't adding Delicious here just label? It is, because you have all the happy memories, and this happy is not attacked yet. Yeah, we see talents revealed, so I'm pretty sure they had another talents in the hand, that's why they waited until the main phase. And now we have Delicious. You can just make this unkillable by battle. And now it's game over. You attach all the happies and win. Wow. It is not very often you see the Pearly happy LTK anymore. It's so inconsistent with the one Delicious. But they just pulled it off immediately. Nice. Yeah, very well played by the Masteral brander. Okay, next game we have Josh Kit versus Stella. Starting with Bonfire, that's what you want to do? Okay, we are playing a lot of cards. We just searched for Poplar, so this is 43 cards. And Stella also playing the 41 card special. I don't know what's going on. Can someone explain this to me? I'm lost. But we're going first. Josh Kit is looking like they're playing a Snake Eye deck. This many cards and such in Poplar makes me think it's actually Rescue Ace, which is not a deck I expected to see. Yeah, we are playing Rescue Ace. I didn't expect to see this because you have to use Poplar and Bonfire, which surely you want to play in Snake Eye instead. But apparently they don't want to play Snake Eye unless they shared both of these cards, but I find that incredibly hard to believe. You could maybe share Bonfire and then play one Poplar in your Rescue Ace deck. That is a viable strategy, but I'm not sure I'd feel comfortable doing this. It could be what they've gone for though. I think it's more likely that they're just not playing a Snake Eye Fire King deck. But this is a good start for Rescue Ace. This is basically full combo. Oh, it's full combo. We have Alert as well. So now we get to do whatever we want. Let's see if they just go for SP to play around all the hand traps on our Turbulence. It looks like that's what they're doing. So this is now 4 summons, which is why they're playing around Impalm, Vela, and Nibiru by doing this. And now they're probably gonna try to make the Appaloosa. Preventer can summon back. Oh, they even have Fire Engine too. Yeah, this is a crazy turn 1. Let's look what they set. Is it the standard cards? Yeah, it's Contain, Extinguish, Emergency, and Rescue. I've seen a lot of race playing Reinforce lately. I'm not sure if this is gonna be in this player's list though. I would imagine not. And now we make Appaloosa. Yeah, this is pretty good. You leave Hydrant on the board because it makes the traps better. And we start with Prosperity. Okay, what is this deck? It's Snake Eye. Fire King Snake Eye. Okay, let's use to add the Impalm. That's a pretty good one because you trade with all of the Appaloosa negates. Pretty good. But can they play through the back row? That is the question. I think, in general, Fire King Snake Eye is pretty decent at playing through the race back row. We try to contain this. Do they have Kieran? We do have Kieran. Yeah, this is kind of one of the reasons why it's pretty good. Mikaribo also does a similar job. This could be Stella's game. Let's see. There is still 2 unknowns in Rescue Ace's hand. But obviously no Max C. Normal summon the Ponex now. That's really strong. So we now have access to the full Snake Eye engine and to the full Fire King engine. I think Stella just breaks this board. The Prosperity finding Impon there was very clutch. We're choosing to destroy the Kirin because now it can't trigger for the rest of the turn. And that means we can't destroy anything with the rootings, right? But it also kind of means that if they don't have a fire in their hand, they have to give up the Snake Eye Ash here. They probably just have a fire in the hand though. Yeah, and they do. It's gonna run it. This sends Obata? You can't activate Karam? Oh, we have the Biru. Okay. Okay. I don't know why the Gabrunix got attributed and nothing else got attributed yet, but I was gonna say that with the 2 level 8s in the field, they could go for the XCs. We got hit with Nibiru for the whole board. This is the first Nibiru we've seen, and it's the end of the turn. Wow. Activate Emergency is kind of the end of the game too, because there's no fire on the board. We need hand traps. We're playing HQ, which is nice. Oh, we have Cold Buy. Wait, why did we get Cold Buy in hand for the Poplar? What did that achieve? So, it denies the OSS. And by using Cold Buy on our turn, it means that if we get a next turn after this player's turn, our Poplar is not negated. But I'm not sure why you would choose to chain it in the end phase rather than just activating it in, like, the main phase. But sure, it doesn't really make a difference. So now we have HQ. I'm pretty sure this should just be lethal anyway. We don't need the OSS. We don't need the HQ because we have Charmer. Great, Charmer Revive Ash is probably just lethal. But we're gonna play Rescuers anyway. Right, we're putting the Obata on our field so that we can play around a hand trap. That's pretty nice. Now it's the Charmer, and this is easily home. We're probably playing Zelantis. I think it's quite likely that we're not playing Snake Eye in this team at all. So we definitely just have like all the extra deck tools we need. Diabell's die. Yeah, this is just lethal in any way you want. Maybe there wasn't a Zelantis line because it doesn't quite work when your opponent doesn't have any monsters. But good game, nonetheless. Again. Okay, we have Enzo this time going first, and we're playing Voiceless as well. Okay. So, second Voiceless Wish would seem. They are not getting handjacked. The opponent appears to be playing a lot of cards. Okay. So, is this branded? This is 56 cards. Why would you play 56? It could be branded, but it could also be like a tier pile. Let's see. We're currently comboing with Voiceless. This is a nice start. It's basically full combo. You get the negate and you also get the low. So you get the trap. It's basically everything you want. Choosing not to get the trap. Probably planning on getting it on the opponent's turn. Yeah, that's pretty good. Going for the second Virtual Summon now. For Cerebus. Okay. That will trigger the low. We can summon it. Now, do we make a link? No, we just choose to summon both low. Battle phase. Okay, so but just one straight battle phase. This could be negated. Do we have a second one, I guess? Or droplets? Evenly is negated, and now do we have a second one? Yes, we do. Oh my god. So, and we normal summon the Quam. Okay, so normal summon Quam is not that great of a combo. That leads me to believe that they either have very specific, interesting cards in hand, like a Bestial or like branded in white, or it means they really don't have much at all. Let's see how it goes. Sending Shrouded, this makes me think... This makes me think we're looking at Bertie, but... Bertie is the only play you can make in branded that loses to Cerberus. So I don't think you're going Bertie, right? Because send a spell from hand, summon Albaz, late summon into Verse is... It's okay, but not into Cerberus. Are sending from the hand. So I hope that they're not about to try and make a Verti here. I would imagine they're not. I would imagine they're aware of Cerberus. So maybe this is Activate Cartesia now from the hand. But they did have a High Spirits, which I am slightly confused about. Change of Heart. Okay. Okay, so Change of Heart to take away to Cerberus so you can make Verte. Is this good? Is this the right way to play it? I also think it was a mistake to not trigger the Quam when you summoned the Verte. To summon back the Shrouded. Because you're not going to be able to summon it after the summon with Verte. We had High Spirits and Quam. At the very least, what we could have done is activate the High Spirits, discard the Quam, search for Kit, normal summon the Kit, add Branded Fusion, which would have done more than this. Sending Jalgan, okay, okay. Now this makes a little bit more sense. This is basically the same thing, so we're just gonna Javelin lock our opponent, which... Sure, that's fine. If you activated Branded Fusion, you could have done the same thing. Interestingly enough though, if you went for like a normal build with a normal line with Branded, with Albion, right? With Albion, when you summon Lubellion, you could have activated the Cerberus. But we did have Change of Heart anyway, so... I'm a bit confused by this turn. I don't think we needed to play Verte. But either way, we're resolving a Javelin lock, so it's probably gonna win. They just pass? They don't even have a play? We don't even need the luck? Oh, never mind, we have Gamma. Well, that's pretty good. But at least it's in the end phase, so... There's nothing we can do. And the Bridal was in hand anyway? Wow, okay. So now you should just win, because you have Retribution. Add back the Albaz. And this is easy lethal. I'll add back the Branded Fusion, I mean, not the Albaz. So you can't make Marajade directly. Revive with Gwen. Yeah, this is fine. Easy refall. Interesting that we're playing the Jalgan lock in Branded. I'd actually expect that more from Voiceless Voice, if anything. This looks like a normal Branded build. The card we're choosing to work with is Jalgan, instead of Prestia, Requiem, the DD offers. They attacked for game with Verte, that is vile. Okay, next match we have Josh Kit again. Probably still playing Rescue Ace, we have the same 43 card deck. We have another 41 card deck here, this and the Voiceless Voice player. Yeah, they're still playing Voiceless. starting with low, and we have barrier. Okay, so this should be quite good. We're able to bring out the Skull Guardian and the low back, so we have an army negate. Attributing another one from the hand instead of the one from the field. What is the benefit of doing that? I guess it's the same thing. This would be the end board no matter what. And now we're making Dynamondo. Yeah, okay, so this is the full combo. You have the Dynamondo gets to revive the negate. When this gets summoned, the low will summon itself. And then you have the spell negate, the army negate, the targeting protection, an extra ritual summon if this matters. I'm not sure if we have a means to do that, but if we do, then we do. And then when the low gets summoned, it's going to be able to bring out the trap as well. And you have 2 pops with the trap. You can pop 2 cards. So this is a pretty good board. If we have a hand trap on top of this, then this is as good as it gets for Voiceless Voice. Let's see if Rescuers can break it. We go for this right away in the draw phase. I think this makes sense. Pulled by would have gone really crazy, but at least we could negate it with the Pendulum Graph, so this was safe, actually. Yeah, called by, they would need a second pulled by. And we go Wanted, still in the draw phase to play around draw. I don't like this very often. I would like to see Josh get Spashism and the Diabell Star right away, because otherwise I prefer just hiding it in my hand. Because if I normal summon something else, I believe this is still Rescue Ace, so let's say I normal summon a Hydrant or a Airlifter, and my opponent wants to interact with it, I rather than not know that I had the Diabell Star, right? I think it's worth hiding the information just to, yeah, like you can list Joel, but like Joel is not that popular. I don't like this, but it is fine. At the end of the day, if the cards break the board and there's nothing this player can do about it, then there's nothing they could do about it. But we're not doing that. We're going stake for Prosperity. So Prosperity means we can't draw with the Wanted, and it means we probably can't be lethal. We reveal Maxi, which we're not going to get, and instead of Airlifter, we preferred Bonfire, which is interesting considering we have Diabell Star. And does that mean we already had a good normal summon? Probably the second Airlifter. But this is exactly the same. Oh, isn't this exactly the situation that I was talking about? Where it would be kinda good, right? Because if you activate this Poplar in hand, or activate the Poplar on the field, there's a reasonable chance that they choose to negate that, right? So having the Wanted unknown would have been pretty good. But they don't negate anything. I guess the idea is that they had a spell negate for OSS, and that's what they're gonna use. This can negate any push, and then this can negate any push, or by destroying monsters. They make Linker Revo. This apparently burns. Don't know why it does that. Oh, they have Ash as well. Okay, so this really is the best Voiceless Voice board you can make. I guess a Maxi as well, or like even more enchants would be better, but realistically this is as good as it gets. Ash for OSs? I'm not sure I like using Ash instead of the Pendulum Graph. They both play into talents anyway, and I think this has like slightly more. No, this has slightly more coverage. But I guess this does beat a board breaker a little bit better, so maybe they're respecting talents by keeping this live. I don't hate this. Emergency and OSS are the two most important spells. And this can negate either of them, and this can also negate either of them. I think this is minor, but I'm tempted to say that using this might have been a bit better. Now we just destroy Hydrant on summon. This makes sense, we don't want it to search. We chain alert so that we can still add from the deck. And they choose to negate alert. We have emergency. Okay, so this is a little bit suspicious, using the Angelum Breath on alert. Right, what's the game plan here? Because there is Turbulence, which we're trying to negate, a voiceless voice. But we're also worried about getting OTK'd, right? No, we're not, because of Prosperity. So wouldn't we just be trying to stop Turbulence at all costs? This can search for Turbulence, but wouldn't it be as simple as holding the Skull Guardian for the Turbulence effect? And then not wasting this on alert? I'm not sure. We choose to negate emergency? I think that's gotta be wrong. Because we can't get lethaled? I guess our board can get broken, but we have a lot of follow-up. A Meteor Burst? Oh, we have Preventer already. Okay. Ooh, did we search that Preventer? No, they negated both the spells. Okay. This doesn't do anything. This doesn't stop a Zelantis because they can just put it face down in the main phase. Preventer here, we know the last card is Diabasta. This looks pretty good. I think Rescue Ace could win this because the Hydrant's not activated. So we're gonna banish Hydrant, and when we summon it, we can then send it for Diabasta. And then the Hydrant can summon, which is pretty strong. We have normal summon, but we can just search for Turbulence. So the Voiceless Voice Play used up all of their interaction, but imagine if the Diabasta wasn't known. It would be so much crazier, right? Because they did know about it, so technically they could have played a little bit different. Now I think they get cocked. Because what you could do is resolve Turbulence, and then Zelantis the board anyway, just to clear it. Right, to attack over everything and pop these spells. It's not lethal because of Prosperity, but it's pretty good. We can make Hita because of the Ash, which isn't pop the Meteor Burst, which makes sense, it's the only targetable monster. Then we reset the Extinguish, basically just for free. We got to destroy that, and now we're gonna go for a Zelantis line. I think. Raging Phoenix, yeah, looks to be Zelantis. The only thing that's a little bit weird about this is that you are removing every rescuer's name from your board, and you're not lethaling. Hopefully Josh Kip doesn't think that they can lethal, because it's not lethal. So what this means is that Cold Biter Grave is going to be really good, because rescue is the only way to put a name back on the board to make the trap slide. But I think that's a reasonable risk, because you are taking away everything here. Right, you clear both monsters, you can pop both of these. Yeah, they know they can't lethal, so they're going for the follow-up. They do a little bit of damage, but not much. And now they mix some Light Wolf. It's SP, right? SP, yes. SP probably banishes... Okay, I don't think it was worth banishing this through the Pendulum Scale. Alright, we have Maxi, but not Coldbite, which... Coldbite would have been good, but then we still needed to have follow-up. So this is pretty good by Rescue Ace. I think this is the right way to play it. They bluff evenly matched, but obviously they don't have it. I'm pretty sure that teammate is playing the evenly matched in branded, so... We offer access code, and Revive the Turbulence is easy lethal. Another good game. I like that one. Rescue schemes are always kind of good. Great, so now we have the Masteral grinder activating Max C again? In the draw phase? They did this last time. Okay, same thing. This is the branded player, I believe. Was I mistaken? Okay, activating the Judeo. This is not branded. Their second deck appears to be... This is... I mean, it's either Labyrinth with Medea 7 or it's a certain other deck. I think it's the certain other deck. Normal Summon Cartesia or Ecclesia. We like to see that instead of... yeah, instead of normal summon anything else. Still could be the Labyrinth. Masteral Grinder playing the same deck, I assume. Pot of Desires? This has to be a different deck. No, they're playing Pearly. Desires and Pearly is interesting. Not a lot of people play Desires in Pearly, but apparently they think it's good. So, let's see. We let them cook. Imperm on Lily is normally pretty good. Imperm here makes me think this is definitely not a stun deck. This is surely actually like Labyrinth. I was scared for a second, I thought it was stun, but it is probably more likely to be Labyrinth. Now that we've seen this. Oh, we have Droplet, oh my god, so the Lily resolves. The search resolves, but you still have... the body is gone, so you can't use the second effect unless you summon a second one. But that is pretty easy. We activate the My Friend. It resolves. Revealed pretty and too happy. That's because Remobing already have a happy. Activate the straight to now play around additional incomes, and now we summon the Mimi. We know that one of the sets is the punishment, and that's now dead because of the street. They have Welcome Labyrinth though, so this is going to be able to destroy the street if they want. What's interesting though is that by revealing double happy, you can kind of read that they have maybe the second happy in the hand, which would be a way of protecting the street. Although it is a pretty bad play because the lady doesn't target. So you would have to activate the happy and then go and summon a white cat because you've used both of your black cats, and they can just then choose to pop the lily on a resolution. So happy here wasn't actually that good. They do choose to go for the street, and now they can pot. Yeah, now they can pot the Pearly. This makes sense. This is why you pop street. They choose to draw a card instead of Entis. We draw two because we're out of pleas. We activate another street, but that might be too late. This cat needs to hit very hard. There is no lilies left. Oh, he could also have been at Desires, by the way. The reason why they revealed two happy. I guess that's more likely to be the answer. We do hit the third happy. There was a third happy in the deck. So that was a choice to reveal the pretty. Now they get to summon happy. That's a crazy ad. Runny was the perfect one. Now they get to clear this. Oh, but we had a clock. Discarding Shifter. Okay. So this is Shifter Labyrinth. With maybe a servant. Interesting choice to bring this. Choose to set welcome. This doesn't stop the happy though. Nothing this can do stops the happy. We're in the battle phase, so Arias can't be used. We can special summon. What is the last backup? Oh, it's Trap Trick. Okay, this definitely stops the happy. So we can get Karma Cannon here. And that probably just wins the game. Yeah, Karma Cannon. You flip the happy. Next turn, all of these flip back up. You can reset anything with the lady. And Pearly is not good on top decking. Yeah, this is unfortunate. Full Pearly. So this play's decks were Branded and Labyrinth. Interesting choice. We're pretty sure this is the second Labyrinth that I've seen. I'm pretty sure it's the second Labyrinth because Josh's deck looked a lot like Labyrinth. It had Impermanent and it had IDP. So it's probably Labyrinth. I didn't think Labyrinth was on people's radars. It kind of looks a bit overrepresented to me. But it's doing well, it's winning. So let's see how well it can do in the end. This is a Labyrinth OTK, right? Yes. Okay, we still are playing for some reason. Very nice. Very good clean game from Labyrinth. Now we have Enzo versus Stella. Let's look at the decks. Stella playing 41. This is the same list. I assume Snake Eye Fire King. Generally no reason for the Snake Eye Fire King decks to play their second deck. Enzo appears to be on the Voiceless again. Oh, we have Gamma. Okay, if you have Gamma against Low... Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the best way to use the Gamma. There's no better way to use Gamma. That's pretty good. Let's see if Enzo can extend through this. A hard-drawn barrier wouldn't be terrible. They have Blessing, but that doesn't do anything yet. Set 1 pass, yeah. Okay, so we need to have the Ritual Monster in the hand for this Blessing to do anything. We have the Loath Tribute. If we don't have a Ritual Monster, it needs nothing. And the subcard could be a bluff. It could be an Impalm. And then we have like one other card in an ideal world where we have Ritual and Blow. Let's see. See what happens. Loma Summon Poplar. And it is Impalm. Okay. So but we have the Kirin again. This happened last time. Stella with the Kirin. Getting that play twice. Poplar is normally a weaker play. But if you're gonna dodge Impalm with a Kirin like this, it's pretty strong. It's still good value. You go for Plonix, yeah, over Snakebite Ass. That makes sense. Because still lethal with the Fire Kings here. And you also get more coverage from hand traps. Yeah, so we can pop the Blessing here, which is pretty good because that's a one-of that they don't have any way to get back, I believe. We can shuffle it back into the deck, but that's the the least of Enzo's concerns, I think. Sunlight Wolf, what are we trying to add back? I guess just Kieran? Or we don't care, we just summoning the Sunlight Wolf for fun. That was lethal. They didn't want to attack at that point though. Why didn't they attack when it was lethal? How are they getting lethal now? Okay, wasn't this a mistake? When we had Promethean Princess go Runix, that was 3900, and the Sunlight Wolf on the board, it was lethal, right? I'm pretty sure it was 8100. Oh, I see. This is also lethal. But in a flashier way. Okay. Cool. Nice. Good job. Okay, we have Josh Kit going first with Rescue Ace again, and they have braked. They have set one and passed. This player is now back on the Branded. They played Labyrinth last time, and now they're playing Branded. Let's see what Branded can do versus a set one and pass. The thing about Rescue Ace bricks is that they're not necessarily on a bunch of hand traps. You can brick on just Rescue Ace cards like Big Turbulence, Big Preventer, and Big Bear contains. You know, so it's like they could very well be no live cards from Josh here, which is scary. We activate Allah. Okay, playing Allah in Branded. We banish Elva. This would have been a nice normal summon. I hope you have a dead normal summon. Another Oliver. Okay. We had Impulse. Okay. This can kind of do something. If this is an Extinguish or a Contain, it is now made live. We're gonna Max C, sure. I guess the Max C doesn't really do that much. But if you have two, you can use it. And if you think you're lethaling anyway, why not drop the Max C? I like it. They could have a Fire Engine or a Fire Attacker in the hand. And we're chain Vela. Okay, so Vela on Oliver is pretty strong. The chance that they can't extend through that. Results, no cold buy. And here's the Fire Engine. Interesting going for Fire Engine. Maybe that's just because they wanted something that can generate advantage. But if you summon with it, you're obviously going to give more draws from Max C. They can't extend. Like I said, they can't extend. So, set 2. What could this be for Branded that's very good? There's no target for Banishment or Branded in red. They're probably setting their droplets. Maybe an evenly matched. Super Poly is a possibility. Duplication has no target. Let's see. We'll find out. Normal Summon Hygiene is good. Okay. So we drew what we needed. We have Turbulence. Turbulence is pretty good. It's kind of hard to stop for Branded. I have Alert. Yeah, so we did just break on Rescue Ace cards. Activate the Turbulence. Now it's not likely that Branded has In Palm, but what they could have is Super Poly. So we could see a Super Poly here, making Gawara with these. That's a possibility. Or maybe these. Probably more likely it is. Because this would trigger again. But no, they have nothing. No droplet chained. I think these are bluffs. I think this is like evenly matched and Branded in high spirits. I'm pretty sure there's nothing here. I hope they go for access code and pop the back row so we can find out. And go for Princess. This looks like they're going for a basic OTK. Wincelantis. No, we're going battle phase now. It's branded in red. Okay, so... was this a mistake? Could you have maybe played around banishment and branded in red by not attacking the Alibi until you had dealt with the back row? Was that maybe the play? Because this is something you played into. If there's an Albaz in the hand, which is a very real possibility because they seem to have wrecked after the normal summon was stopped. If they have Albaz, they're in a good position. They have Cartesia, and they're going for Grand Quantal. It triggers the fire engine. What's the best thing that you can send with the Grand Quantal? It's Rindbrum, right? Because when this resolves, this will trigger the Grand Quantal's second effect, and it can summon the Quem, which can then send Albaz. And then with the Rindbrum, they can revive that Albaz and fuse with the Promachian Princess into Marigade. There's no rescue. Rescue Ace is set on the board, right? And they can't chain it because... yeah, they can't chain it because there's no Hygiene. So... Renada's cooking unless there's a cold buy. Oh wait, the set was contained. Okay, so the first set was contained. Yeah, well, we knew that because they didn't set it with the turbulence. Yeah, they're just set free. So that's unfortunate. Now this does absolutely nothing. But they could have gone very crazy if this wasn't contained. Adding the HQ. This is still lethal, right? Yeah. Unfortunate the second back row didn't do anything either. That was kind of close though. Okay, so now it should be a Voiceless Voice mirror image. Looking at the decks, you have 40 and 41. Pretty sure this will be a Voiceless Voice mirror match. Start with Diviner, we get Herald. A Diviner, we get Impump. Don't have Trias to dodge, that would have been very good. But we do have the extension. So this is still pretty good, right? And we have Barrier? Yeah, so this is full combo. You summon the Skull Guardian, this summons back the Low. Low can place the trap, and this can search for Idis Aurelius. Boy, could have gone for like the Blessing, right? No, this can only grab a monster. But choosing to get Blessing because I guess we want to trigger the Low on the opponent's turn. Summoning Aurelius, and this is pretty good. Now we summon another Low, set 1. This might be the hard drawn trap, but it could also just be Impalm. Oh, we're playing Tia now. Okay, so this player is switched off of Voiceless Voice, and they're now playing Tia. This is another deck that they chose to make 41 cards, by the way. OCG players? I've been doing this a lot so far. Okay, we have Scream, we have Shuren, Negated Pillar Rhino, which is kind of fair. Wait, did they activate the Scream first? No. So, I think negating Pillar Rhino is fair. If they had activated the Scream first, it would have definitely been pretty good, because then they could chain block a Rhino on it. I think it's fair to negate this. They discard a shuffler, they don't mill anything good. And they still don't mill that much. They get a trap? Yeah, but this is nothing. This is just set and pass. Tier has not looked that good in the World Championship so far. They just attack and play slow. They can't target any of the light monsters. Yeah, this is kind of unwinnable. I think at this point you just link off one of the lows, the Linkery bow, and go for SP. Maybe you banish the screen so that a top deck is less good. It's not the trap set, now they have the trap. Okay, they're putting this right away. And then negating the screen. Okay, that's pretty good. Because this negate is free, doesn't cost you anything. Now they go Anima, and now they're gonna make SP. They targeted another screen, so now you know the last set is the Celiac. And they make Dynamondo. This is very hard to come back from. Wait, they're even still playing. I don't think the shuffler matters that much. I mean, of course it doesn't matter. They have an Omni Negate versus one cut. Are they not allowed to surrender early? I guess maybe not. And now the last game of this match, the Masteral Grinder versus Stella. We're going first with Pearly, and we're choosing to in-palm the white cat. Okay, is this correct? Are you supposed to in-palm white cat if they start with it? I don't think I like it that much because the effect to excavate can obviously miss, and a second effect isn't that good. Like, you can get a sleepy memory at some mini Noir, but then you still need, like, a lot of specific memories in hand to make that play work. You need, like, specifically sleepy and then another one. I think I would wait for the black cat. Well, that's normally what you do against Pearly. Now we summon the black cat. Do we now have another impalm? We have Gamma. Okay, so this... Interesting that we discarded a Darkle and no more, by the way. Interesting that... I guess it's not that interesting, but if they have one more spell, we can still resolve the second effect, is what I'm trying to say. They don't appear to have the spell low, they just set one and pass. And we have Bonfire, so they need to show a disruption, they need to show an impalm or an ash or something. A Maxi is a pretty good one. Do we have an out? We do have an out, that's crazy. Do we have cross out? I don't think we have cross out in Pearly. No. So Maxi, not resolve, and now this looks pretty over. Poplar also resolved, which means even if this last card stops them from playing, there's now an OSS in the graveyard. Which means Pele is out of the game. Snake Eye Ash, nothing is happening with this back row. We know that this player plays board breakers, so it's most likely a bluff. Right? Yes, we'll find out right now. Nightmare Phoenix. It's another memory. It was another memory. Wait. Why didn't we choose to chain the memory? Because yeah, okay, so we could have chained the memory summon the second black cat to then target the pretty and at least have a beauty as disruption. But then we'd have to give up on the maxi, and I think the MD grinder was relying on the maxi being better than the beauty. And unfortunately they had the out to the maxi. It makes sense, I don't think this was a misplay at all. But now they just was on normal summon Ponyx again. Yeah, okay. So this is just lethal in any way that you want. Right. They're not even gonna destroy the Pearly with the Kirin. They don't care. You don't need to go Zelantis, you can just push and attack. But no, they want to go Zelantis, apparently. It is very flashy, I understand the appeal of it. Here it is, Zelantis. Summon everything back, and it's just lethal. Unfortunate that the maxi didn't resolve, and they also had like double hand trap into Bonfire. It's a pretty good game from Stella. I'm pretty sure Stella has won all 3 of the games? No, they lost to Rescuers, they lost to Nibiru. They've won the other 2 games, and I think they did the Zelantis line in every single game. Okay, so next match we have Raich versus Backwall. We have still no 40 versus 40 decks. This is slightly over 40. We'll have to see what deck this is. But going first, it's Snake Eye, okay? We have Velo. So playing over 40 would mean that this is something interesting, but probably still just Fire King Snake Eye. I am curious to see exactly what makes your deck over 40, and we pass. We pass to the Vela. Okay, so no cold buy, no cross out, no back row. So we maybe have Ash, Maxi, maybe Bestials, maybe Nibiru, or maybe just a bunch of normal summons? Let's see what Backwall is playing. They're playing Centaurion. Okay, so this is the second Centaurion player that we've seen so far. We saw Emra playing, and they're on Ghost Bell, which is interesting. I don't know if I would be this deep on hand traps. Maybe they really wanted hand traps, and the hand traps were taken up by some of the other decks. It could be that. Well, that is surprising to me. We have Ash full Primera. Is this a good Ash? It's fine if there's no other Extender, but the thing is we can still normal summon. So it's not unlikely that we have an Extender. Oh, we have Cold Buy for this Ash anyway. Cold Buy in Centaurion is interesting. Oh wait, we have some more hand shots. We have Moonlight Chill, okay. Ghost Monarch, Royal Rat by the way. Chain to Cold Buy. That's pretty good. So we now definitely negate Primera. Surely. This Snake Eye deck is deep on hand traps by the look of it. It could be like that the hand traps are elsewhere in the team, but it could also be that this list specifically is just really deep on hand traps. And as I was saying about Cold Buy, I think Centaurion is a deck that kind of gets away without needing Cold Buy. Or maybe a better way to put it is that the deck can't always afford Cold Buy, because if you ever go fast and you don't draw enough non-engine, even if you full combo, you're kind of scared of dying. So I don't know if I like playing Cold Buy as much as I just want to play more hand traps in the list. But it's obviously not terrible, and I've played Cold by and Centaurion before. It's still a fine trap card if you have to set it. So the Primera is negated. Do we have an extender? We do! Wait, no, this is not an extender. You can send the field spell, which gets you to a synchro, but then what? It's not really engine unless you have like a second field spell. But I guess it's better than nothing. So this makes Auxilia. And did they search for a second field spell or did they get a trap card? I think I'd be tempted to get the trap card. But I can understand getting the field spell. No, neither. They get Judeo. It's a normal summon? Was this last card in hand? Interesting. So... this is the gargoyle, this is maybe the Saling's trap? Maybe that's why they went like this? This is a lot of follow-up. It's not a synchro on the opponent's turn, but it is follow-up. And if this is the trap card, then this makes a lot of sense to me, because you have enough disruption, most likely, to stop Snake Eye, but it's still not guaranteed. So activating Karen, popping Garunix, and passing. Yeah, we bricked on Garunix. I've seen this before. Right, the Garunix summons and destroys the Avatar. I mean the Karen. But the Auxilia can't die because Primera protects level 5 or higher. And now we just surely win. Should be lethal, way on 4,800 life points for Fire King. Nicolagatia? Or Crimson Dragon, that's fine too. Oh, we're playing Synchro Rumble. Okay, so this is our solution to adding more power into the deck. Playing Synchro Rumble. And it was Phalanx. That's why we went for Judeo, okay. And that's legal. Nice. Unfortunate, only losing to one handshot. Okay, next up we have Judeo versus Suadu. We have Ubel. We're going for a Frame 1 Phantom. I'm not surprised to see Judeo playing Ubel. We have Nightmare Throne plus a Frame 1 Phantom. That's pretty good. What did we put back? A Spirit and a Chaos Summoning Beast. And we're adding Lotus with the Nightmare Throne. Do we have a Dark Beckoning Beast? No. But it looks like there's no hand traps. On this side, this is a 44 card deck. What could that be? Could that be a branded deck? A voiceless voice deck? A rescue ace deck? We'll have to find out. This is just full Ubel combo, basically, without the Dark Beckoning Beast stuff. It should still be ending on Appaloosa plus the Raich and the Trap Card. The Escape. So we summon the Terror Incarnate. We link off the Yama. No, we're going Kwashi. Right, we're gonna go Yama later, I see. I'm gonna revive first. Now we're gonna summon. And now we make Yama. Yeah, this is the best way to do it. Link up the Appaloosa first. We're going for a 3 material. Not a 2 material. I like that design because we don't need this extra body. Yeah, we don't need that extra body, so putting it into Appaloosa is good. Set, escape, and pass. Good combo. I think this is optimal. Let's see what they have. Oh, this is a Ubel mirror match. Okay. And they're playing Ultimate Nightmare. Okay. So, Ultimate Nightmare, you don't often play this. This is the same effect that the Fusion monster has, a Loving Defender. This is, like Yubao, you can inflict the extra damage, so it's like double damage with Nightmare Bane, but you can actually attack with this one, so this is like really proactively strong. It's kind of like 2 Yubels in one. But it's kind of hard to summon, right? Because if you link off Terra Incarnate, it actually just misses the timing, so this is not the easiest card to summon. We also went for a Frame 1 Phantom, and we also have Nightmare Throne. Judeo has Ash on top of this board though. We're gonna try to Phantom, I assume we chain Appaloosa. Yeah. Appaloosa, and we have Droplets, okay, chain Droplets, discard Ibly. But chain Escape to pop the Nightmare Throne, and chain Maxi. That's crazy. Judeo had Ash Maxi on top of full combo. That'll win you a game of Yu-Gi-Oh! So Appaloosa is negated, the Phantom resolves, which means the Ash doesn't resolve, but the Throne is gone anyway. The Raich comes back. Why is this player not activating Spirit of Yubel? I guess because of Max C. Yeah, okay, so they're not summoning Spirit of Yubel because they're hoping that this player just can't lethal and that they get another turn. But it's still, it's very unlikely. I expect Judeo can OTK here. If we're playing access code, it should be pretty good. That looks like an access code. Yeah, access code with 6300 attack. And Muckraker? Or Chaos Angel, that also does it even easier. Good gun. Strong shelling for Judeo in this first match here. Okay, now we have Greed with 40 cards versus Mateus Bro versus with 60 cards. So 40 versus 60, this is branded almost certainly. I'm pretty sure this person will be playing branded. But playing 60 cards, but I also personally helped this person a little bit with their deck list for branded. So I expect to see it. They're going first with Fire King, and we have Infam. We have Infam, and we have Kieran. Okay, so this is gonna be pretty bad. So what happens here is that the Ulcanix gets popped, and it can then pop the Kieran from the sealed. So even if it's their only fire, it will still work. It's not likely that a 60 card deck is gonna have another hand trap. So this might be full combo. The only good news from Mateus is that, okay, so the Garonix in the hand means we're not triggering Ulcanix. We are triggering Ponix. We're getting Sanctuary. The question now really is, do we have Snake Eye as well? We have no normal summon, but we could have Diabellstar or OSS. If it's just the Fire King board, Branded is equipped to deal with that, I think. But if we have Snake Eye, it's gonna get rough. It's also gonna depend on what non-engine we have. They're going for the Sunlight Wolf. Oh, they do have the Diabellstar. Okay, so they now have full Snake Eye combo as well. This is gonna be crazy. They have so much link material already. OSS can send Sanctuary, and we can have Ash into Poplar. We can probably end on Appaloosa, plus a fire, plus Flamberge with IP in the back row. It can probably do all of it. Let's see what Greed can do though. Probably knows the deck better than me. Add back with the Sunlight Wolf, this is gonna add back the Kieran. Kieran is pretty good against Branded because if they have like a surprise Super Poly to clear away your fire monsters, you can still access your Fire King cards by popping a card in hand with the Kieran. They go for Princess. If that last covering hand is another fire monster, then the Kirin is live even for Super Poly. The board might not be able to be Super Poly though. We'll have to see how Greed plays it. There's still a lot of options from this point. We go for Amber Whale, which makes sense. You have to make a flyer. And now they go Linkaribo. Heatso. Okay, they're gonna draw cards. Draw one. And now they make IP. So I think they just pass here, right? No, they made the Appaloosa fast. Okay. And now when the Amber Whale is destroyed by the Princess, it can revive the IP, which can make SP. It didn't go for the Flamberge, but I think that's fine. I think this is probably better. I assume they know what they're doing more than me. If one of these sets is Impalm or Skyburn, that's a pretty strong board. We know the hand is Kirin. Let's see what Branded is able to do in this position. We entered the main phase. Activate deployment. Revealing to summon. So, oh, I see Super Poly. I tried to pause. I was gonna say that this Albaz never resolves, of course, but if you have Super Poly, it's pretty good. In this situation, normally what you do is fuse away the fire monster, because the Mary Jade can just attack over the Appaloosa. So, by taking away the fire monster, you've denied them the ability to trigger any of the Fire King cards, their princess. You don't care about the Appaloosa, you can walk straight over it. And because there's only one card in hand, you know that the Kirin isn't going to be able to pop any fires either, because the Appaloosa is the only other monster they have. So this should clear up. Yes, it clears the Amber Whale. And now they can attack over the Mirror Jade. Activating the Mirror Jade first is pretty smart, because if you negate it, then it's still live for the next turn anyway, so it's a free send. And Greed knows that, they chose to just let it die. Now this Mirror Jade is not live. And they chose to go Branded in white. They discarded a Branded Sword. And they went Branded in white. Summon Furious Dragon. This is a little bit suspicious. If this last card isn't like Aloba or Branded Fusion, it's a little bit suspicious. We're going Branded Sword to add back the Albaz. Sure. Do we have something else? No, we're just normal summoning. Why did we normal summon? Oh, because they paid 1,000, right, for the Deco Talker, yeah. It's a nice game, Branded wins, easy OTK. Apparently, none of those back row can stop attacks. Nicely done. I wonder how it would have been different if they chose to keep the Appaloosa on the field. Because then they wouldn't have died. Alright, we have Mateus versus Subaduk. This should be Ubel versus Branded. Ubel is going first. Mussy, Mateus break the Ubel board this time. They broke Fire King board last time. Okay, the Ubel player has started with Dark Beckoning Beast plus Lotus. So this is a really strong combo. This should end on a lot. We know one of the card in hand. It's the second Spirit Gates. We're popping a Ubel from the hand. Okay, so there's two unknowns. Those two unknowns could be hand traps, which is scary, her Branded. But what I am remembering is that in the last game, this Ubel player discarded an Ibli. So we know that they like to go for the Ibli line. And it looks like they're going for some Ibli combos here with the elf. They're gonna go for this as well. They're gonna get all the unchained stuff. And then they're probably gonna summon Ibly. And Ibly is really hard to deal with for Branded. You need board breakers like Droplets or Talents to deal with it. Most of the time, if you don't have one of those cards, you can't win because you can't crash the Ibly because of Nightmare Pain, forcing you to attack the Yubels, and you can't link it off because you don't play many links, and as soon as you normal summon to try and make Verte, they will just pop your normal summon. So if they do go for Ibly here, which they are, it's gonna be rough. There is a chance that we can tribute summon at Bestial right away, which would be crazy if it happens, but then we still need a very specific hand to play without our normal summon. The rest of the board still exists. This is tough. One set. You revive. Why don't we revive this? What's the reason to revive the Yama? By reviving the Yama, you've made it so that if you activate the trap, you have to pop the Yama. I guess that's fine. Yeah, this makes sense. Let's see. What do we have? Activate Rebellion. So this can search the Bestial, the Chippy summon, and pretty sure Suadu will realize that, and they will negate this. With Cold Buy especially, yeah, it's a really good Cold Buy. But they have it anyway. Wow, okay. So they're playing multiple Bestials because they had another target. But they had it anyway. Wow, that should be summon Bestial. What do you do from this position though? You need a very specific hand. They choosing to pop the Sirenia? Yeah, okay, so the issue here is that they can pop the Yama, the Sirenia. Then they can go Elf, revive and the Ibly. Then they can go IP, link away the Ibly again, and the Ibly will summon back to Mateus's field, which means he's going to be locked again. The chain opening because we know what's coming, and they chain Maxi. That's crazy. Their board was huge. 2 Phantom, Ibly lock, and Maxi. This Aliber isn't going to do that much because now when the Ibly hits the board, you can't even link. Right? Yeah, okay, like they're being flashy with it. They're activating the IP, then training the elf. But it's actually not that scary because you're locked into fusions with opening. So they can't make a Vote now. You don't even need to banish this Aliber. I imagine they will banish the Aliber though. Or maybe the Alabas from the graveyard. Maybe the Retribution. They add Branded in red, which means they're going to be able to chain to the Ibly. So the thing is, the SP second effect kind of messes you up because there's only 2 unknowns left for Branded. So they're going to activate the Ibly trigger, like they're going to activate the SP trigger. I think you can just target like Retribution. I think Retribution is the right target because you know Mateus wants to chain Branded in red anyway, so that they confuse this Albaz with this Aliber. When they do, you can chain the second effect of SP to banish this Aliber, and now they need another most in the hand to fuse with. And then they also need to discard the last card in the hand for it to be very good, like Rebellion, right? I guess Rebellion couldn't activate because Ibly's gonna be on the field. But that can't do anything, right? It just can't do anything. You summon like a Coritis or Guardian Chimera is the best case scenario, but you can beat that by banishing the Aliber. I don't think there's anything Mateus can do here. Yeah, they do choose to go for the Retribution. You add it back because you might as well. And then you chain the Branded in red. and then they chain. So now they can't get hit with Chimera. Even getting hit with Chimera, to be honest, would not be that bad. It can't do anything through Phantom. They are fusing, they have Quan. Sanctifier is their best attempt. No, they're going for Quiritis. I think Sanctifier was maybe better. Ably hits the board. And I'm surprised that they didn't want to activate Raich to link off the Quiritis. It wouldn't trigger. They couldn't special summon under Ably, and it also doesn't trigger when you link it away with Raich anyway. So I'm surprised that they didn't do that. They surely play like Makraka, at least. Maybe the link free. So I'm not sure why they didn't do that. Oh, they make Abomination. Okay. Abomination, interesting choice to play Abomination. I don't see that in a lot of lists. Maybe the reason they didn't want to link off the Quiritis is because it's just a big body that they can ram you bells into. They only need to summon a couple more and it's just lethal. Yeah, the opening doesn't do anything, unfortunately. The Ibly's still on the field. And that's for you, Bell. That's lethal. Yeah, good try for Mateus, but the Ably luck is pretty rough. So next we have Judeo versus Backwall. I've forgotten what deck Backwall was playing. Judeo is on Ubel. And he's going first again. He's changed decks. This is now Vanquish Soul Wild. They brought Vanquish Soul to Worlds. That is a choice. I wonder why they chose to play it. Maybe they chose to play it because I forgot what Backwall's deck was. Maybe it's a counter matchup, I'm not sure. But they have Raisin, of course. And now they have a second Raisin. Special summon the Jiaolong. We have Heavy Bulga 2. Draw 1. Right? Yeah, we draw 1. And the Mad Love means that we're going to be able to get to the trap card with the rock. So this is a strong turn. We have Caesar. What did they reveal? Reveal 2 Raisin. Okay. They add the spell, not the trap. Interesting. And if someone Caesar right away... Is there a reason to summon Caesar right away? Isn't Mad Love kind of a disruption? If you have this, Dark and Earth, they might not have it. So it might not matter, but it is kind of a disruption, right? They draw 1, makes sense. Oh. Oh. Okay, so this is stun. Right? This is stun. This is the first actual stun deck. But I'm pretty sure this is not what they were playing last time. Yeah, this is runic stun. Wow. They split the Gary face down so it can't cross. And then the tribute summon Vanity's Fiend. Or Majesty's Fiend. And normal summon Barrier Statue. This isn't that crazy, because couldn't we just attack next turn? And I know we have the trap. I see the trap here, which obviously completely blows out this field. But even without this trap, wouldn't we just attack over these? And this deck has nothing? Do have all three, right? Yeah, we have all three. That's much surely enough to win the game. We even pop this back row. It was Wall of Revealing Light. Okay. This is a real stun deck. I'm glad that we saw at least one. I was hoping to see some stun. And now we just burn for lethal. Nice. That was a good game. I'm way too excited to see stun. I hope we see it again. Okay, so it's now Raich, Judeo versus Greed. Let's see, Greed is going first. Playing Snake Eye Viking, of course. No reason to not play the Viking deck. We have Ash? Oh, we have Qule. Okay. So, for the gameplay so far, you love to see Snake Eye go first with a starter and a Qule. It is Diabell Star though, so this is probably not summoning. Oh, it is. Yeah, the summon Snake Eye Ash. Because you can normal summon the Ponix. Yeah. Rakubio appears to be playing the same deck as last time. This is just full combo at this point. We're gonna end on... There's a lot of options I think you could go for. I'm pretty sure it's gonna be basic though. Ambler Whale plus Appaloosa. No, this is not that. This is just Ambler Whale plus Avatar. And then you do link away the IP, make the Ambler Whale. Yeah, this is a standard board. And at the end of the main phase, wow, we activated Canam. We popped Garunix, but then we didn't trigger Garunix? What were we trying to do here? Was this was just to activate this in the next standby phase? So this can now activate in the standby phase. It has to activate, and it will then attempt to destroy. How bad is that though? I'm not sure that's that scary. I'm pretty sure you can just negate it. You don't let it resolve because the Karen gets destroyed and that will trigger to revive. And no, there won't be anything to revive. Maybe you do let it resolve? But probably not. You probably just negate it. Let's see what they choose. They let it resolve, and then do they negate this? No, they let it die. The Amber Whale doesn't die because it was made of IP. The island dies. Yeah, this is what I thought was gonna happen, right? If they have a monster in the hand, isn't this why you should negate it? Isn't it better to just use the Avatar? You also don't let them summon. So the IP comes back. Yeah, but we don't even summon IP. They still choose to summon IP. But this was kind of crazy, right? Impalm on here. How good is that? It's not that good. We can still go Hito. Take a Snake Eye Ash. We even have Sanctuary. Okay, we have the Karen, pop the Flambridge. So we do get back a bunch of stuff. This is pretty good. I thought that Greed had just thrown the game for some reason, but this is still fine. Adding Skyburn, so this set is not Skyburn. I'm guessing it's a second Impalm. They get to go SP now, banish the field spell. Yeah, pretty good. You place Flambridge for follow-up. This triggers, destroys these. These will both trigger, which is pretty nice. No, this won't trigger because this is already here. But this is too much. They just ran out of gas. So Greed is gonna win this game. Pretty nice. I thought it was a misplay to not negate the Garunix, but apparently they disagreed. Yeah. And this is just lethal. So now we have Raich versus Suadu, and they are now playing the Runic deck. Wow, okay. Runic Dispelling, the deck is 42 cards, which makes me think it's not stun. Is it not stun, or did they make it 42 cards just so that it matched that other deck, which I believe was also 42 cards? That could be a possibility. Maxi chain to Runic Dispelling. If it is stun, you're never gonna get a better Maxi. Let's see if it is stun, or if it's a Runic combo deck. Discard Smiting Storm at Fountain. Activate Fountain. And set and pass. Okay, it looks to be this stun. Okay. Runic Stun Gaming, let's go. Suadu still playing Yubel. Let's choose to add Ash with Parry Raise Map, which is normally a terrible play because you can't activate it until you normal summon it. And that applies until the end of your next turn, or the next turn, which means this turn and the opponent's turn. You won't be able to Ash. But against Runic Stun, the game is going to go a lot longer than that, so actually adding Ash, kind of crazy, and the life points don't matter. They have the Dark Reckoning Beast anyway, as expected. Adding the Summoning Beast, oh, they have Lotus as well. This is such a crazy start, if it wasn't for the fact that they're versus Stone. Haven't seen any footage yet though on his SP. SP Banish Fountain, and it's gone. The SP has banished the fountain. Wow. So now we have Phantom. I don't think that's gonna matter, but it's free, so why not? And then we have There Can Be Only One. Okay, so There Can Be Only One. Pretty good against Yubel. If we find a Morganite that could, like, replace the Fountain, then you can actually win without Fountain. Be good for Elf. Elf Abide, Maxi. You can't target the Little Knight because there's no monsters on the board. You can revive the Little Knight now because there's a Hugin on the board. Duality. I think Duality's trying to find the Morganite because that really is the only win condition. But at this point, I think you might need another Floodgate. What can the Yubel deck make under Tikaboo? I think you can play Beatdown with just the Elf, right? The Maxi, and the SP. The targeting protection from the Elf is also pretty good. Although, that was a Dark Hole. Yeah, and they add the Dark Hole. Well, that clears up some monsters. Okay, do we use it? Yeah, we do. Chain SP though? Chain SP on the Phantom? Wouldn't you rather keep around the Elf? Am I missing something? Why do you want to banish Phantom? Don't you want to keep Elf? Because Elf is... it's a Thunder, and you don't play any of the Thunders, and that's how you can play under the Tikaboo, to play Beatdown. Like, you can summon more Yubels whenever, but you can't summon any more now because of Tikaboo. They had Droll and Lockbird this time. That's really funny. Yeah, adding Droll. I don't think this one's gonna come up, but the Ash certainly will. If despite ever draws like a pot card, it's just getting cancelled by the Ash. So that was actually really smart to search the Ash. Right, they go from Masquerena and Abomination, right. So Abomination should like win the matchup if it's not answered immediately. In the end phase, they get to just pop a card one after the other. Yeah, this is really strong. Runic Destruction to special summon. Banish both until the end phase. So the thing about that is that I'm pretty sure when it returns, you can just use the effect. Yeah, so you can pop the Tika though. And now Runic Stun is in a bad position. They do draw Morganite, which is their win condition at this point. Yeah, they can still pop in the end phase. Tyrant's Tirade. Yeah, they're really deep on the floodgates. This is a great card in Runic Stun. It would have been nice with the Slatnia, but at this point I think Ubel is just... I think they're just gonna win. There's no floodgates. This turn is completely free reign, so as long as they don't mess it up, they can just put themselves in an unlosable position versus two top decks from Morganite. Yeah, that's lethal. The attack with the U-Bells, and then the attack over with the big monsters. Good done. Honestly, that was one of the more enjoyable games, even though it was stunned. Okay, so we have Greed versus Judeo. This probably is U-Bell again. We are impound on that Beckoning Beast. I think this is a fine. If you start with that Beckoning Beast, I think it's fine to impound because you deny an extra normal summon, and if they don't have gates, then there's really no extension except for Nightmare Throne. And even then, Nightmare Throne doesn't do a lot unless you also have more cards. So I like this impound. Greed is on 40 cards. Oh, we do have the gates already though, so... Now you're gonna be able to link off the Almirage. Yeah. And if we have a Spirit of Yubel, which we do, crazy, we have everything we needed. Let's get Ashed. I like that. I think Ash here is good. This is the correct use of hand traps. You want to deny the Nightmare Pain? But what can Judeo do from here? Make an SP maybe? SP, right. And then Phantom? That's fine. If they have hand traps, this board is still pretty good. This is 4 cards. Normal summon Snake Eye Ash. Activate Vela, yeah, pretty good. Ash is a good card. Vela's also a good card. What do they have? Any extenders? No. Crash to trigger Onyx. If it was Garunix, that would have been good. Could attack over the Phantom. So now, when you act through the island, you can chain SP to banish the Onyx, and then you need another fire in the hand. Which is probably a good play, because even if they have another fire, banishing the Onyx means that they can't then revive it with a Kirin. So I think they're gonna chain SP. And then you can always negate Governix if you want anyway. They do have another fire, right? It's Oak. And now activate Garunix, do you just negate this? You let it summon and then negate the on-field effects? No. Why didn't they... Okay, they were planning on negating the graveyard effect, I see. And the opening's never triggered, which... is... Why did they do that? They did that because... either this is Garunix in hand, or it could be an attempt to outplay Judeo by punishing him for not activating the Phantom on either of the Garunix effects, because if they activated Ulcanix and then they chained Phantom, there would be a Spirited Yubel in the graveyard which they can revive with the Spirit Gates, but currently, without activating the negate, they don't actually have any follow-up without hard drawing it. So maybe it's not the Garunix in the hand. Maybe they just chose not to activate this. But we have another starter, that's pretty good. It's not a Yubel card, but it's a lot of material still. It should still be pretty good. Make Yama. It's Anguish. Okay, they're trying to go for lethal. Yeah, this is pretty good. I think you pop the Garunix and just attack. They need 200 more damage, or 300 more damage. And they can get it like this, Chaos Angel. You can use it, I guess, but you kind of fight into Gamma. And that's lethal. Well played. Another good game by Judeo. Both plays, I guess. Well played. Okay, we have Mateus going first for the first time. Branded again, they played Branded all 3 games. Let's see what they can do going first. Nothing. Okay, so they completely bricked. Damn these Branded decks. Bricking, it's almost like Branded Sword is not a good card. Let's see what they bricked on, if they even end up showing us. A lot of the time, Branded bricks... Whoa, hold on. A lot of the time, Branded bricks on cards that don't even disrupt the opponent. So we could see nothing but his Maxi. And this is super heavy Samurai, so Backwall deciding to play super heavy. I don't think they've played this yet. They definitely didn't play this in the first game, I would have remembered it. Is this super heavy in a different deck? Or is it pure super heavy? Are they going for like an FTK with a Rorodon? They can't be playing the Snake Eye FTK, and they have the Ash, of course. I didn't mention this Maxi, but it was actually pretty important. Obviously this deck doesn't play Cross Out or Cold Buy, so this Maxi was huge. You play around Gamma normally, but they obviously summoned a monster right away. Activate Ash. You know what? I think this was a mistake. This Maxi. Because you bricked, right? So imagine that this Ash doesn't exist. Suppose that Neckle has no out to the Maxi. Ash is their only out, and imagine they don't draw it. If they just pass turn, what chances are Mateus bricks again, right? Because they're drawing one card that has to be playable by itself. So wouldn't it be better to wait for the link 1 and then wait for the activated effect? You make them choose a discard without knowing about the Maxi, and then you also get a guaranteed draw if it resolves. So if they then pass turn, you get to see 2 cards to try and unbreak. I think you're supposed to use Maxi differently. Yeah, I think you should chain to the link 1, because you desperately need the draw. But it doesn't matter, they had Ash, so they're probably just gonna combo. Make the link 1, search for Bike, I assume? Nope, they go for Wakaushi. Do they already have Bike? They discard Wakashi. Why did they discard Wakashi? Did we just have more than one? This must be an engine, right? Because I think you'd get bike. Or maybe the reason they don't want to get bike is because it plays into cold buy. We know that Branded would play cold buy, and we know they bricked 3 set cards. Likely to be at least one cold buy, so that could be what they're doing there. We see Impam here on the link 1. This makes sense. We've seen Impam from Mateus. It is in some Branded decks, not many, but it is in some. We activate the Benkei. What is going on? Okay. This has to be like an engine and they drew the only copy. Or if it's pure, they drew like both copies. And that's why they don't care about Wakashi? That's why they discarded it? My question is, why did they search it? It makes me think it is an engine because if they knew they were activating Wakashi, couldn't they grab like a Soul Piercer or something? A Soul Peacemaker? I mean, we'll see. We'll see what they do. This is adding the Peacemaker now. I guess this is the only other soul in the deck. So they want to use the Benkei search on it. Now they already have bike. Okay, so none of what I said actually is true. I'm pretty sure they weren't playing around cold buy. They just drew the bike already. I see. And now they have Wakashi, which I'm pretty sure they don't have another target for because they didn't use it. Now they get to scale the Wakashi. Yeah, this is efficient. This is a nice efficient use of resources. Baron here probably wins by itself, to be honest. Baron, pop a card, and then negate the top deck. Basically has like not many lose cases. It has to be like another Impom set and then you don't hit the Impom with the Baron pop. You cut right away, it's Droplet. Same thing. We Pendulum Summon one Wakashi and attack. Okay, so if this is pure, could we not have activated the Wakashi? I guess there's probably not any other level 4s in the deck. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, we set a card. You set a card. What are we setting on Super Heavy Samurai? This is definitely an engine, right? Definitely an engine. Oh, we set a card, but the set is super poly. This is pretty good. So if this is Albaz, I'm pretty sure Nateas wins the game. Because Super Heavy, it does not have an engine. If you remove this and attack over the Wakashi, they're just dead. But it's not, it's Tragedy. Okay. So this is actually really good because what they can do is activate the Saronian to try and send Branded Fusion, and then reset it with the Tragedy. The problem is the Baron can just negate the Saronian here, and the Courageous can't do anything about it. You have to trigger it now. So the question is, do you want to trigger the Tragedy? Because this play loses to the Baron anyway. If you just activate Saronian, they will chain ban because they can see the play coming, right? They can't negate the Branded Fusion or the Tragedy because you attack over the Baron first with Courageous. So because they can negate this play, I'm pretty sure you just activate the Tragedy to get a card for next turn. No, they choose not to do this, and it lets them negate. The thing is, you could have activated the Tragedy, right? Because think about the situation. The Tragedy is not resetting anything now anyway. If you had chain blocked it, they could have negated the Tragedy, but they would probably not have negated the Tragedy. They're never gonna negate Quaritus, because if they destroy it, you summon Alibo, which searches for branded fusion. So I think you should have activated Tragedy. Now we do this? Yeah, okay, it's Phalanx. Okay, that is interesting. If you target the Quaritus, I thought for a second that it was Centaurion. I should have said it because now it's known. But Centaurion Super Heavy is an interesting deck. I've tried it myself. I'm not sure it's very good, but it is kind of like another way of having more starters for your Super Heavy deck and more starters for your Centaurion deck, and also a way of having more power for your Centaurion deck and something else to pendulum summon in your Super Heavy deck. So it like kind of flows together smoothly. The problem is that you kind of run out of space in the deck, I found, and the deck also doesn't have that cohesive of an engine, so if you get stopped, you don't really play a grind game. It's kind of like combo or die. This situation, anyway, back to this situation, I think you don't target the Quaritus, I think you target Baron, because that resets it. You get the negate back when it comes back to your field in the next turn, and if you banish the Quaritus, it's just going to trigger and summon the Alibo, which is going to search for branded fusion, so you have to target the Baron here. Yeah, they do. You take 25. So this is well played. I think Mateus made a slight mistake not activating the Tragedy. I think you should just activate it. You know Baron was gonna stop the Serenity at play. You know they were never gonna Baron negate Quaritus. And now you would just have a Retribution in the graveyard anyway, add an Aliber in the hand for follow-up. Now what can actually happen is you can pop the Quaritus and just negate the graveyard effect, and then put Branded on top deck again. With Chain, and I don't think we care about that. Yeah, it's the graveyard effect you're trying to negate. Oh wow, we pendulum summoned a Druis one, so that's just lethal, right? Mateus is on 4k? Okay, so it wouldn't have ended up mattering, the Tragedy misplay, because it was all just follow-up anyway, and we died this time. So it didn't end up making a difference. Okay, let's switch. Group B, we have Ken going first here with a 40 card deck. And we have a 60 card deck over here, which, you know what that means, that probably means it's branded. I believe that Cam's team is actually 1-0 up already because they got a free win. So they're already up 1D. We start with Spirit Gates, so this is Duel. I'm not surprised to see Cam playing either Snake Eye or Duel. They are the best decks, so I feel like that's what he would play. We have Dark Beckoning Beast plus Lotus, so this should be a really good combo. Put some nice Royal Rants. Let's see what build they have. Probably just a standard build with Apolloza. I would really like to see someone play the Grecian build, but no, doesn't look like it. They're playing Cross Sheep. We have a Bestial here, that's interesting. Choosing to banish the Spirit. So how good is that? Why would you do it now? Because I'm pretty sure if you were to summon Phantom, you're not gonna shuffle the Spirit. You're gonna shuffle the Duel and maybe the Dark Beckoning Beast or Matus. And then you can maybe chain the Bestial in response to the Spirit Gates. I feel like that would be slightly better, but I guess then you could use the Phantom to just negate the Bestial, so I guess this is probably the only way to do it. This is most likely the only hand check. So, this is correct from Branded, I'm pretty sure. It's also now almost certainly Branded. Yama, so you're playing a very standard build. Summon Phantom in defense position. I'm not sure why we do that. I guess it doesn't matter that much. Wait, it does matter, because if they have to attack it, they don't take any damage. So yeah, you're supposed to put it in attack position, right? Or am I missing something? Okay, so they have a Lotus Negate, an Apple is a 2, a Rage, an Escape, and a Phantom. I'm not sure why this is in defense position. I'm pretty sure that this means that they don't take damage if they have to attack it. But it's not like it's staying on the field. They're probably gonna use it. Let's see what Branded has to break this board. Dark Hole. Okay, so this is the second time we've seen Dark Hole. I think the first time we saw it, it was in a different deck. It was in Branded. It was excavated with Prosperity. I can't remember what deck was playing. But Dark Hole clears the board. We get the Yama to revive the Raich, most likely. And the Raich could add back the Lotus with follow-up. This has drastically reduced how good this board is. You can now only use either the Escape or the Raich as disruption. We send Retribution, we have a second Libellion for a second Bestial, Fire Libellion for a second Bestial. Currently don't have a play yet. See what else they have. Thrust. Okay, now we definitely have a play. We're choosing to get Talons instead of Grass. And instead of Branded Fusion, my guess is that the reason to do this is because the other two cards in hand already play. Maybe it's like Alobirth, or Branded Fusion, or Shrouded Dragon, and they want to just look at the hand right now to take away Ash Blossom. That would be my guess. Yeah, they're looking at the hand. Let's see what we have. They did have Ash, and it's the only hand trap. So Ash is gone. They go Battle Phase. Why did they go Battle Phase? I expected evenly matched. But now they're summoning the Magnum up, which is... I guess it's to force the Rage, or the Escape. Right? One way or another of this deals with this interaction. I guess. I don't think they have no play. I'm pretty sure this is just to deal with the Rage, because otherwise they would not look at the hand. So this last card is... Yeah, okay. So Wait. What? The last card was Fusion Deployment and the back row? Maybe this was the best you could do. So if you summoned the Cartesia and then just activated it, they would probably chain to pop the Cartesia and then the effect would not resolve. If you try to summon the Magnum in main phase 1, so I think you could have tried to do something a bit better with this. You could have normal summoned the Cartesia in main phase 1, then try to summon the Magnuma in main phase 1. Or, no, not normal summon, I mean fusion deployment for the Cartesia. And then try to summon the Magnuma in main phase 1 by banishing probably like Terra Incarnate, maybe? So 1-0. And then you try to tribute for the Lubellion. And then Lubellion tries to bring out, say, a Branded Lost or Branded Beast if you're playing it. But more importantly, you're just giving your opponent more chances to use the Raich. I think there's a chance that if they summon the Lubellion, the opponent tries to use the Raich, and then you can chain Cartesia. To chain Cartesia, they would then chain the trap, or the other way around. I'm not sure, but regardless, if this is the only play you could make, I'm pretty sure you should not have looked at the hand with talents, and you should not have added talents with thrust. Probably should have just got grass. Grass would have been very good with the retribution. Well, just like Branded Fusion, right? Just try to play like they don't have Ash. Because if you lose anyway, I can't think of what this back row could be that would save you. There's no good duplication target. You can target deployment, but there's no discard for Albaz. There's no add back for retribution. I'm pretty sure this was bad, I think. It made sense after the talents it was all. Add back the Serenia. So, okay, adding back the Serenia makes me think we want to try some Branded Fusion for duplication. That could be the play. But they can just negate it. Like, they can just negate the Cartesia. And if you ever try to summon this, they can just not remove it. I'm still trying to think of what a better play for this player would have been. I'm pretty sure they just couldn't afford to play around Ash. I thought that they were gonna go crazy the way they went for talents and took away the hand trap. But then they just didn't have anything. Like, having no play is like getting ashed anyway. I think they should have just taken the risk. So now can normal summon the Lotus again. They added that back. Activate the Pain. If they ever summon the Bestial, then 4 Ubels can crash from Lethal, and we can always negate the cuts easier. If it is duplication, we can make a play with the cuts easier, and then fusion deployment being copied, right? Summon Albaz. But I'm pretty sure Cam is not gonna let anything happen. He's just gonna keep the negate for anything threatening. Now they get Anguish, now this forces the Cartesia. Do they chain? Oh, they chain Ghost over, that's even better. Yeah, now they keep 5W Bell for a potential duplication on Albaz. And now it's access code. Last chance to put the back row. Nope. It's a Burke. It's a Branded King. Another player playing Branded King, by the way. Muckraker revived the Link 3. Yeah, this is the lethal line. 8,000 damage. Activate the Serenia, negate the Serenia. And that's it. Interesting game. I think more could have been done from Branded. But only slightly more. At the end of the day, even if they did choose a different target, the Ash would have been good in the end. So I think Cam was winning regardless. Okay, so now we have Christian Urena here going first with Snake Eye Viking versus an Ash Blossom. This There's another player choosing to play 41 cards, which I must have missed. I must have missed the lesson on this one. I don't know why they're all playing 41, even in different decks. Must be for good luck. But no, with Mubonics, not the best starter, and we choose to chain Ash. I guess chaining Ash because you think that the Ponix is the only play makes sense. We have Cold Light, okay. So the good news for this player is that this is not an FTK. This is not a full combo. Unless we have a Diabell Star or something like a 1-for-1. This is just Fire King cards. Yeah, we put the Ponix, the Special Garenix. And we make Sultan Ward. Okay, so if that was the only play, it didn't really go anywhere, and to be honest, if you had just Ponix, I'm pretty sure Skybound is like better in a lot of the cases. But if you play this card, then this is definitely the better version. Now the question is if this is just the end board, or if this is now just hand trap insulation for the Snake Eye play. It's hand trap insulation for the Snake Eye play. Okay, so now if there is another hand trap like in Nibiru, it doesn't work. And we just get to do full Snake Eye Ash combo. Crazy. I love Snake Eye. I'm gonna speed this one up. Add Popla, Special Popla, search for Temple. We're playing Temple, just like we saw Josh playing Temple in Snake Eye Fire King. Summon Oak. This might be an IP line. Yeah, this is the IP line. We don't have Avata. So, makes sense, we're gonna go for Revive Flambudge. Push the IP, like Amber Whale. And pass. Wait, we did not push the IP. We pushed Ulcanix. That's fine. That makes sense because summoning Ulcanix is the same thing as summoning IP. You just pop the Amber Whale for the Ulcanix effect, and then it revives the Masquerena with the Amber Whale, and you also get a Karen in the process, so I'm pretty sure this is the better version of what I said. We even draw 1, so this is a really strong board. And this player is down 1 card. Let's see what they can do about it. Onyx gets added back. Activate Spirit Gates. Okay, so it's Yubel. How good is Yubel into this board? I think Yubel is gonna struggle. I think Yubel should struggle against this. We're not adding Curing, we're adding Avata. That must mean we already have Curing in hand. We're using IP right away. SP probably to banish that Beckoning Beast. Yeah, so... Oh, we have Shilara. That's nice. So they're trying to get rid of the body. But only normal summon, they can't or hide it if it's banished. We can't link it off into Almirage. And then hopefully Yubel stops playing. That's the plan. If they don't get a target for the second effect in the graveyard, then they can't activate it. They can't discard a Spirit of Yubel. This is going to change that. This puts this in the graveyard. Unless they either chain SP to banish this anyway, or chain Photon Ward. I think this has to destroy to summon anyway. Yeah. I think either of these works fine. Personally, I think I would go for the Photon Ward. Yeah, they go for the Photon Ward as well. Negate the Shavara. and the dog beckoning beast now gets banished. Flanbudge Revise, pretty good. It's Snake Eye, crazy deck. Kind of boring. Not gonna lie. Look, this is crazy. This is a nice field, and I do like the tech of playing Photon Lord. This is a card that's kind of like always been good in this deck, but just for some reason doesn't see regular play. It's only every now and again that somebody plays this. We have Nightmare Pain though, so we can keep going a little bit. Oh, we drew Skyburn anyway. Wow, okay. So that's probably gonna put them off of everything. Not even a Phantom. And this is now trivial. Just attacks the game. Yep. Good showing for Snake Eye. Probably the strongest board that I've seen the deck make in Worlds so far. Okay, next game we have Christian Arena again versus Sha M. This is the second set. Remember, they got a free win in the first set. So this time we have a different deck. This is 44 cards. So I wonder what this is. And we're gonna find out very quick because Sean has just passed. Okay. Wait. Normal Symphonics? Was that previous deck 44 cards? I didn't check. I guess this is just the same deck. We have Impalm, chose not to set the Impalm, which... I'm not sure you're supposed to do this. I know a lot of people like to keep Impalm in hand when they completely brick and they don't put any cards on the board. But personally I don't see a reason to. Like you telegraph it more by setting it. But at the same time, imagine that you don't need to use the Impalm. And then you draw a play and you want to start playing. It would be really nice if your Impalm was like already on the board in case you want to use it on that turn too, at some point later, than if it was in your hand, right? So in these kind of situations, I kind of like setting Impalm, but I'm not sure what the rest of the hand looks like. Starting with Ponix again, and it gets stopped again, and this time we have 1-for-1. Yeah, we have Ash. We expect a lot of pen chaps because they grit. Do we have any more extenders? Oh, we have talents. Is this drawing cards? No, they're looking at the hand, which... Okay. So, in general, if we have no extenders, I'm not sure I like looking at the hand, because you know that they bricked, right? So, next turn, the best card in the hat is going to be the draw for turn anyway, and if it's not, if it's even worse, and these cards, then that they can't play anyway, and they probably knows. So, unless you have extension, I'm pretty sure drawing is better. So my guess is that they just have a Diabellstar or an OSS, something to keep playing, because looking at the hand here doesn't really make that much sense. I'm pretty sure Christian knows that. I'm pretty sure he's gonna activate a Wanted or something next. Yeah, okay, exactly what I just said. So let's just walk on them. So strap in, watch the Snake Eye OTK. We saw that they're playing Temple, so this definitely has OTK potential. We did see that the cards in Sean's hand is Kirin plus Flambush, so they can summon it if they want. But I don't think that's gonna matter. The draw a card with Wanted. He's a target. Yeah, this is just lethal on the board, right? Make the princess and it's lethal? Yeah, exactly like this. Summon the Flying Budge, they have to do this in the main phase, and you scale it and attack the game. Unfortunate break. I guess that's... It just is what it is. Okay, we have Cam going first again. With Ubel? No, that is not Ubel. That is Labyrinth. Okay, so we have this player again. This is the Snake Eye Viking player? No, this was the Ubel play, I believe. Right? No, this was the Snake Eye Viking player that just bricked. And Cam has swapped to Labyrinth. Interesting. Another player choosing to bring love. This deck was kind of gone. This was gone until the Worlds format, and now the Worlds tournament, and now suddenly we've seen multiple people playing Labyrinth. They revealed Welcome Labyrinth, Punishment, and Areas, and chose to add the Punishment, so that must mean one of these is a Welcome or a big Welcome, so they don't need to wait to injure. One of them is the Punishment. And there's 3 other sets. That's, scary. Scary. Let's see if they break again. Summon Fenrir. Activate Scream. Okay, so they have swapped decks. It's also 41 cards, which at this point I'm gonna stop pointing it out because it must just be a good luck thing. Adding Rhino Hut. Normal summon Rhino Hut. Chaining to Scream. Yeah, for some reason this is how every tier player starts that time. You know you can draw cards that aren't Fenrir, Scream, and Rhino Hut, right? There are other cards that you can start with. Let's see what happens here. Punishment is a good way to deal with Fenrir, but we might not care about the Fenrir at all. See how Cam reacts to this. Chains Punishment on the Fenrir. So if we were gonna do this, is this sending Entis? I guess we'll see what he sends first. It does send Entis. Okay, so my question is, why didn't we do this before the normal summon? We knew that they activated Pillar Rhino, but even before they activated Pillar Rhino? No. They activated Pillar Rhino first, yeah, and then activated Scream, but on the resolution of Scream? No, they didn't. Okay, I see. They did activate the Scream first. That would have been my cue to activate the Punishment, because you can't stop this from milling 3 now. And this is the card that I want to pop the most. With Ensis, I think. Unless they're trying to go after Pillar Rhino, so that they don't snipe a back row, that might be Cam's idea. I think I've been trying to go after Scream. But the Pillar Rhino is pretty strong, so maybe Cam has it right. We know crazy. That is Shifla, Tribicama, and Beast. Wow. That is a crazy mill. Yeah, we go off to the Pillar Rhino. Makes sense. Beast draws 1. We summon the Kit Colors. And we have Tribicama and a Shufflano, which is... The Shuffle's pretty good against Labyrinth. In the grind con. Slot Sharon. We're trying to combo off. We discarded a second Shuffler? No, we discarded Teocash, which makes sense. We want it in the graveyard so that we can summon it back with Kit Colors and mill even more cards. And then we also just melt the second Shuffler organically. That's pretty strong. Scream as well as an ace bonus. We might be running out of cards to add with Tribicama, but probably not. Did know the second trap, so maybe they really will run out of cards. They're not chaining it, which I find interesting. Okay, we didn't... Oh, we did mill something good. Rhino Hunt, Discutch, Celiac, adding Havmiss, Judeo. So now this is threatening to make a Baron, and we have to address that, and we address that. Oh my god. So we flipped Torrential Tribute. The Sharon has not yet triggered, but the Kashtia has, and the Rhinoheart has. So they're gonna be able to summon Volcalas, but that's not too big of a deal, right? No, it's a pretty big deal. So the problem with Volcalas is that it can negate the traps. But if you choose to chain the trap first, the welcome traps, I mean, it can negate the welcome traps. But if you chain a welcome, the Volcalas can just beat over what you summon. And if you chain big welcome and summon lady, and then summon the lady in the end phase, it can also negate that. But Torrential Tribute is crazy. Oh, we have some strike! Wow, okay, that's dealt with everything. We know everything in our deck. But I think Tia passes to this. Set 1 and pass. And we don't flip anything, so we maybe don't have Labyrinth cards. We must have a Labyrinth trap, because why did we get punishment instead of a welcome? Did we think we needed it to survive? Oh, we just didn't want to use it last time. Okay. What's the reason we didn't want to use it last time? Is it because we wanted to play around 2 Ash Blossoms? They milled 1 Ash. Did they really want to play around double Ash? I mean, if this is like a welcome, they could still resolve it if they tried to do big welcome on the previous turn and then welcome on this turn. No, you could choose the welcome on the previous turn. What are they playing around by not doing it last time? I'm not sure. But we get ashed, which is pretty good for Tia. And we set and pass. Okay. Bishop for pet and big welcome, which makes sense. Now we use the Tribicama. Add back the Pillar Rhino. Yeah. Strong play from Tia, I think. Add the Pillar Rhino again. Sharon. Rhinoheart again. Yeah, this is good. Cam needs like another Haymaker trap card just to survive, and then he's still top decking. We know the Trek Quion. We know the Heartbeat. But we're not using the Heartbeat. Why are we not using the Heartbeat? Maybe Willow on time? It is a second big welcome, okay. A second big welcome. No one really confused why we didn't try to use it in the end phase. Now I am very confused why we didn't try to use it in the end phase. Yeah. I'm not sure what the justification is. Chain Torrential Tribute, okay. Well, that's not gonna be that good, right? Because Kaleido Heart can come back, providing there's a target in deck. Is there a target in deck? There is. I mean, Siren can trigger, we get Rolled Colors. Muddy's lethal. No, they're going for Kit Colors. Still lethal though. No, it's not lethal. It's 200 off. Why didn't they oh, okay, they couldn't summon Bocalas. They needed the Kit Colors first. But this is just lethal in extra steps. You just need to put some more damage on the board. Rhinoheart might do it. No, they don't get it. They don't get the damage. I guess this was always a blocker as well, if Singdemo got to Volcalas. But this is still a bad position for Labyrinth. We're gonna use snow. Yeah, they could have used snow last turn, but obviously it wouldn't have been lethal through this. Bounce Kaleido Hot, which, interestingly enough, is gonna let them pop the lady. And we have nothing. Cam just gets attacked to a game now. One card left in deck. If we were just a couple more, we could have maybe decked out. But that's wishful thinking. Tia never actually decks out. We all know that. They're gonna keep playing instead of attacking. Not sure why. We know this isn't anything. But just to be safe, we're gonna summon the Rogue Colossus. And that is game. Okay, so in the last game, I got the opponent wrong. I thought that they were the Fire King duelist. They're not. They're the Tier duelist. So the Fire King duelist was someone else. And here we now have the third player for this team, Fetty. They are playing a 40-card deck, and our opponent is playing Branded. So let's see what happens when they go first. Normal summon a Quen, so I don't think that normal summon a Quen is that strong of a play. If you normal summon Quen, the rest of your hand needs to be very specific for your turn 1 to be a good turn 1. So this, to me, either means we have very specific cards to make this good, or it's a bad turn 1. And we're sending Mokuria. Okay, so that means we have a Bestial. We have Rebellion. Okay, so this combo is actually really good. This combo, if it all resolves, is very strong. But we have Max C. I'm just gonna assume that the players at the World Championship are like really good at toggling, because you just have to be right. Like, it's a skill for this game, and if there's any game to care about toggling, it's your World Championship games. But if there was a toggle, I think this is a very dangerous line to go for, because it is very vulnerable to Maxi. And it resolves. That's really strong for Fetty. So we get the Mercuria Surge, but this doesn't do much. Yeah, we're adding Shrouded because we're just desperately trying to draw a card. You send Albaz as a target for the Quem to then revive on the opponent's turn. But that is wishful thinking. We still need more. Activate Allure, Chain High Spirits. Okay, so we can't add Mercuria and banish it because we've already used it. Even if we play a second one, the effect is a once per turn. We are trying to just thin our deck. We're trying to banish a specific card. This document really wants to be banished. So maybe they just don't have a dock. I just got a second Rebellion, sending Albion, adding Cartesia, okay. And they just cut all the cards. Okay, so I kind of had a feeling when they added the Cartesia that it might actually be an intentional discard. The cards in the hand must have been won the Dark Hole. Right, the last card in the hand must have been the Dark Hole. Right? They draw two? It must have been the Dark Hole and the Branded in red, because you would set those. No. What? What? I'm very confused. There was two cards in hand, right? We activated Allure, though we changed High Spirits, and we discarded Lubellion to add a Cartesia, and there was two other cards in hand. No, there was one other card in hand. Right? Yeah, okay, there was one other card in hand, and it had to be the Dark Hole, because if it was the Cold Bite or the Branded in red, you would set it, right? because you're not guaranteed to draw a dark monster. And the Branded in red is really unfortunate draw because their plan was to set bet with Albion and end phase. Now I'm pretty sure they don't have a good set. We know that they were playing Branded King, I think. I think we knew that. Maybe that was a different Branded player. But there's no target. You can't set Banishment. That doesn't do anything. This is rough. And the best attempt is probably... It's probably to add opening to hand. Right? Then add the Cartesia back to hand. Then use the opening. No, this doesn't... That doesn't do anything. Right, it's to add... Okay. There is no play that you can do here. Unless I'm missing something. The Branded in red draw was just very unfortunate. Let's see what they choose to do. They do get to revive Cartesia. And then you go for the end phase. Okay. Reviving Cartesia makes sense. And giving another draw. But... yeah, there's just no play. You basically have to set Retribution, I guess, is like the only chance. Or you just add like a card to hand. Yeah, great. That makes sense. If they're playing Branded Sword, this is probably the most sensible one. If you have a discarded for Albaz, you can add back Makuria, and it's in the game. But that's just a really unfortunate draw with the Allure. Oh, we're playing Pearly. Okay. You discard the trap. We're probably playing multiple traps. When we reveal a Shifter, we're playing Shifter in this Pearly deck. And Dark Roller no more. Normal Summon Billy. Add my friend. So now we're choosing to... oh my god, we have a second Maxi. This is Branded's worst night now. You pass turn to Maxi, and then they Maxi you again. It's actually Branded's worst nightmare. You end up deciding to play into this Maxi fully, because you have no other choice. You go for one really strong play in the graveyard, and they chain Coldboy. That is Branded's worst nightmare. I hope this doesn't happen this game. So what they can do is summon Granguinol and then send either Rinbrun or... okay, so I see that they're triggering Quam. The way you could try to play around Coldbite is to not trigger the Quam now, just let the Granguinol resolve. Then that will send Rinbrun. Then that will trigger the Quen, and if they then chain Coldbite on the Albaz, you can chain the Rinbrum to revive the Albaz. It's not that good because all it really does is get to Mirror Jade, and it costs 3 draws for Maxi, because you would discard this card to fuse for Lobelion, and then if for the Albaz resolve you would chum the Branded Sword to add back the Makuria, so it's now a discard for Lobelion, and then you make Mirror Jade. That's 3 draws for a Mirror Jade, and they already have 2 bodies on the board, so the Mirror Jade probably gets forced by the second one. You fuse away this one, and then they have like a 9 card hand. It's not ideal, but this way you are just losing to a single Coldbite right away, because it's not really a good send for Granguinol outside of the Windbrum here. I don't believe. Yeah, they're saying Titanic Lab is just follow-up. But it does resolve, there's no Coldbite. So they go for this play anyway. They didn't get hit with the Coldbite. Add back Makuria. You can't get it in the gate because Oh, wait, I'm stupid. Yeah, there's no reason to go for Rebellion, you just fuse with the light. I missed that there was a light on the board. This is better, now you can keep the negate. And this Albion resolves. You can probably banish this and this full Mirror Jade, and you're probably surviving. The problem is Pelly has so many cards. Okay, we're choosing Furious Dragon. Why are we choosing Furious Dragon instead? I feel like Mirror Jade is better. We negate Pearly's Ranko, which is good. Activate Sleepy for nothing. Activate Happy. What did we activate Sleepy for nothing? Did we misclick? Summon out the second cat. Reveal. We're playing Lightning Storm. We find Street. Rank up. Pretty. Yeah, this kind of just picks apart the board now. You can't target anything because of Street. I feel like Mirror Jade was the better play. Yeah, they realize they have to target this. And Beauty just trades with this anyway. They're using Retribution as a chain block, which is good, but is it gonna be enough? Is the second Black Cat. We make Anima, we can now make SP. Probably banish Albion. No, we go for the Titanic Lad. Which I'm not sure if it was right to go after the Titanic Lab because Eldas is already fused this time, so they can't go for that. And instead they would just add it to hand, which I guess is still pretty good. Yeah, that's still pretty good. Banishing Albion is also viable, but they're getting rid of both this way. If they choose to go Typhon like this, they're gonna bounce the Albion. So this was good. Banishing all the follow-up that you can. You know the card in hand is branded in red though, so that is some follow-up. They can't do anything else. They can't make a Zeus. It feels like Pearly should have been able to do more with this many cards in hand. If this is the trap card, then this is still very, very strong. They're gonna get a draw in the standby freeze. Thanks to Street. Yep, they add the Sleepy. Cartesio comes back. High Spirits comes back. And they have branded in red. High Spirits is dead. Okay, we're going straight for the branded in red. And we don't summon, okay, because we want to use the Albaz with the High Spirits. I'm guessing we're gonna get Kit here. So how else do we get to branded fusion? Ascending Albulenitus. We're playing Albulenitus. Is this, like, a tech for the mirror match? Is this for Centaurion? Is this for certain lines when you go first and you get to legate a hand trap with Keeper? Interesting. Choosing to play this. Yeah. Well, we get Kit, and this is our way to brand a fusion. Doesn't the Kit just lose to the Beauty, though? I would be surprised if we have a way to fuse. Why? Because we need a second Grand Granole if we want to fuse away. Right, because these don't make anything. And if you try to use the card in hand, then the Kit effect doesn't work because you have to just put back your search onto the bottom of the deck. So I don't think this works. I think Beauty just negates Kit. What? Why didn't they negate the kit? Why didn't they negate the kit? This doesn't do anything. There's no Grand Canam. Right? They already used it. There has to be a second one? Ah, that's why. We just wanted to clear the last unknown card. And then we Ash branded Fusion. And that's it. The game basically ends. Adding Fusion deployment doesn't do anything. Now it's just on Pearly to clean up the game. It's not trivial. I don't think Pearly has that easy of a time leapling here. We did get Delicious though, so that helps a lot. They can suck up like every single card, right? You summon Caritis, but this doesn't do anything. We suck up the Caritis. Chain? Sure. This does take away the 29 attack from the Typhon. And now we get Noir, and probably send away the Typhon. Suck up the Cartesia. And we can't lethal, apparently. So we're just gonna make do with an 8 material Noir. 9 material Noir. Which I think is gonna do it. Most is a fusion deployment. Oh, we have the trap. We have double Noah. Double Noah. Wow. Full Wish Burial? Actually not terrible. Although... okay. Ash? Sure. This makes sense to Ash this. You know this is deployment. Technically the game wasn't over, but it was over. Why are we shuffling? Oh, because we want to attach the Delicious to the giant Noah. I see. That makes sense. Now we just have to lethal. Should be pretty simple. But they're still missing a lot of damage. Make happy here should be... it's still not enough. Right, this is still not enough. Wow, Pelly and OTCam. Name a less iconic duo. We end turn. This no one has to go back to the extra deck. But I think that's intentional. They want to rank up again. And Brandon just has nothing. They're just waiting for Pelly to slowly kill them. Battle phase, and there we go. Good game. I liked that one. Okay, next match we have Eric versus Orion. We have 37 in the deck, so 42 card deck versus another 42 card deck. Interesting. Is this maybe Rescuers? I've seen Orion playing a lot of Rescuers. We don't know anything about this team yet. Well, I don't know anything about this team and what decks they're playing, so they could have Rescuers. Alright, they're going first, so we'll find out. Normal Summon Poplar, Chain Impum. Jane Kieran. Okay, so we're not playing Rescuers. And this is crazy. We've seen this a lot so far. Kieran dodging Impum, and no max speed to punish it. So the Papa will resolve, we'll get OSS, And this should be pretty good. Ponix in hand is crazy. Now it means the OSS can just do full Snake Eye combo with Snake Eye Ash. So this is just going perfectly for Ryan. Let's see if there's any more hand traps from Eric. Adding Sanctuary. Activate Sanctuary. We're linking off the Linkaribo. This is so that we can, yeah, so that we can reborn something with Avatar or Kirin, I guess. Yeah, the Kirin revives right now, and then the Avatar revives the Kirin. This is good. This is efficient use of resources. And they still have the full Snake Eye combo after this. Sunlight Wolf lets them add back the Kian. Heater. There's no target for Heater. I'm just making this to trigger the Sunlight Wolf. And now they make Appaloosa. This makes sense, they're just protecting from Nibiru. Even though Nibiru is not popular, you might as well do it if it's free. The Poplar hasn't activated to special summon, so it can still summon. We're gonna send a Sanctuary. And we have full Snake Eyes combo. This probably makes Masquerena. Not going into Oak. Probably because there's no reason to. It does get more follow-up on the opponent's turn, but having Oak as a target for OSF is also just really good as well. Ambler Whale, and then we push the high P. No Oakenix this time, so OG IP board. And wait, Eric just passed. Eric had no play. Why did they do that? And why did Ryan choose to summon IP not at the end of the main phase? Right? Because I assume Ryan was toggled on. You normally have to be toggled on to play around evenly matched. You don't get a prompt. So if they tried to end the main phase, the prompt would come up that just says end of the main phase. Ryan wouldn't know they're trying to go end phase. So I'm curious why they didn't activate the Fan Badge. They just wanted to lose to the evenly matched. But I guess lucky for him, this is... They had nothing, so no evenly matched. They just actually ended turn. And now this is lethal. Wow, unfortunate from Eric. Alright, next game we have Tiger Shark versus Jessy Cup. And this is another 41 card deck. It's the 60 card deck. This, I guess, is branded, but I also would not be surprised if Jessy was playing a 60 card tier deck. A Speed Road Terratau. Okay, what are we playing over here? This is the most unique card, I guess, the most interesting choice we've seen so far. Is this Salamangre? Cherubini. Cherubi. What are we playing Cherubini for? This must be sending Adventure? Right, this must be sending Enchantress? We are sending Enchantress. Is this like Adventure Sprite? Because that would be very cool if they chose to bring Adventure Sprite. Looks like no headshots from Jessy. We have... Yeah, this is Sprite. So normal summon Hero Kid, trigger to get the equip spell. Now you have the discard for Chrisan. Very nice. We click the equip spell, activate the Griffin. Now the negate is online. And pretty sure the negate has to be here for link zone reasons. It is in the anima zone, it's not in alpha zone, but I'm pretty sure it just has to be here. I don't know why. Maybe the token can be here and the griffin can be here. Just to be out of an anima zone? I'm not sure. I guess forcing either of these is forcing the negate. It's the same thing. But I believe you can't protect this with one of your elf zones. We special summon 3 hero kids. 2 from the deck. Gigantic Sprite. This is a crazy board, but this is gonna be a lot. I have to see what they specifically choose to do. Maybe they're playing Melfies as well. I often see this deck as a 60 card version, and this is not a 60 card version, so I wouldn't be surprised if they are cutting down on things like the Melfies. Bit night early, okay. So I don't think this is gonna be Melfies, this is just, oh wow, this is just set the whole hand. No hand traps, but potentially double in palm. We activated the starter that the Jet added, so there could be like a smashes, there could be a double cross, there could be a second starter for red, there could be just 3 in palms, 2 in palms and a cold buy. Pit Night early is a negate when you choose to activate the carrot or when you choose to activate the elf. Elf is a bit more flexible, so this is probably the good combination. You can negate with early just by activating elf. There's an IP, there's an omni negate. This is a lot. Let's see if Jessy can break this board. Okay. Activate King Sarcophagus. So it is not branded unless it's branded Horus. They chose to allow the activation. Maybe they want to negate this effect with Carrot. Tributin IP would destroy it. That's maybe their plan? No, that's Shining IP. Chain IP. Interesting. And we got rid of the Pit Knight. And we're going for SP to thou banish the King Sock. But if you were gonna banish the King Sock, wouldn't you choose to do it right away? Instead of letting them discard? Because you know that this is a possibility, right? That they could discard something really good like this, or like a shuffler or something beneficial. I don't think you want to make them do -1 just for fun. I'm pretty sure it's better to spin it away right away. I thought they were gonna carrot negate it, and now you've given up your Pit Knight early too? And they negate. Okay, they negate Rainbow Bridge. I feel like this is disrespecting the power of what this deck could be a little bit. Because you gave up a lot of deceptions. You gave up the SP second effect and you gave up the Pit Knight early. They can still revise the Pit Knight, but they can't put it in a zone where it then triggers, right? Because the carrot's been used and the elf's been used. So they could just revive SP for the second effect. Maybe the back row is just insane and they don't care, then they negate everything and they win anyway. That's usually how these kind of decks go. But you still gotta be a bit careful about how you use the negates. Sending a shuffler. What did we send a shuffler? Is that to negate elf? That's maybe pretty smart by Jessy. Going for the shuffler means that there's no chance that the elf can revive blue or like Jet, because that would be follow-up. And now, if they don't have follow-up, you don't actually have to like break the board and then make a board. You can just break the board. That would be fine too. So maybe that's Jessy's plan with the shuffler. They now have Unseti, which probably gets negated by Griffin. If there's a cold buy, you maybe flip the cold buy. You definitely flip the cold buy if you have cold buy. But if you don't, I imagine you negate this because it's gonna force Knights and a Force Griffin eventually anyway. You don't want them to draw a card. Discarding Trivy Karma is very good. The Jessy actually still has some push. Yeah, you negate this. You have to negate this. And now we have Pelorino, I assume? Yeah, adding that Royal Pelorino. And now his talents. Okay, which used to draw 2. Makes sense. Is there a world where you don't draw 2? I guess you can't not draw 2 because you're almost certain that one of their 3 sets has to be an Impalm, right? So you can't just lose to Impalm and Rhino Heart. So they had to draw so that they can try and play around Impalm by drawing a monster, and then searching for Sha M, which is what they're doing. They do draw a monster, Cheat Elves for Jet, and now I think we're going to see the Shuffler. Yeah, this is Jessy's plan. This is well played. They only put back the Jet. They don't put back any other targets because why would you? Why put resources back in the deck? Oh, what the heck? We discarded a Dotscaper and we nailed Jet Synchron and Rhino Heart. This could be really crazy. Jessy could break this board. We're pretty sure there's no Cold Bicep because you would use that on Inseti in a heartbeat. So let's see what happens. They do have to be the Rhino Heart. This is a Tia card. This is pretty strong. It's got Grape. The Grape doesn't do anything. Now this maybe forces one of the Impalms. But this is fine. You still have a lot of push. Jessy can make Redoer. Oh, they're making Linger Rebo first, so now this negates a second Impalm. Battle phase. They're clearing all of the bodies first. Okay, I don't hate that. I guess the reason that was better is because if there was like a Spite Smashes set, then removing just one of the bodies would be better than going for Redoer first, where the Smashes would like trade with everything. So I guess that's why they did that. It also clears both bodies right away, guaranteed. That's probably it. That's probably what Jessy was thinking. Get rid of both bodies, so no matter what these back rows are, it's probably fine. Now we activate and it resolves. Now we get Kit Colors, and we also get Pelorino. Going after the adventure token? Is that correct? Maybe. Maybe just clearing the monster is important. So what's Jessy thinking here? Because going after Fateful Adventure would make it so that you can't search for another Raich or another Griffin. Why is it 3? So they could easily get another one. But clearing the token does get rid of this individual body. The Linger Rebo trades with an Impalm, so they kind of need a third Impalm here. It is the third Impalm, wow. So the Kit Colors gets negated, and the way Jessy played it actually plays better around this, right? Because even though triple Impalm is unlikely, Jessy actually kind of respected this in the way he played, because getting rid of the token means that they can't immediately play with any normal summon by going into L. So now there's no bodies, they have to activate the Fateful, and that has to discard, which means they can't then... I guess they can still, if they draw a normal summon, if they search for Enchantress. Right, Enchantress is at 2. So they search for Enchantress, discard Enchantress, add right, activate right, summon a token, then normal summon, they do still get to elf through this. So maybe it was still better to go for Fateful Adventure. I'm not sure. I guess the way Jessy did it gets rid of the Draco deck bounce. So at the very least they can't start their turn with bounce kit colors. Okay. I think that third Impom actually sealed it though. I'm pretty sure this is pretty good for Sprite. The Redoer is not gonna go all the way. This has to get a really good card to be good. Any noble summon works with the Fateful, and they get to Sprite Elf. Yeah, they get a monster. So there's no disruption here from Jessy. Discard Enchantress, activate Enchantress. Right, exactly how we said. Rite of Aramesia. And now the question is it a normal summon? The answer is yes, but it's not a level 2. So they can't make Sprite Elf. So instead they're going Typhon. Why wouldn't you activate the Rite of Aramesia first? What am I missing? Yeah, you cannot normal special summon? Why not summon token? Am I missing something? Why not summon the token? If you summon the token, then you could attack over the kit class and then bounce the Redoer. You can't bounce the kit class because the metric is Pellerino. So you attack over the kit, bounce the Redoer, and then you have 2k damage. And now it's a body on the board for next turn. What's the reason not to summon it? I'm kind of confused. But either way, this is still pretty good. They choose to pass turn, not bouncing the Redoer. Not bouncing the Redoer. Is that right? Are you supposed to bounce this Redoer? We know that Jessy can activate Jet Synchron with any draw. So if they do that, and then they can make SP and that just deals with Typhon? Right? Jessy has not been through his SP yet. So isn't this a misplay? Shouldn't you have bounced this Redoer? Oh, no, okay, I see. If you activated the Typhon, they would chain the Redoer, and Typhon would have to bounce itself. Right, I see. So in that case, wouldn't you try to... No, try to attack the Redoer, then Jessy would just let it go through, and then the kit would stay on the board. You can't bounce the kit because Pellerino pops Sky Crisis anyway. But I guess that's a better situation than letting Jessy have the body. And I think this is kind of interesting. This is quite an intricate game. I think it might have been correct to attack Redoer, because if they let it die, they're not gonna activate. Activate would be a misplay, because then you just attack Kit. And you lose this one material. The same thing, really, but it's better for Jessy, I think, to let it die, so that then Kit Callus stays on the board, and you at least get to pot the Sky Crisis with Pellerino if they choose to bounce it. I'm not sure, it's kind of tough to say, but I think having one less body here would have been good. I guess. Though, and wrong, Jessy could just activate this anyway and get the same position. I think Jessy should activate this if it gets attacked, and then the Kit Callus dies, and then this comes back. And now you have two buddies anyway? Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the better way. We get another monster. There's the Sprite Red. We just got a Rainbow Bridge. Oh my god. What a crazy top neck. Well, that's just the end of the game now, because now we can summon all the Horus monsters. We have 2 Horus monsters. we'd get SP here. Normal summon the tortoise. Wow. Provide SP. And then activate the Horus Field spell. We don't need to use the effect, we'll just summon out the Horus monsters, and it is lethal. Wow. Well played by Jessy. Breaking that full board, full combo plus triple impon as a bonus, and Jessy played through it. Wow. Okay, next game we have Ben versus Ray. Ray's going first. We have 41 cards over here, and we have 42 cards over here. Okay, nobody really wants to play 40 cards, apparently. Ray's playing Ubal, and we went first with Night Method. That's pretty good. Activate Maxi immediate roll. Why are we activating this now? So we wanted to play around Gamma and Phantom of Ubel by not using it on Resolution, right? As they could do Phantom immediately after searching. And by not chaining to the Lotus, you're also kind of playing around a Gamma. But also, if you have like an Impalm or an Ash, by dropping the Maxi now, you're finding out if your opponent has an Elt to Maxi, and then you can drop a second hand trap, and it would work pretty strong against this Lotus. Impalm or Ash. Opponent has Ash, so Maxi is negated. Do we see an Impalm on Resolution? No. Do we have Ash? We do. Makes sense. This is why we chose to activate the Maxi here, I think. And it resolves. So does Ray have a way to push through this? No. No set cards, no extension. So maybe another Ash, maybe a Maxi of their own. And Bond starts with the Abelster. Okay, so this is the Snake Eye deck. Let's play the game of hand traps. Called by for Maxi. Okay, do you have another hand trap? Does Ray have another hand trap? Activate Oasis. This is what you would Ash. No Ash. Any Impalm? No? I think there's nothing. Normal summon Ponix. This is lethal in a lot of ways. Yeah. There could only be like a Nibiru at this point, but I don't think many players are on Nibiru. We pop Garunix from hand, which is pretty good. We can trigger the other Garunix. Now this can activates. Not going for Kirin, we're just going for Avatar. And this is lethal. Yeah. Isn't it a misplay to not respect Spirit of Ubel? Because if they activate Spirit of Ubel, don't you not lethal? Wasn't it better to go for Princess? With the Garunix, the Ponix, and the other Garunix? Leave the Flanders on the field so that you still have a bit of protection through Nibiru. Summon the Princess and then revive Abata? That's not lethal? I guess that's not lethal, but you could make it legal by linking off the Flamberge. Isn't it better to play around Spirit of Ubel than Nibiru? Nibiru is not very good right now. Meanwhile, you know that this deck has Spirit in it, so I feel like I would not have attacked like this. I think I would have chose to play around Spirit of Ubel. Maybe it's to play around Nibiru anyway, and then if there was a Spirit of Ubel, you can just play in main phase 2, you can push, right, and you can just make a board. Maybe that's the plan. That might be better, just to take no risks against Nibiru. Against Nibiru, right? Yeah, I think that's probably what Ben was thinking, but There's a chance that they just completely forgot about Spirit if you bow. They don't have it though, so the game is over. Unfortunate for Ray. Okay, next game we have Tiger Shark versus Ray. Ray was playing Duel just now, and Tiger Shark was playing Sprite. I don't remember exactly how many cards there were in the Sprite deck, but I know it was a small number. It's close to 40. So this might just be a Sprite deck again. It doesn't look like it's the Sprite deck. This is now the Horus deck. Is this Tia? Probably Tia, right? Either that or Horus Stun. Special Summon Fenrir, yeah, this is Tia. Adding Tia Cass. This is a good start. Activate the King Sarcophagus. And now we're activating Maxi. Makes sense. You don't want to special summon the Inseti right away. Do they have an out? No. Normal summon Rhino Hut? Of course. What else did you draw in Tia? So this is gonna be one draw to search for like a Celiac, maybe a Meta Noise. I searched Celiac, set and pass. 3 sets again. Is this more imperms? Is this more imperms, Tiger Shark? We know one of them is continuous imperm. Are the other 2 imperm as well? Let's see what Raid is. Activate Prosperity. Is this... Wait, banish 2? Okay, banish 3. And it is still Duel. We have revealed the Beckoning Beast. Adding the Nightmare Pain, so we already have a normal summon. And they have Heartbeat, okay. It's not Imperm, but it is Heartbeat. You can shuffle away in response and won't resolve. No, we mill 2. And we mill a Shuffler. That's pretty good. It's not as good as like a Tia name, but it's still fine. It's better than nothing. We normal summon a Beckoning Beast, we knew this existed. And now you probably Celiac this. You don't reveal your second set if it's Imperm and you want to get the mills going. They choose to banish. Oh, we have Coldplay. Okay, so they're choosing to banish a Dark Beckoning Beast to play around a Spirit Gates anyway, because it's the same logic as like banishing this with Mirror Jade. If they can't link it up for Almirage, then you can't put it back on the board, which means they can't get the second normal summon. And so this is a good banish with Fenrir. And Coldplay on Kit though. It's okay, but you can just shuffle it back. Right, you can chain the shuffler. And that probably just wins. Chain the shuffler. Do we have a second Coldplay? We're putting back Tia Cash because we want to search it again with the Kit. Right, if this resolves, Kit dose the extra deck, and then if we know 5 and that includes a Tia name, we could make the Kit again, search for the 2 elements Cash Tier, and then summon it still during the opponent's turn. That's probably why we're putting it back. Would it be better to put a 3rd card back? Like Prosperity back in my deck? Nobi? Now we mill. You mill the Tia Cash again. No name. But we also get a screen. And now we're making a Phantom. Yes, we actually had some powerful cards. We had Lotus for that second normal summon. But now it's Phantom and a set card. And we could start the turn by just summoning a horse, summoning another horse. Without Nightmare Pain, this is not that scary. You send away, and this is legal, right? No, of course it's not legal. Was there nothing we could do to make it lethal? Was there no way to... I'm guessing we definitely just play 2 names. Otherwise, we would obviously go for a third one. And shoveling back the tier cache, by the way, was probably also so you could search it again with Fenrir. I forgot about this. But I guess, yeah, there's no way to lethal, assuming the card in hand is anything good. So we attack first, clear the negate, and now the vampire is free to resolve. Activate screen. Let's see what we know. An odd Sheeran and a second shuffler. The Sheeran should win the Glon. We have 3 more mills now. Sure. Should become a... We can add the Pillar Rhino back with the shuffler if we want. What do we know over here? Nothing special. We know they're playing Gamma. So that information has now been revealed. And this should be pretty easy run for tier. We know Snow, that's really good. Habness. We're going for Kaleido Heart. To get rid of the back row. Right, that's good. That's sufficient. Now we have a shuffler, we're gonna put back the Pillar Rhino. Put back the Shanson targets. And then add the Pillar Rhino back. This should probably just add the Habness. And now we make Redoer, and you can just pass on this and it's gonna be enough. The Celiac alone beats any top deck. Even a good one like that. It's not gonna be enough. Pass turn? Yeah, okay, some such Battle Fader and pass. It's not that good though, just it's answered by Fenrir. You don't need to do anything. You can just attack. The Fenrir does out it. You make Rokalos. If they use Rokalos to negate this, then you can still summon Duel, which feels a little weird to me. Everything is known, just use the Fenrir, right? Just use Fenrir. This feels like extra steps for no reason. But now you just use the Fenrir on Resolution to banish Duel, and it's still lethal. Will we get a search with this Kid Colossus? Of course we are. Banish the Duel, add whatever, and attack for lethal. Okay, next game. This one is Ben versus Ryan. Oh, Ben has bricked. Okay. Ben playing 37 cards, Ryan playing 37 cards. These are the same decks, I'm pretty sure. Brian's playing Fire King Snake Eye. I forgot what Ben was playing. Was it Duel? Was it also Fire King? But either way, we bricked. Ryan's does a normal Poplar. Add OSS. There's no Impum. I'm pretty sure if it was Impum, you would Impum the Poplar. We're middling Karibo. Activate the OSS. Do we have an Ash? Or a Maxi? We do have Ash. Okay, so Ash is nice. Because if we also have Maxi, then if they called by this Ash, the Maxi's pretty nice. But it looks like it resolves. We have Kieran. Activate Kieran as a strange extender. Well, I guess if we have this, then it works. So they popped the back row, it was Skybound, it was just a brick. This is lethal, right? Yeah, we tried to end the main phase, we had to activate Kieran. Kieran, exactly the same play from both sides, that's very funny. We popped Kieran, summon from the hand. I'm gonna make Giza now, which should probably lead to the lethal somehow. Right. Oh. How though? If you revive the Kirin and you make Princess revives, you go for Zelantis. Yeah, it's just Zelantis OTK. It's interesting, by the way, all of these hard-drawn Kirins. This is why I prefer to play 2 in Fire King Snake Eye, and it's also why I don't play Ulcanix or Viscarunix. Because they're just bricks. They contribute to brick hands. I prefer playing 2 Kirin just to be targets for my Garunix and to be targets to search if I already have a lot of Fire King stuff. I don't want to gel Kirin. As crazy as it is to dodge Intom, I don't think it's worth these bricks, right? And you couple of Kirins, both of them I assume are playing 3. Something to think about. But from here it's just easy Zelantis. The Kirin is already triggered for Ben, so there's no reason to be scared. If you're Ryan, you just summon, go for Zelantis. You could pop this Kirin, it can't trigger. Garunix doesn't do anything when it triggers until the next turn, so it's just lethal. Yeah, we've seen this how many times so far? Probably a lot. And it's like a 4 dim. So Jessy is going first this time. We have activate the Horus Field spell. Looks like he's playing the same deck, the same crazy tier pile. And Eric is still on the 37 card deck. I'm not sure what Eric was playing. I know last time they just fricked. So maybe we didn't see what they were playing. Okay, Nusetti discard Chevikama. Always discarding these insane cards. Activate Scream and normal summon Rhinoheart, even in 60 cards. This is what you draw if you play tier. We do know Snow, which is fine, but we still need to get more nils going. Doesn't look like there's any hand traps from Eric though. Now there's a hand trap. He saved Impom for Kit. Pretty reasonable decision. I think you can get punished by extenders a lot if you try to Impom Rhinoheart. Get Pillow Rhino, so we can go for Sharon. We have a monster. Old Cash tier, this is also fine. We have a tier spell here to banish. Now 3, what do we get? Nothing. We've already used Jebikama. We do have King Sarcophagus. Still, this can be Zombie Vampire? No, we're making Curious. Okay, I'm making Curious. This is just to send a Sharon. Was that better than making Zombie Vampire? I see that we're playing Duel Mater. So, with multiple names, more than 2, because you definitely play Happy. I think we saw Happy from Jessy already. Is this better than Zombie Vampire? I guess at least it's guaranteed. Yeah, it's guaranteed and you get 3 mils anyway. No, they're not going for Sharon. They're going for Destrudo. The 3 mils were nothing. Oh, I see. By targeting Kit, they make the Destrudo level 2, and that can make a Baron. That's pretty good. And now they have material for Snow, if they want it. I see Jessy's playing Left on Offering, by the way. This is pretty crazy. So this is almost like searching for grass, but it can also grab Dark Roller and I guess Card Destruction. You can activate Card Destruction now if you have no cards in hand. I'm pretty sure. That's pretty good. This is a crazy deck from Jessy. And now they're just gonna pass on Darn plus Mills plus Snow. We start with Extravagance. That's gonna prompt Baron negate. Should you negate Extravagance? It is part of Greed, but it's also not an extender at all. Like, it's not a hard once per turn, it's not a normal summon. The card is a hard once per turn. I mean, it's not like one of your opponent's hard once per turn extenders. But it does draw two. If this is something like Labyrinth or like a stun deck, you definitely don't want to give them two cards. If it is Voiceless Voice though, which is what I'm predicting it is, then I'm not sure Baron on this is necessary, but this is obviously like fine, I'm pretty sure. Baron the Geek Pot of Greed is not a bad play. Pre-prep, yeah, it is Voiceless Voice. So now you just have every hard once per turn in the deck available. Might open Snow stops you. We summon Skull Guardian. Are we gonna chain Snow? Yeah, I think we'll chain Snow because we want to flip the Skull Guardian face down before untargetable barrier hits the board. Right, the barrier that protects it from targeting. So what's gonna happen is it's gonna be low, chaining 1, and then Snow can target is chaining 2. The only problem is that they can just negate that. They choose to negate it. It goes back to the graveyard, and they can't use it again because the targeting the targeting protection is online. Is that worth it? I guess it's a way to force the negate, but you don't get anything for forcing the negate on this turn. Interesting. I don't think it matters that much. Maybe Jessy just won't activate the Snow. Maybe that is the best play, right? If you don't activate the Snow, then you can't destroy it. And Jessy just wants to put it on the board because otherwise, if they let No hit the board, then the Skull Guardian could just negate the special summon effect. I think that's what Jessy's going for. They're not going to activate this to Book of Moan, they're just going to leave it on the board to be a body. They are going to activate it. Interesting. Isn't his just getting negated for free? Am I missing something? Oh, I am missing something. It's the chain block. I see. Okay. Well, in this case, wouldn't you want to do it the other way around? Because you can negate this screen now. It gets destroyed, they get a search. The logo's face down, and then they don't have the negate for next turn. Unless they can keep playing. That's maybe pretty good. Maybe that is better from Jessy. Because you could guarantee the mills this turn by putting this as chaining 2, but then this could get negated. Or would get negated, and then Bills might nest. This is actually probably better. Right, to let the nils get negated, you gotta trap via triples, and then you guarantee remove the mill for the next time, unless they can extend. So this is actually good by Jessy. Surprise to no one, by the way. Jessy played it well. Yeah, we get the barrier, so now we can't be targeted. We search for the trap. Oh, we can play a little bit. Does this lead to an actual ritual summon now? Probably, right? But we have Divine Out as well. That's pretty good. So Entis can pop Baron. Popping Baron, is that as good as popping King Sock? Then we go for the second School Guardian. Isn't popping the King Sock better? Why do we want to pop Baron? We can attack Baron. What is the problem? Because this thing can't be negated, right? You can't... You could just special summon these and they force the School Guardian. Maybe there's a plan. Let's keep watching. So we shuffle back the spells, we summon the Cerebit. We go battle phase and we clear. If you attack the Curious, you get to add back. We're not gonna do that. And they don't attack the Snow either. They want to shuffle back the Snow. And then make Typhon. Okay, so we didn't attack with one of the Skull Guardians, right? We went to battle phase? We attacked. No, we went to battle phase. We attacked Orban over the Kit Colors. We could have also attacked it with a Baron. And then just destroyed this. Wasn't that better? Would Entis? I guess they just missed it. Because this could be the exact same position. You bounce the Curious here. And now it would be the same position, but the King Sarcophagus is also just gone. Now we add Grave to the hand. With Tribicama, we do it in the end phase to play around milling it again. And we go for Dynamondo. The low comes back. Now we have the Negate on Lion. We choose not to get the trap, which makes me think this set is the trap. We can't actually activate Skull Guardian while Typhon is on the field. So... interesting to see what happens now. We special summon 2, because we can. We have the King Sock still. Yeah, special summoning both before this array, this get the chance to trigger, so that you can't negate any of these inherent special summons. Although I'm pretty sure if you negate a summon, you can just summon it again. Yeah, so negating a Horus monster is not good with Cerebus anyway. Negating a Link summon though is pretty good. So, is there a reason why? I guess you're not gonna make an Xyz or a Link with these because Zombie Vampire can't activate anyway. Right? Because of Typhon. So you're always gonna play into the Cerebus first. Adding Sharon, sending Havness. Now we can try to make Volcolor and use Pillar Rhino to pop the Typhon. No, we're not. We're going after this back row. Why are we going after the back row and not Typhon? I guess as long as Typhon is on the board, they also can't activate the negate, which is what Jessy is doing. So what's gonna happen now is that this gets to pop Volcalos and interesting. Maybe this pops Inseti? But if you leave the Duel Matef on the board, it can trigger, right? So I think you pop Duel Matef and Volcalos. This can't trigger because of Typhon. This can't trigger in the graveyard because of Typhon. This is pretty strong, and this is kind of good. Does Jessy have an answer for this? No, he doesn't. And they do pop the two that I mentioned. Makes sense. Now Jessy has to just accept that those cards are gone. But we can keep playing, apparently. We go before Kit Colossus. Add screen. Jesse's games are so interesting. He never stops. We spash summon back a roll colors. Mill 5. No 3 more, so no 8. There's the Tribicama, which we could activate this turn. There's the Shuffler. We have Metanoise activating, targeting Tear Curse. Yeah, this is crazy. Jessy just never stops. Mill 3. We don't mill anything good. But we have cards in hand, which lets us get that third name to happen. Now we send away... the Skull Guardian. Why didn't we want to trigger the prowls? This does trigger, right? What? Bish... Is this except during the damage step? Except during the damage step. Okay. So that's why. And now we clear everything. Except the Typhon. The Typhon is still there. Maybe they're planning on just leaving it there because it's kind of problematic? No, they probably out it now. Right? No, this can't banner. Okay. So, a good board, the redo it can activate. Wicked Colossus is in the graveyard, so... The redoer basically results in only a Kaleido Hat, which cannot spin as long as Typhon is on the board, but it can trigger Pillar Rhino, which can pop anything. This isn't actually that strong. From Jessy, there is a Shuffler, which is kind of whatever, it's not that strong against this deck. It might end up being good to shuffle away these lows. Keep watching. You can chain SP to banish Typhon. Now the Roll Colossus is online. The Kaleido Heart will be online. And at the end of the turn, the Typhon will come back, turning off the Skull Guardian. Yeah, this is really nice. So Keldo shuffles back the Now, and the other low would banish. Shuffling away Barrier and popping Blessing makes sense because Blessing is the 1-0. Normal summon low, we can't get that Blessing, now we have to get Barrier. Battle phase, attack. And does this do anything? It could. We could summon this, but what does it really go? Survivors isn't much of a disruption. Now the Typhon is back, so we can't negate. We got a spell with Redoer, so we can draw a card, special summon, negate, and destroy, but you could just bring that straight back, right? Yeah. The second copy, because it does get banished. But no, the Dotscaper, the Halfness. Wait, what the heck? It's going too fast. We built Halfness, removed Dotscaper. We activated Halfness. We summoned... Yeah, okay, Jessy's tier just does, like, more things than other players' tier. I'm so convinced. And this probably ends the game, right? Send away the Skull Guardian attack over. And this is probably lethal. For sure, there's 15,000 damage. Another crazy game from Jessy. Well played. Okay, Tiger Shark is going first yet again. Are we gonna see the Sprite deck? No, it's the tier deck. Okay. I was kind of hoping to see Sprite, but we'll have to settle for tier. Discard Hadness to send... This is the Zombie Vampire Lang. Activate Scream. Do we have Rhino Heart here as well? By chance? We're gonna mill. And we get Veiled. Interesting. So... maybe there's no extension through this Velo? Okay, we do have the other version of Rhino Hut. We don't trigger Scream though, not until the Kit Kalash results. But we do get the kit. Activate the kit. Activating the Scream now, I think is kind of not necessary, right? It's not a mistake, but isn't it nicer to go all the mills in one go? That way you have the highest chance of hitting the second name in order to make roll colors naturally. Because now if you mill the second non, you don't want to activate it because you have to shuffle back your kit colors from the field. So don't you normally activate the kit colors now and not the Scream? Right? Isn't that good? You choose to mill, and of course we just mill the cash tier anyway, which is the best case scenario. Now you don't have to search it with kit colors, you can afford to get a trap card, which is crazy because we're going first. And now we could just summon this from the graveyard. So it worked out for them, but I think this was kind of a mistake. Unless it's just respecting hand traps a bit more. It could be respecting hand traps. We mill 2, we find a snow, which is good. Now we're gonna mill 8. We're looking for Shuren, and then anything else is a bonus. Trebikama, Destruda, we don't find Shaven. Well, we get to make Baron. Activate Trebikama, get to Pillow Wino. Yeah. This can't get to Sharon guaranteed, right? Oh, I guess it can. We've yet to resolve Rhino Hut, so now we could just send Sharon. So we have Rokalas, Celiac, and Darren. Amma Snow, which is pretty good with spike cards. No, we're choosing to make Kaleido Hot instead. Why are we doing that? Or making Duella. So we're making Duella because we're pretty certain that Ryan is still playing the Viking Snake Eye deck. So it's okay, it stops Lambert, it stops Kieran, it stops Garunix, Avata. Poplar even. Which is a good board. This is a pretty good board. Could this not have been Kaleido Heart Vokalos instead of Kaleido anyway? Did this have to be Kaleido? Did we specifically want Kaleido for some reason? We're gonna activate the snow now. Probably to link off the vampire for SP. Well, IP. IP is even better. And then we set the Celiac and pass. So this is a good board. But personally, I don't see why this has to be Kaleido. This could just be Volcalis. Right? I guess you get to Volcalis anyway when you send this. But you... Yeah, okay, but you got to Volcalis anyway when you send Kaleido Hut because you send a Tianon on that fuses with the Kit Colors. you send it to your name with the Kaleido Heart effect once you send it to the graveyard with Celiac. And if you did it the other way around, you can't necessarily make Kaleido Heart because you have to find the tier main randomly through the scram. Sure, I guess, but that's probably true in a lot of tier combos, and most people still choose to make Bucalus Inlay. Normal summon pop line, that's probably not gonna do it. This board is really strong. Okay, we do mill a tier name anyway. Get OSS. This probably makes the Bucalus now. You probably pop the Poplar? Yeah, you just pop the Poplar, take away the bodies. It can't trigger because of the Dweller. Wanted is a good extender, but it's not going to be enough. Discard Flamberge doesn't mean anything. Negate OSS. And Ryan's probably passing turn now. The Bucalus comes back for us, and we set and pass. Not activating IP at the end of the main phase to get rid of that one back row. I guess it just doesn't matter, because if the turn ends, we win. Okay, we have Jessy going first against Ben. Activate Imseti, discard Rainbow Bridge, chain Rainbow Bridge. You always chain in this situation so that you can take the brick out of the deck before you draw one with Imseti. Right, the Crystal Beast. I would choose to ash this. We didn't choose to ash Imseti, which is interesting to me. Most of the time, Imseti does eat an ash, but I guess if you discard Rainbow Bridge for cost, you can see that, and then you could choose to ash this instead. That probably makes sense. I think ashing Imseti probably does the least if the hand keeps going. So ashing this is strong. I think it's probably the better choice, because this plays by itself anyway. Let's see if they have any more hand traps. This got Snow. And we have Left Arm. Oh my god, we have the Left Arm offering. We banish a Dark Hola and the Field Spell. So this is getting grass. This is almost certainly getting grass. Yeah. And then we're gonna mill a bunch of cards. Let's see what Jessy can do with this. Okay, we milled Shufflers, we milled Chibikama, and we milled a Havness. Havness, Sheeran, Jet Synchron, Chibikama. The Jet Synchron is like kind of a bit anti-synergistic with Left Arm because you don't have a hand anymore if you Left Arm for grass. But I guess there's a lot of mills in tier that just add a card to your hand, like the Chibikama, so I guess it's fine. We're gonna summon Kitkulus, and who knows where the board goes from here. I expect there'll be... Okay, we have another hand trap. I was gonna say I expect there'll be just like the last game where we saw tier ending on Baron, like everything. But we have Vela here, which is pretty good. We choose to Shonen Chibikama. Not chaining Snow, definitely don't want to banish the Kit Colossus just to resolve the search. Zombie Vampire Mill Bonan. We did find the second Shuffler. And Bam is playing Fike and Snake Eye. We did mill Wanted and Original, which is interesting, but we also milled Island, which is bad. We can shuffle these away though, with the Shuffler if we want to. Seems pretty straightforward. We just make Duella anyway, so we don't need to shuffle anything away. We saw in the last game that Duella was pretty good against Viking Snake Eye, but they choose to shuffle them away anyway. Why did we shuffle them away? So that we could shake a Pearl Rhino to pop our own kit colors. Yeah, that makes sense. Honestly, you don't need to shuffle away the Wanted, because you have Duella anyway. But they just want to pop their own kit colors, because it was Mainland. So, smart play. Pretty good. Now we have Sharon, Commitable Color. And this could be the turn, but they could also make SP, or IP even. Choose SP. I think I like SP more than IP. Yeah, I like SP slightly better. It just gives your board a bit more endurance versus like potential board breakers, just in case. Something like IP is a bit more vulnerable to like talents or something. We choose to bonus the OSS, which makes sense. Activate Duello. It resolves. Now what do we have? We actually don't have that much disruption. It's a Snow and a Roll Colors and an SP. It is also a Shuffler. Yeah, there's the Shuffler as well. I guess it's gonna be enough because Poplar can't activate, Flamberge can't activate, Viking cards can't activate. So, Iguana is putting in what? This is probably gonna be enough to stop Ben. Got a second OSS, so we're playing 2. Openix, pop Openix. This won't trigger because of Dweller. Activate Ponix. This one gets Skyblend, which is why we're gonna negate this. Do we have like a Runix in hand? No. We don't. We make Linker Rebuild, we're trying to go SP now. And we just shut that down by Book of Mooning the Ilkanix. Activate OSS. This just doesn't go anywhere. There's no Flamberge. We can shuffle this away, I guess. Well, we might as well. And I bet they put a TN name back? Yeah, they put a TN name back so they can just pop the body of Oak anyway. And now this should be easy win for Jessy. Bring back the Horus monsters and go battle phase. Nice. Another good game. Well, relatively good. And now the last game of this match, Eric versus Ray. We have Eric going first with Prosperity. This is Voiceless Voice still. Okay, we choose to add the pre-prep. Out of these cards, I guess it is the strongest starter. If we already have some other cards that can play. Just a free +1. Activate the pre-prep. Add 2 cards to hand. So now I expect we'll normal summon the Glow or Divino. Oh, okay, we have Maxi. That's not the biggest deal. Oh wow. So Maxi is not the biggest deal against Voiceless Voice. Which is why I think you have to chain it to the special summon anyway, because if you try to respect Gamma, you might just get no draws on like 1 Jowl for your Maxi anyway, which isn't very good. So Ray disrespected the Gamma, and the Gamma has punished him. Special summon Driver from the deck. Now, a question I have is, do we have an Omega to really punish with the Gamma? Take away another card from the hand? First, we can activate the Low and the Skull Guardian. Move on to Saphira. Summon, and now we place Barrier. We do have a Synchro. It's not. It's even better than Omega. I forgot about this card's existence. Yeah, this is better than Omega, right? Because this is Baron. You can revive the Gamma with this, and now it just makes Baron. If you have Gamma in your hand, you're not gonna activate, or you're not gonna banish these Synchros for Prosperity, because the Gamma could come up. Nice. I like this. This is pretty good. I tried a similar thing in Labyrinth before. Whenever you don't have a tight extra deck and you're playing Gamma, you can play these little punishes like this. So now we go for Saphira, send the spell, add the Cerebus. Are we gonna summon the Cerebus? We are gonna summon the Cerebus. I always wonder why you have to summon the Cerebus, because now the low is not on the field for the start of the turn, which doesn't seem right to me. You activate the Blessing? Sure. Okay, I guess if we have Blessing like this, it makes sense. Yeah, so we can just normal summon the low. We have the Trap from Barrier. This is a crazy board. This is everything you want in Voice This Voice, and a free ban, and your opponent is down one card. Very strong. Ray starts with that Mechaning Beast. And I'm curious why we didn't negate Dark Beckoning Beast, if I'm honest. Because the way our cards work is pretty nice into it. No, it's not. This is the best way to resolve this. Yeah, because if they activate the Spirit Gates, you can chain the Radiance, pop the Spirit Gates, and the Dark Beckoning Beast. The Spirit Gates is a hard once per turn, they can't use another one. They're really struggling for extenders, they can't normal summon again. And if they normal summon first, then you can just pop both of the normal summons. And then I guess you negate Spirit Gates. I guess that's the plan. Okay, they go for Phantom. You choose to negate the Phantom, which makes sense. You can't negate this with Phantom. It's before the card has a chance to use the effect. It's not technically on the field yet. So it gets banished. And now this is interesting because this card can only be activated once per turn, but if you negate the card on activation, you can activate a second one. So I'm curious if Eric just decides to let this go and then negates the second effect. Make them discard a card. Guarantee negating the effect that you want to negate. And then they can't activate into the Spirit Gates because the card itself resolved. I think that's what Eric will do. I think it's a mistake to negate this card on activation. Yeah, they die. Well played by Eric. Now you negate it with the Skull Guardian. You don't waste the Baron because if they pass turn after this, the Skull Guardian negate refreshes and the Baron negate doesn't. Yeah, they pass. Now we have 2 negates still, even if they have like 2 hand traps. We beat them both. We just need to find a tiny bit more damage. Linkery Bow. This could also make Secure Guard notice they're playing it, and that would be lethal. But we just Ritual Summon, and now we can attack Cricket. They do have the Spirit, but we have 2 negates. So this effect can also just be negated. Nice. That was a nice match. I enjoyed that one. I think that's my favorite match so far. Okay, now for the last match of round 1, we have Task here at the bottom playing 47 cards, apparently. Of course. And we have an opponent here with 40 cards. I don't know who this is, but I do recognize them from the rated ladder. Let's see what they are playing. Activate duality. Okay, this is what they choose to bring to their first game. Okay, is this a stun deck? It's a stun deck. Okay. We're gonna see Runic Stun. So we're adding a Freezing Curse, and we're normal summoning a Barrier Statue and passing turn. Okay, we can't Spatula Summon because of the duality, but if these Floodgates are good, that could win the game. I'm surprised we didn't get Morganite, because Morganite is a pretty good win condition for Stem. It basically means that you have to like kill the stun deck, because if you temporarily stop the Floodgates, but like you don't actually have like a lethal push, then the Morganite keeps you in the game. Rhodey, they just have a bunch of weak runics and they wanted as much disruption as possible. So let's see, let's find out what Task is playing. Normal summon Medora. So this is a tier deck, most likely, but I honestly would not be surprised if it wasn't a tier deck, because didn't Task choose to play Ishizu cards last year outside of tier? And they activate Wall of Reveal and Light. This stops basically every attack, so if you pay 3k, that basically stops everything, right? I expect them to pay 3k here. They pay 4,000. Okay, is that better than paying 3k? 4,000 I guess like stops Pearl Rhino boosting Rokolos and Kaleido Heart. Or is it worth paying 4k? I guess. If they out this, they out this, and your life points are in danger anyway. I guess you do just pay 4k. Wow. Yeah, it appears to be tier. It appears to be tier. We sent Tribikama and passed. Is there a reason why we didn't activate it this turn? Probably because we want to see what they do on the next turn, just in case it changes our mind on what we want to search. Normal summon another one and pass. We don't use the Tribikama yet. Oh, I think we're just putting it in the graveyard to keep it safe from runics, I guess. We still don't know what we want yet. No, we are going to use it now. Adding the Heartbeat. If you play Heartbeat, isn't that kind of obvious that that's the card you want? I don't know what the rest of the hand looks like, but I think I would have... used it in my opponent's end phase, just to get the Heartbeat out of the deck. But sure, it's a minor thing. Normal summon Sharon, go battle phase. Heartbeat just shuffles away the Wall of Repeating Light and it just resolves. So no judgment. Let's see what happens how. They have Scream. Are they going to activate the Scream? They do choose to activate the Scream, probably to grab Celiac. Should be better than Metanoise, wait, because permanently negating these barrier statues, if you end up doing it on both of them, then they're both just useless. They can never get their effects back. Maybe we already have Celiac, but they choose Metanoise. You attack over one, and they protect the second one. Yeah, I expected them to protect one of them at least, with like a Slumber or like a Sleipnir. So we set 2 cards. Is that Celiac and Meteors? Yeah. So long for the Slight Ian now doesn't do anything because you can still choose to flip this either in the end phase or in the next turn. We set a card. Task doesn't flip in the end phase. Lets the turn pass. They get a token. And now activate Scrum, activate Metanize. Send Happiness. Tia's playing. Tia is playing the game now. We have Kit Colossus. And this Skill Drain. Okay. So Skill Drain is gonna be pretty good. And is there a way to get Heartbeat back besides Shuffle? I guess not. That's gonna cost them another 1,000. They're getting pretty low. But that's a good skill drain. That's a solid skill drain. Normal summon, mill. Oh wow, we know some Horus monsters. We find a King Sot? That's gonna be pretty crazy for the stun deck. But crazy for them to deal with, I mean. In phase 2 and phase, they're under a lot of pressure. This is the exact kind of situation, by the way, that the Morganite would have probably dealt with, right? Like, they haven't even used this Runic Slumber. This set card is Runic Slumber. Runic Chrisan Curses, I mean, not Slumber. They didn't use it, so they clearly didn't need it. Why didn't they grab Morganite? Because this is the exact kind of game that you can play against stun when they don't quite have full control with the floodgates. But if you have Morganite, they would have drew so many cards by now that they probably just controlled the game. Now I think stun is genuinely looking like they're losing. Activate the King Sop, they found it. Special summon, nil 3. Oh, they know good as well. Emote Celiac. Draw 1, search another card. They're playing 3 trap. So this scrap's crying. Which, crime just seals the deal, right? There's enough they can draw now, but crime can't stop. Activate special summon. But this is only blocking you 1 attack. There's no fountain, you can't activate this. Activate another one, summon Gary. Sure. Activate another one, summon Gary. Main phase 2, okay, so they did survive. Just. But what are you gonna do? Anything you activate loses to crime? Yeah, I think this stun player made a mistake. Not grabbing Morganite. What is that? Consecrated Light. Neither player can normal or special summon dark monsters, or declare an attack with a dark monster. This card cannot be destroyed by battle with a dark monster. Okay, so this is kind of just like a better version of the Dark Barrier statue? Or, I guess, a barrier statue? So, like, against Bell, this card basically stops everything from being summoned. And it also can't be destroyed by a normal summon, because they can't normal summon, and if they already have a monster, because you're going second, this at least still can't be destroyed by that monster either. So this is like a better barrier statue, especially going second. But it only stops dark monsters from being summoned. It's a nice tech against Bell, but we're not playing against Bell. Activate special summon Chain Crown, and the game is over. Are we gonna activate that? No, we're not. Well played. I think we should have grabbed Morganite. So now we have KG versus Magawel. And I'm seeing 40 versus 40. Is this the first time? They're playing Pearly, okay? And we chose to start playing in the main phase. Maybe because we have talents. But we have Maxi, which could be pretty good, but it could also not be the most effective. It does just resolve. Are we gonna choose to summon? Yes. We're gonna discard Delicious. You drew the Delicious. They get a draw, and now we search for my friend. Are we just gonna summon Pretty and pass, or are we gonna try and make Noah? That's the question. Activate Ash on my friend? Sure. This Ash doesn't feel too good though, because they can still play if they want to, and this ushers you out to Maxi, right? So I don't actually think I like that Ash that much, but it's probably fine. We do just rank with It's a Beauty. And we set... Oh, we do have talents. This is why we activated at the main phase. I'm gonna look at the hand, right? Because this is our last special summon. So we will have to summon before looking at the hand, because they're gonna have another card. So now we have Perfect Knowledge. And wow, they have a nice hand. So against this hand, what do you do? I don't know what these last two cards are, but if all you have is the Beauty, you can't stop this. If you put away the Sanctuary, you can't stop Poplar because there's Witch. And if you don't stop the Poplar, then you get Linkuribo, which means you can't stop any of the Snake Eye cards because they have the dodge from the graveyard. So you have to take away one of these, but then the Fire King card just pops your Beauty before you go for any play. So you beat this with just the Beauty. And depending on what these are though, I guess it does maybe give you an answer for what to send back. They choose to send back the Kieran, which to me means that... What does it mean? I don't really know what the Kieran means. The question really is just do we have Maxi at this point, because I don't think a single hand trap and the Beauty, unless it's Maxi, is gonna stop this deck from playing. This hand is very good. We start by discarding for the Witch. Okay. Set OSS? Do we have another target for the Poplar? Is that why we started with Witch? Right, because now you can negate Snake Eye Ash. There's no Linkery though. No, we'll summon our Vartas. That's what we do for time. Activate the Sanctuary, pop the Poplar. I want you to go for Ponix because we have Garunix in the graveyard. Yeah, you can't activate this Ponix in hand because of a weird rolling. Even though Garunix is a trigger effect in the graveyard, I'm pretty sure it still prevents you from activating the Ponix. And because you can only use one like optional hand trigger per turn or per chain. So they can't summon the Ponix, but that's fine. We have the Runix getting Veiled or Mourned. Is this enough? I don't think so. I think you probably just chain our Vartan. No, they just let it go. I guess that's fine. If they have another hand trap, you can negate that one. Now we make Karibo. We'll make Princess. Is this gonna revive Snake Eye Ass? Oh, it's Vela. They actually had two hand traps. And I think that's gonna stop them. You can attack the Beauty, but then that gives them the follow-up from my friend. But if you don't attack it, they can now suck up the princess at some point. So, interestingly enough, I thought this player was gonna cook. He ended up not cooking. Was it better to go for Poplar first? Because, like I said, you get the Linker Rebo, so that Snake Eye Ash definitely resolves. I guess it wouldn't have been that good because all the Snake Eye Ash would have done is summon another Poplar. Right, because he had to tribute it for the Linker Rebo, so you still couldn't use a second effect. And when you tried to go Princess to revive it, you would have been Bailed and Mourned anyway. Maybe we're supposed to try and use, Vard's Negate, especially since we just linked it off. Maybe that was the play? If we had popped a card on the board, we would have been able to trigger the Ponix in the hand. So I think this was misplayed by Backwall, unless I'm missing something. Okay, so we revealed Happies, we got a Happy, we discarded an Ash, and now we're in a pretty good position. Can't we just... Can't we just lethal? We're pretty sure we can lethal, right? We can crash the Beauty to add back the Delicious, and then rank up into Happy. Or other way around, you would rank up first. And then crash the Beauty. I think that's what we're gonna do. This is a fairly easy play to see if you're good at purling. You target the Happy, they make the Happiness, and now Battle Phase should be lethal. No. They didn't find it? Huh? Why didn't they crash the Beauty? Crash the Beauty, add back Delicious and Pretty. Is this not lethal? I think it is. This is still really strong though. It's still gonna end on probably a Noir. So yeah, we rank up into Plump, and this is gonna be a really big Noir. We have Pretties to attach, which means we're gonna start sucking up the board. We have to suck up the board again with this Pretty, so we have Play Pretties and Turtle. Yeah, this is a huge Noir. They're gonna suck up 3 cards here. Which will be the Princess, the Island, and I guess the Poplar. Attaching OSS so they can't use it in the graveyard. And they don't use this one for some reason, but they could have. And I'm pretty sure Backwall can't do anything against this Noah. No more summon the Ponix. Negate can chain link Karibo, but where does that really get you unless you play a second island? Chain Maxi. They do play a second island. What the heck? But they have to pass turn anyway because there's no fire in the hand. Okay, and now Pearly should end the game here. But we all know how good Pearly is at finding lethal. Just gonna speed this up. Surely Pearly will find lethal here. It's already lethal. There we go. Well played by KG. I think Backwall made a mistake, but I also think KG made a small mistake. So next game we have another 41 card deck. It's Duel. For some reason we want to play 41 in Duel. Sure, we're gonna go Phantom, Frame 1, Normal Summon Lotus. Pretty good. This is protected from a hand trap. So, expecting to see Apple Elizabeth 2, Raich, maybe Apple Elizabeth 3 actually. We have the Frame 1 Phantom. Raich plus Escape plus Yama in the graveyard. We could be playing an Ably build though, so let's see what ends up happening. They go for cross shape now, which looks fairly standard. Revive the Matus, make it a Yama. Special summon out the spirit. Yeah, because we've seen this before. This is standard Duel line. Going for the Raich, setting the trap, making Appaloosa. No, we are in fact making the Ibly lock. Okay, so this probably summons Ibly. We summon out a second Phantom because after the Gigantic resolves, we can't special summon Phantom anymore. This probably summons Ibly. Yeah, I've seen it occasionally. Just summon like a carrot just to be a negate for evenly matched. But Ibly also beats evenly matched, so I feel like there's no reason to play just carrot. You might as well go for the lock. If you're playing against something like Branded, you kind of auto win with this most of the time. So the Ibly hits the board, the opponent's board, and we revive the Gigantic Sprite because there's nothing else to revive. And I guess there is. Wait, there's the Yama. Shouldn't you revive Yama? Isn't that better? I guess it doesn't make that much of a difference. Oh my god, we tribute over... Okay. We tribute over the Ibly for Dryden, and then we have Diabellstar. Also Poplar, so we can chain block the Diabellstar from the Phantom with the Poplar. The problem is Raich or Escape just deals with the OSS, right? And then we need another extender. So this resolves, there's no reason to negate the Poplar. You set OSS. And now I imagine we will activate Raich? Yeah, so by summoning that Gigantic Sprite, you've actually left the Yama in the graveyard. You can revive Yama or the Wage later on with Elf in order to make the Escape live. I kind of like it this way, because now Elf lets you... And this is not specific to reviving the Gigantic Sprite, this is just in general, this combo line with the Ibly and the Elf. The way it doesn't force you to use Escape, the full Raich, like you normally have to when you make Appaloosa, because you have to trigger the Yama to bring back the Raich. But with Elf lines, you can do it in any order you want. And in this situation, it looks a lot better to go Rage Effect, target the Diabellstar, make SP, banish the OSS. That's a lot better than popping this OSS. We're gonna activate Max C. Okay. Now we're gonna flip the trap. Targeting the driver? What's the reason for this? Yeah, I'm not quite sure what the plan was here. So, the more I'm thinking about it now, the more I'm kind of realizing that wasn't IP missing from this end board? Shouldn't we have linked someone to IP with one of the phantoms and the gigantic spring? We had a zone here, right? The zone was free. Because by making IP, you allow yourself to have the double Ibly lock. So if they get rid of it, you can still revive it with the elf and then link it off with the IP, putting back on the opponent's field, which would work really well here. But because we don't have the IP, reviving the Ibly now doesn't do anything. In fact, putting the Ibly on our board means that we can't summon with Phantom, right? If we tribute and then destroy, we can't summon the Ubel? Why did we pop the driver too? I'm confused. Right, we had Elf. Elf can revive Raich. Elf can revive the Yama if we wanted to. Why didn't we just link off first? Right, activate the Rage, link off this, summon SP, banish this, and then we still have Elf to revive back the Rage, or the Yama, probably the Rage, and then activate Escape later on. I'm not sure why we played it like this, and I'm not sure why we didn't have IP on the end board. Wait, what did that get destroyed? Oh, because we destroyed it with Yama, I see. Wait. Oh. I get it. I see. I see why this works. So it doesn't have to be linked to the graveyard in order to get this effect. So this is actually kind of good. This is a new way of using this card. We use the Gamma to reset it. Still, it's a lot more convoluted than just summoning IP. This is technically like a third way of putting it back, although it is once per turn. That's good to know. And in this situation, they're attempting to luck the opponent again. They try to chain Kirin, or we just chain Phantom. Now that it bleeds off our board, the Phantom will be able to summon Yuval. Now we go for Rage. SP will banish OSF. Yep. And that's it. Snake Eye has nothing left to do. Now it's just easy cleanup. The more I'm thinking about this build of Yubel, the more I realize that I think it's probably the better build to play the Ibly lock. It makes your board so much stronger. It beats your main weakness evenly matched too. And it's just one card in the deck that you have to play. This is lethal damage. Yeah, well played. Good board by Yubel. Not sure why we didn't make IP though. Okay, Task versus KG. We have a different deck from Task this turn. I believe the Canam deck was bigger, so this is Voiceless Voice, okay? And we have Ash. I assume KG is still playing Curly. Let's see what Task can do from here. Prosperity's a good one. So we add Saphira, it's either that or the low, depends what we have in hand. a lot of royal res from task. Tribute low from hand. It's pretty good. So now we're gonna be able to get either the trap or the blessing. We have Vela, but that's not that good. It's not that good because the low is the more important effect. You can't stop the low annually because of the targeting. And we still have the army negate and the trap and a magnum ward. Is there a reason to use the magnum at this turn? Why do we really want to do that? Is that because do we want to search Cerevis? I can't think why we would need to use the magnum at this turn. We know it's likely Pearly, so I guess it's not really an interruption. So I guess it's fine to summon, and then we can link it off. I guess that's better. We might see them link off for an SP. No! Oh my god, this is not SP, this is better than SP. So we're gonna go for a Jargon luck in Voiceless Voice. And we have the Blessing last card. That's pretty good. And now Verti, send Branded Fusion, send the Jargon. Sanctifier. So this is... yeah, this is gonna be pretty good for task. Let's see if KG can stop this. Typically, Pearly does not play Cold by the Grave. So I think this is just resolving. But chaining to summon a Pearly while we still can. Discarding Black Cat, but he doesn't do anything because we can't rank up now that the Jargon is on the board. And nothing we can do can beat over the Jargon. Normal summon, sure. We get to activate effects, but this doesn't go anywhere. Battle phase. Crash the Ash for some reason. Why do we crash the Ash? Is that so that there isn't a monster to attack? The lethal? It's lethal either way though. Yeah, crazy. Playing the Jargon lock in Voiceless Voice, I think it's pretty strong. I'm surprised more people are doing it. But I do think it's the best way to go in this deck, personally. Next game, we have another 41 card deck. The Dear Servant. Okay, is this stun or is this... I'm pretty sure this is stun. This can't be... It could be Labyrinth, I guess? We're activating to draw one. No, some Ariana. Yeah, this is the Labyrinth deck. This is a good start. Discard rollback is also really good. And we have 2 cards left in hand. Well, these could either be additional, like, furniture, like an additional Chandra, or it could be the ladies, a big lady of a lovely. We're summoning Lady here with Welcome Labyrinth. So, if we had Lovely already in hand, this is why we would do this. That you normally want to summon Lovely first with Welcome. That way they can't Ash the big Welcome. Maybe not, because by putting Lady on the field first to get the chain to the trap card, and most players understand that they have to Ash Welcome anyway to play around the Lovely. So I think you could realistically risk doing it this way. It's slightly greedier. But we'll have to see. I'm not actually sure if it is ideal to want to set the trap right now. If you're summoning Lady or Lovely, I mean, if you're summoning Lovely just to get rid of 1 card out of 6 and then setting a mystery trap that you don't even know for sure that you need, I think that's not amazing. So I think what might be happening here is either we're summoning Cooklock and we want to set a certain floodgate that we know is good against bird deck, or we're summoning lovely from the hand. I think one of those options is likely, but the cook-up play is better, I think. Whoa, we chain Runic Tip. Okay, so we're playing Stun. If we have a lot of Runic cards, we can chain to every trap, and that would stop Lady from ever setting a card. This is a good matchup for Runic. I'll have to see how this plays out, though. Add a Destruction is very strong. Okay, we banish a second Chandelier, so it's not in hand. And we do summon lovely from the deck. So we were just going for the hand rip, which is interesting. I feel like that's not the most efficient use of the lovely pop. Just taking away one random card out of 6. So we get the triggers. This is good. In a Runic matchup, you want to get as much advantage. But only if it actually ends up mattering. Yeah, we put Dimensional Fissure. That was kind of okay against Labyrinth, but not amazing. They reveal the statue, a Runic, and the wall. Choosing to get wall makes sense. They can just attack into the barrier statue. The Flash and Fire can't really destroy Lady. This is a bit of a problem for Runic cards, because it can't be targeted. And the Wall of Repealing Light is good though. Destruction Now. Was Destruction Now correct? Because if that was chainable, what did they destroy? A punishment? Maybe they had a read that it was punishment? Because if it was chainable, then you could chain the Lady to set. And then you can chain... Or the idea is that you would chain Runic Destruction to the activation to prevent this. Maybe that was the plan. But either way, this is fine. We banished Unending Nightmare, which is... Honestly, if there's more of these in this deck, this is a really good tech for this Runic Stun matchup. This card is surprisingly good right now. The way that it beats Ubel and Fire King, and also Runic Stone, is kind of impressive. Also Centaurian loses to that card. And we normal summon the Consecrated Light. Okay, so this is pretty good against Labyrinth. Neither play can normal summon or special summon the Dark Monsters, which obviously the Labyrinth monsters are. And it also can't be destroyed by these, and there's no damage. So this is a real wall right now. The only problem is we just have punishment in the graveyard, so we can just roll back the punishment and destroy this. We can't chain a Runic to summon Yugen because of duality, so this will just die, and then Entis can probably pop the fountain. Maybe even a Backwall at that point. I feel like this is not good for stun. Yeah, target the punishment. We go after fountain, and then activate this in the end phase. We had an Arias in hand. That was one of the cards we didn't set. Makes sense. We set Big Welcome. Yeah. Skill Drain is not great. Basically legal on board with the Big Welcome. Can this card block? Yes, it is a Runic. You use the Big Welcome in the graveyard. That is fine because now we can't use the the Big Welcome that's set on the field. So it's not over yet. But it looks pretty bad for stun. Cook in the hand, which is interesting. I wonder why we didn't activate the Coop Lock. Why didn't we activate Cook Lock? And we could just use the bait welcome. Or rather, the regular welcome. to summon another monster and attack the game? Do we not have any other monsters? We must have more Ariana, right? If there's another Ariana or another Arias in the deck, they can... or another lady, they can just summon that and attack. I'm not sure why we didn't want to do that. There is an Ariana banished. Maybe this is the only other target, but I still doubt it. I feel like you play 3, and I feel like you play more than one lady. Yeah, set and pass, not much you can do. Yeah, we do have another target. Okay. Not sure why we didn't do that last time. Maybe I missed something. Ah, Synchro Zone. Okay. That is counted by the big welcome. Would have been good. But I think it's just over at this point. Could you have played around and... No, there's no scary set because of the skill drain anyway, so this is lethal no matter how careful you want to be, like, it's gonna be lethal. Yeah, stun losing again. So now it's Backwall going first with the Snake Eye deck. Starting with Diabellstar, discard Wanted. This is, I guess, a way of playing around like a draw. There's no reason to activate the Wanted just to lose to draw for no reason. But it is potentially a way of baiting an arch. So maybe you should activate Wanted. Maybe to get the cards in hand you don't want to discard. But you don't see this very often. Normally you see Wanted getting activated. I personally like activating Wanted. Okay, we're adding Ponyx, that makes sense. This is the normal line. We add Skyburn, so we already have Island. It is Island and not Sanctuary, so the Island is a bit more vulnerable. Let's see if that matters. From here, it's just Snake Eye combo. You draw one now. Makes sense you want to draw one after getting the Slamberge out of the deck, because this would be a bad draw. We play Diabellstar. Why do we play Diabellstar? Is this because we're not planning on bringing it back? And obviously we don't have Temple, so it's just a card? Right? It's just a card on the board? If it ever goes to the graveyard in the opponent's turn, it will trigger? I guess that's probably the answer. If we're gonna send it away for like Elk or something, then it will trigger. Add back McCarran makes sense. Canadian Princess, is this just Amber Whale? This is just Amber Whale Pass. With the full graveyard setup though. The IP, the Princess, the Runics. The opponent's also playing Snake Eye Fire King. I think this is the kind of board that is breakable for the mirror match. So let's see if they're able to break this board. I didn't normal summon yet, so... Okay, sending away Linkaribo, trying to play around a set Impon. We kind of don't expect Impon now because this should be Skyvan, right? We know that they searched Skyvan. So it's only Vela that you're playing around. by sending the Linkaribo. And we do have the Veil, so we can chain if we want. Yeah, this lets us resolve and search for Onyx. But it does mean that the Ash is gone. We can't use the second effect unless we revive it with Princess. No, we're not searching Onyx. We must already have Onyx in hand. You have Wanted. And I'm also wondering if this is... yeah, okay. It's not Pilsnikai, it is Fire King Snefei. We normally summon Avata instead of Onyx. We must still have the Onyx in hand though, right? Because what's the reason to add a second Poplar before Onyx? We have triple tactics, which is good. Let's see what they choose. Take control. Yeah, if you take control, you have to chain the Kirin so that you can destroy a fire. And now they can negate the Kirin, which, yeah, no response to that. That might be over for Megalo. And they are just going to destroy the Poplar. This would be so much better if it was, like a Onyx in hand. Rightly, this has to be Onyx about to activate. They don't even need the Onyx, but yeah, there it is. And we get to search for Skyburn. We know this set is Skyburn, that's not gonna come up. We have Bellstar now that we search with Wanted. Set the simple spoils, but this has already been used. Doesn't matter though, this is lethal damage. That was a nice board break by this point, but it wasn't the strongest board from Backwall, so kind of unfortunate, but a good game. Okay, so Backwall is now facing the stun player who appears to have swapped decks. This is not stun anymore. Backwall playing Fire King, starting with Onyx. Not the greatest start unless we have Bellstar. Going for Raich. Activate the Sanctuary. Yeah, we got a few bodies here because we have this Kirin. So we get to go the Princess if we want. Revive Avata. That could be a whole board, but we'll have to see if we have Bellstar or OSS. And make Sunlight Wolf first so that we can add back the Kirin. Is this right? If you go Masquerena, now you have to go add back the Kirin with Sunlight Wolf, and then you have to make Princess, revive something, and then make Ambler Oil. But if, instead of going Masquerena here, if you went Linkaribo with this, you could add back the Kirin still, and then make Princess with the Linkaribo and the Sunlight Wolf, and you still have a body on the board? Is this where you're going -1 in link material? Then if you have a body on the board, you can have the Princess revive Avata, and then link off the body and the Princess for Amberwell, and you get to keep the Avata negate? Isn't that better than putting IP in the graveyard? And I feel like it definitely is. Though, what's the reason for this? Do we have extension? We make the Princess. And we make Amblowell. Yeah, we could have had this same board, but with Avata on the field. The difference is the high P wouldn't be available. It wouldn't be available to destroy or to summon when you destroy that Ambler Whale. But I feel like having Avata available right away is worth it. Maybe not. Maybe they're gambling, because technically this board has more disruptions than my version, because theoretically you can get the Avata anyway with the Garunix triggering to send Kirin. The only The only issue is that in practice, it's not that easy to get all of those disruptions, right? Because Ember Whale needs to die before Princess hits the board for it to revive IP. So if you just pop it with the Princess, you can't revive IP. So you have to use the Kirin first in the hand. It's just more vulnerable to things going wrong, right? Maybe they know better than me. Maybe they know it. That they have to gamble. Maybe they don't have non-engine. I'm not sure. Let's see what this player is playing. Oh my god, they went battle phase. Activate evenly matches. This is a branded deck. This could be a branded deck. This is 51 cards. I could believe this is a branded deck. And did we already see branded from this player? I feel like we've only seen stun so far. Evenly matched. You chain Maxi here because if they have cold buy, they have to chain. It's an extra card on the board, so you can keep an extra card. They don't chain, so the Maxi does resolve, which is rough and is branded. So this situation is kind of rough for branded because you are in main phase 2 and the Maxi has resolved. It's not that easy to play under the Maxi and set up enough that stops the Snake Eye follow-up. If you summon anything, Princess is available, Goronix is available. It's a lot, so let's see what Branded is able to do here. Activate opening, discard Retribution. Pretty straightforward. I imagine we set Branded Fusion. Now the question is, do we have Ash? We're gonna add back the Branded opening first. What's the reason we want to do that? It could be so that we can discard it for Rebellion, but we don't need to do that yet. Wouldn't it be better to see if the Branded Fusion resolves? Do we want to use it for like an Albaz normal summon right now? That could be the only reason I can think of. Normal summon Albaz, yeah, and the discard that opening. Now we have the Kirin, so yeah, this doesn't work that well because Kirin protects you from getting hit with Mirror Jade. You still have to fuse, and you can fuse at the Kirin, you can make Rindbrun, but the Ember Whale gets destroyed. That will revive the IP, that will trigger the Goronix, that will bring out the Avata, and Rindbrun doesn't do a lot to stop this. You can negate like an Ember Whale or a Princess, but if you order your chain links correctly, there's nothing you can do. One thing that is nice is the opening. This will protect from a destruction. So let's see how this resolves. There's the Rindbrum. We draw another card. Chaining 1 is the Amber Well and chaining 2 is Goronix. Yeah, so you can't chain the Rindbrum to negate. Now IP is on the field. You can always use Rindbrum to disrupt IP, but I think at this point we're gonna have a Bata. So we protect with the opening, and we have talents now. Okay, so protecting this at the opening means that this now has to trade with the Avata. If they try to use IP, you can chain Rindbrum, and then we can chain Avata. Talents probably was to take control. Are we taking control? Yes, we are. And then we activate the Branded Fusion. Okay. Taking IP? This is because we don't want to have to deal with Princess. If we take Avata, then the IP is checked by the Rindbrum. But there is still Princess. Right. So that's something we want to negate with Rindbrum too. I think it's fine to take Avata. I'm not sure which one I prefer. I think it could be the Avata, but taking the Masquerena is also fine. Now the question is, do we have Ash? The answer is no, and we use the Masquerena from Mirror Jade directly. Okay, so that's why we wanted to take the Masquerena, phase better into Max C. At this point though, I feel like your best attempt is to go all in, maybe. So what can happen here is you check a princess, targeting the Mara Jade. If you then activate the Rinbrum, you can just chain Avata to negate, probably destroy the Garunix. Mara Jade can activate, it can banish Avata, or it can banish Garunix in response to force us to banish something from the hand. But if the Mara Jade gets used, then it's unavailable for next turn. If it gets destroyed, so if the princess resolves, it'll destroy in the end phase, but that's not that big of a deal. This position is interesting. It really depends what Snake Eye draws, I think. You can just attempt to activate Mara Jade here, sending Albion to set Brandon in red. You have a target for it. And then if possible, you can negate your Mara Jade with Rinbrum to negate and bounce. The problem is they're never going to let that resolve, right? They're always going to disrupt this play. So if you try to use Mara Jade now, I think there's a chance that you just lose your Mara Jade for this next turn, right? So it can be Princess targeting Alba, and then the Mara Jade is just alive still, right? And it can't use its effect. We'll have to see. We do activate the Princess. We do try to go after a Mara Jade. Do we negate the Rinbrum? We do. A Noma Chain. I would probably try to banish Garunix here. Sending Albion makes sense. Yeah, banish the one of Garunix. Do we have a card in hand? Yes, we do. Oh my god, it's Garunix. That's insane. So now this is going to destroy the whole board in the end phase, which is... It's big if we have to set Branded in red. If we have Banishment, we maybe have a bit of play. But if all we have is Branded in red, Branded is in trouble, I think. The Rinbrum going to the graveyard will let you revive the Albaz on the opponent's stand. So that could be pretty good. And if you also have Banishment in the deck to revive the Mara Jade, or the Alabra, or the Rinbrum itself maybe even, and probably the Mara Jade, then that's gonna be a fair bit to deal with. There's actually not that many cards from Snake Eye. We do activate the Mara Jade. And so in the end phase you have to be careful. If you resolve your Mara Jade after resolving the Albion, then the Ambler Whale can pop the set with Albion. So we have to resolve Mara Jade first here, which is not something you do very often. Normally you save the Mara Jade until the very end. But yes, we know what to do. We target the Ponix, and we use the Amber Whale. Using the Amber Whale is kind of pointless, because we know there's gonna be Garunix anyway. What do we destroy here? Aluba? Now the Aluba can trigger when the Garunix destroys the Rinbrum. Oh, we have Ash. Okay, so obviously we drew Ash after the Brand of Fusion. Ashing this Albion is huge. That leaves us with nothing, basically. It's Rinbrum in the graveyard, and that's it, which admittedly is kind of strong if there's no out to it. So when the Garunix destroys this card, yeah, this could be okay for Brandon. If there's a follow-up play plus a Cold Buy, then Snake Eye is gonna win. But they only have 3 cards. The Maxi actually didn't do that much. Well, it did a lot, but we ended up using a lot of the cards. So the Garunix comes out, destroys the Rinbrum. We can only search Sanctuary here. No, we can get Skyburn still. Okay, so Skyburn is Yeah. Okay. So Skyburn checks the Albaz. For some reason I thought we'd already used Skyburn, but we haven't. So Albaz is checked by the Skyburn as long as you leave the Viking on the board. And because we had wanted, OSS is back in the deck. So we can just OTK with Snake Eyes, and Branded can't do anything about it. We don't know this cutting hand, but it's not likely to be a hand trap. Probably just an additional normal summon, like a Quen, maybe. There's the Flamdirge, the leaving the Viking on the board. Okay, we forced the Rune Bump now anyway. What's the reason for this? I guess just because we can? Oh, they choose to summon itself. I see. Right, that's why. So that we can take it with the talents. I see. They know that the Albaz would get destroyed by Skyburn, so they're just gonna summon the Rune. But we have talents. Now we can go dark, we can revive Albaz, or Mirror Jade, and then just attack. Right? Okay, we want to attack with our own cards. Understandable. Is that Princess and Batula? Yeah, let's do Princess in this Viking deck. Nice. That was a good attempt by Brandon. But the Max C was too much, unfortunately. Okay, KG going first this time. Still on Pearly. I think we've only seen Pearly from KG. Revealing 3 Straight. Okay, so Straight is the card we really want, apparently. This is Viking Snake Eye, we expect? No, this is not the Snake Eye player. This is the Voiceless Voice player? Okay, we're making a Beauty. Why are we wanting to go Beauty? Do we already have the means to make Noir? Because we really wanted Street, and then we really wanted... well, we had to make Beauty because that's the spell that we had, but we really wanted Street, so if we don't already have Sleepy, I wonder what the decision making is. Okay, we don't. So, is this the hard-drawn trap? Probably is the hard-drawn trap, right? This could be 1 spell plus 1 hard-drawn trap, so that we have free materials once the Street dissolves. And then we have 4th material with the spell, and then a 5th material when we use the trap. Yeah, exactly that. So we draw first. I don't think we're gonna use the trap in the standby phase just to draw another card. We want to make use of the Beauty negate first. Message you Bell, okay. So we're going for a frame 1 Phantom. That does stop the Beauty. We have thrown. I think at this point you just negate the first card they normal summon with the Beauty, and then when they negate with the Phantom, you can just flip the trap. Summon out Noir and start spinning. That's probably the plan. Let's see what hand traps KG has. We know that he plays a lot. We added Dub Beckoning Beast. Yeah, and we negate it. Oh, we have Shavara. I'm not gonna use a Phantom. I'm gonna use Shavara. So now the Dub Beckoning Beast will resolve. This is kind of good for you, Belle, because with the Noir only having 5 materials, it means that a Phantom can actually negate it. So as soon as this card detaches to spin, it's going to be affected. So this might be okay for you, Belle. We spin this right away to try and negate it. I imagine we negate with Phantom. Yep, exactly. And now we chain to make sure we negate this Spirit Gates. The problem now is that the Noir is out of disruption, and Yubel still has a bit of play. Right, we can summon a second Phantom. We can make a Link 2. There's the Ghost Mourner. Like I said, a lot of hand traps. Was the Ghost Mourner that important to use on the Muckraker? Is this our only hand trap? Did we really need to stop this? What was the threat? Because this was only fitting to revive, like, I guess the Dark Beckoning Beast so that we can get an additional normal summon? That was probably the plan? Yeah, it was probably the plan. We could also revive Spirit to get Nightmare Pain, which is probably even better. So, this is probably fine. We make the second Spirit, and yeah, we don't have anything. We attack, but there's no Nightmare Pain, so this doesn't do anything. And now we have a material on Noah, which used to spend it right away. Okay, interesting. We're adding Spirit to View Bell, and we're not summoning it because we want to use it as a Backwall negate, I see. Whatever is good for Pelling. This is the escape trap. This is dead. This doesn't have a target. So we're free to go. We have Sleepy. This got a Royal Maxi. I doubt Pearly will end the game, but they might take control of the game here. Oh, they will end the game. Delicious should be game over. Yeah, that's the OTK. Even though they're at 9,000, I'm pretty sure this is lethal. This does nothing to prevent this because if the Nightmare Pain is not on the board, you can still attack the Muckraker. Yeah, happy OTK. For some reason, we've seen this a lot. It's go up a lot at Worlds, but whenever I see Probably played in my actual games, this never comes up. Nice. Well played again by Keiju. Okay, now for the last game of round 1, we have Normal Summon Sneak Ash. Okay, do we have any hand traps? Not by the looks of it. We have 42 cards. It's a 47 card deck. This is the Tia deck. And then a speed of the Snake Eye combo. Going straight for Flamberge, not choosing to go through Oak. Bring out Ponix. Sanctuary, yeah, fairly standard. It's not quite the line that I like going for, but this is probably still just as good. We're leaving Flamberge on the board for now. Now we link it off. Add back to Kieran and make Appaloosa. Yeah, good board. You've got the Masquerena first, so it's in the graveyard. Appaloosa also can't be destroyed. 4 unknowns, Kieran and Appaloosa. So, plus the setup in the graveyard, of course. So tasks does with normal summons, no. With obviously no effect, you can't flip the link monsters face down. We're gonna use Kieran right away. Why are we doing this? Isn't it better to, because this doesn't do anything right now. Isn't it better to... Oh, okay. They probably tried to end the main phase, right? Which is why we're activating Kieran. Yeah, you wouldn't activate this on the summon because there's no play. Like, you just needlessly playing into talents and burst. So this has got to be the end of the main phase. Now we get all of the good stuff from the graveyard. IP, the Runics. Garunix is gonna destroy the snow, which is good. We're not summoning Alviza because we don't have it available. But clearing the snow is good because that was threatening to attack over one of these. We do have Linkaribo though, so I wonder if it was necessary to use the Garunix. Yeah, it was, because we didn't have a level 1 otherwise. We add the Skyburn. Oh, we have Grass. We're playing Grass in a 47 card deck. That's fine in tier, I guess. Like, if you just mill like 10 cards, this is like fine. At going second, this is still almost 20 cards. Oh, we have S. And it's not gonna mill anything. What else do we have? Normal Summon Snow is not giving me much confidence in this tier hand, but we do have Tribute combos. Could just be bait, I guess, for all this interaction. Adding Sharon because we can't normal summon again. We do have a monster to discard. Appaloosa. Yeah, I feel like Appaloosa just checks here. Yeah, we don't have anything. So that's just gonna be easy and lethal. Have the Snake Eye player. We'd pop the back row just in case. It is Metanoids. Yeah, trigger Runix, summon the Runix. I'm gonna make the Xyz just for fun, and attack again. Well, that was a good round 1. I'm impressed so far. Well played to these players.